Chapter 849. All right. Lin Ray didn't say anything else and didn't give the young man a chance. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and would release his cultivation to kill this narcissistic kid. You stay here. I'll be back soon. He turned around and said to Su Ziqing calmly, "Oh, I got it." However, before Lin Li could regain his composure, and before Su Ziqing could respond, the young man beside him tightened his grip on Lin Li's neck and pulled him towards the nearby forest. The young man used his cultivation to clear the way for Lin Ray. Finally, the two of them arrived at a quiet and deserted forest. The trees towered into the heavens and were extremely large. They blocked out the sun, but they were extremely bright. In addition, what caused Lin Li's body to tremble was the fact that these trees emanated a fragrance that caused Lin Li to feel relaxed and happy. "What tree is this?" Lin Ray asked subconsciously. He had never seen such a book before. This. The young man was surprised when he saw Lin Ray looking at the trees in front of him. Then he smiled and said, "Big brother, it can't be. Isn't this a spirit origin tree?" Spirit origin tree? Lin Ray was confused when he heard the young man's introduction. He didn't know much about this tree. However, he liked the fragrance it emitted. Lin Ray liked it very much. As he thought about it, a long sword appeared in his hand. The young man's eyes were wide open and his expression was full of shock. He waved his long sword and chopped at the tree in front of him. Bang! Suddenly, the long sword was very sharp. It slashed through the tree without any hesitation. The tree fell to the ground. Rumble. However, perhaps because the tree was huge, it was more than 10 meters long and needed 3 people to wrap their arms around it. It fell to the ground with a loud bang, causing the ground to tremble. Seeing this, the young man was even more shocked. He didn't expect the person in front of him to be so fierce. He chopped at the tree without any warning. It's over. However, right at this moment, a bad thought suddenly appeared in his mind. What's wrong? Seeing the young man's expression change, Lin Ray was stunned and asked subconsciously. The soul origin trees are planted by the disciples of the Talisman Sect. Without the permission of the Talisman Sect's elders, no one is allowed to casually cut them down. Moreover, I heard that this soul origin tree is meant to be planted by the Talisman Grandmaster to build the Primal Chaos Pavilion. Now that you've cut down one of them, then... The young man's expression changed drastically as he thought of this. However, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he grabbed Lin Ray and tried to leave. No, we must leave this place quickly. If we are discovered by the members of the Talisman Sect, forget about joining the Talisman Sect. We will be lucky if we are not hunted down. The young man was afraid that Lin Ray would not leave, so he reached out and grabbed Lin Ray, wanting to drag him away. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Lin Ray's determination. Everyone who knew Lin Ray should know that as long as he, Lin Ray, set his mind on something, even if the Heavenly Emperor came, he wouldn't be able to change his mind. Even if the Heavenly Emperor came, he wouldn't be able to change his mind. Wait a moment. Let me take the loot first. After saying that, he used a little strength to break free from the young man's grip and walk towards the soul origin tree that was cut down. Damn, are you crazy? Although the young man was shocked that Lin Ray had broken free from his grip, he was even more shocked when he saw Lin Ray walking towards the soul origin tree. The soul origin tree. That's right. This thing should have the effect of nourishing the soul and clearing the heart. If I use this thing to make a Dharma treasure, then, looking at the soul origin tree, a plan started to form in his mind. If the young man knew about Lin Ray's actions, he would probably curse out loud. Keep. His mental strength instantly rushed out and wrapped around the soul origin tree. Then, he dragged it into his storage ring. After doing all this, a faint smile appeared on his face. Then, he turned around and walked towards the young man with an innocent look on his face. Damn, beast, lunatic. Seeing Lin Li walk over, the young man couldn't help but feel a bit more admiration for Lin Li. After doing such a thing, his state of mind was still so calm, without the slightest ripple. It was like the surface of a lake. Even if a fish swam past, it wouldn't cause the slightest ripple. Damn, Are you waiting for me? Regaining his composure from his admiration, he saw that Linley was nowhere to be seen. The youth's heart clenched, and he turned his head to scan his surroundings. In front of him, Linley was still there. It wasn't hard to see him. Hurry up, otherwise we won't be able to catch up. Without turning his head, Lin Ray said indifferently. Alas, seeing how relaxed Linley was and how he wasn't disturbed by what had just happened, the young man sighed and turned around to chase after Linley. Hey, let me introduce myself again. I'm Lu Yuanqi from Tianfeng City. What about you? Lin Ray from. Without turning his head, he slowly said to Lu Yuanqi from Liao Yuan City. Although Lin Ray didn't spend much time with Lu Yuanqi, he deeply understood Lu Yuanqi's characteristics. He was talkative, and only knew one thing. His mouth was constantly chattering like a fly. Moreover, Lin Ray knew that if he didn't tell Lu Yuanqi his name, his ears wouldn't be free for a period of time. Damn, Lin Ray. This name is TSK. Looking at Linley, Lu Yuanqi followed behind Linley, a look of curiosity on his face. He constantly asked Linley if there was anything fun or interesting to do in vast Origin City. Was there anything interesting? In an instant, the nameless fire in Lin Ray's heart burned to his throat. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of exposing his identity, Lin Ray would have already made him shut up. Of course, he wouldn't kill him. Instead, he would use a technique to subdue him and make him unable to speak for a short period of time. Just like that, Lu Yuanqi continued to ask questions. In the beginning, Lin Ray would respond with a sentence or two. However, as time went on, Lin Ray realized that Lu Yuanqi had the habit of asking for a yard after getting an inch. In the end, Lin Ray decided to just shut up. Then, he sealed off his hearing. Instantly, his ears became much quieter. At this moment, the two of them returned to the crowd. However, what gave Lin Ray a headache was that Su Ziqing didn't leave. Furthermore, it seemed like she hadn't taken a single step away. She was still in the same place as when he left. It seems that I won't be able to shake her off. Lin Ray shook his head helplessly. Then he quickly walked to her side and said with a smile, "Let's go." Amen. Good. She nodded and didn't say anything. Then she quietly followed Lin Ray. Who is so bold as to cut down the soul origin tree? However, not long after Lin Ray left, the three of them landed at the place where Lin Ray had cut down the soul origin tree. When they saw that the soul origin tree planted by the sect had been cut down and taken away, their faces were filled with anger. A murderous aura burst out of their bodies, as if it wanted to tear everything apart. Senior brother, please don't get angry. You've just made a breakthrough and haven't consolidated it yet. This will affect your cultivation. That's right, senior brother. We can't interfere in this matter. In my opinion, we should directly report this matter to the higher-ups. This is not a joke. You know, the soul origin tree was used to build the soul origin pavilion. Now that one is missing, it's a sin. Hiss. With that, the young man seemed to have thought of something terrible. His face suddenly turned pale, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Alas. Fine. How could he not know the importance of the soul origin tree? However, in the end, the three of them agreed to the previous proposal. Then, their figures flashed and disappeared. Naturally, Linley, who was currently climbing up the tree, didn't know what was happening in the forest. What he didn't know was that because of his whims, the construction of Primordial Chaos Pavilion, which had been waiting for 10,000 years, was once again delayed. Of course, the Seal Sect had sent out elites to search for this matter. After all, the construction of the Hunyuan Pavilion was very important. Now that it had been delayed, who wouldn't be angry if such a thing happened to them? At this moment, Lin Ray and the other two were slowly walking halfway up the mountain. Their faces were full of fatigue as they looked left and right. At this time, Lu Yuanqi, who was following behind Lin Ray, shouted with an unhappy look on his face. I'm not going. How long will it take? Isn't it just a mountain gate? Why do you have to mobilize so many people? Can't you just fly up? F*CK. Who is this? Why is he so fierce? Yes, indeed. He's sitting on the ground and making a scene. I'm afraid this man is a fool. Yes, indeed. Who is this man? I wonder how his elders taught him. At this moment, Lu Yuanqi's voice was so loud that everyone who passed by heard him. They pointed at Lin Rei and the other two openly. F***CK. Looking at the gazes of the people around him, Lin Rei was stunned. He then turned to look at Lu Yuanqi, who was sitting on the ground. At this moment, Lin Rei was furious. The veins on his head bulged, and he looked like he was going to beat someone up. F***CKU, can you do it? Look at where you are. This is the Seal Sect. This is the F***King Seal Sect. Do you think this is your Kong bed? Of course, even if it is your Kong bed, don't you have to take off your shoes to get on it? Lin Rei's explosive words stunned everyone around him. Even Su Ziqing was stunned. Ever since she knew Lin Rei had always given her an unfathomable feeling. But now what about you? Do you think I don't want to fly there? Do you think everyone is stupid? Isn't it because the Seal Sect has set up a talisman that prohibits flying? As he spoke, he was afraid that Lu Yuanqi would not believe him. With a thought, a short sword appeared in Lin Rei's hand. Lin Rei had obtained this sword when he had just started cultivating. To the current Lin Rei, it was extremely weak. Seeing Lin Rei's actions, everyone was stunned. Then, they looked at the young man sitting on the ground sympathetically. At this moment, everyone thought that Lin Rei was going to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. However, the next moment, everyone was stunned. Lin Rei looked at the sky and squinted his eyes. Then, he exerted force in his arm and threw the short sword in his hand into the air. Whoosh, his speed was very fast. The people watching Linley watched as the flying dagger left Linley's hand flew 15 meters into the air. With a bang sound, the dagger instantly shattered and transformed into nothingness. Hiss! Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but be shocked, sucking in a breath of cold air. This. At this moment, Lu Yuanqi, who was sitting on the ground and watching this scene, had goosebumps all over his body. His whole body felt cold, as if it was not the dagger that had turned into nothingness, but him. Seeing Lu Yuanqi's expression, Lin Rei smiled and said, "Why? Do you still want to fly now? Of course, I won't stop you this time. On the contrary, I will help you." As he spoke, he extended his hand and walked forward with a strange smile on his face. Seeing Lin Rei like this, the surrounding people felt a chill and could not help but take a step back. Seeing Lu Yuanqi walking towards him with a strange smile on his face, he was startled and his face turned pale. He then smiled, stood up, and ran up the mountain. As he ran, he couldn't stop begging for mercy. I was wrong, okay? Why are you so stingy, really?" As time passed, his voice gradually disappeared from Lin Rei's ears. In response, Lin Rei smiled and looked relaxed. Damn, I can finally relax now. As he thought of this, he signaled to Su Ziqing and walked up the mountain. However, Lin Rei did not know that his action had not only alerted the people present, but also some old guys in the Talisman Sect. At this moment, 10,000 meters above the mountain road, there were 4 white-haired, middle-aged men whose faces hadn't aged at all. Their gazes were locked onto Linley, who was walking down the mountain road. Looking at him, they looked at him with admiration. "TSK, not bad. I didn't expect this little guy to be able to discover the rune prohibition in the sky. Yes, this little guy seems to have a certain foundation in rune prohibition. Moreover, this time, the sect did not tell them about the rune prohibition in the sky." Hiss! As soon as these words were spoken, the 4 of them looked at each other, and the admiration in their eyes became even more intense. "This is incredible. It seems like this little guy, don't fight with me. This little guy is mine." At this moment, one of the people dressed in black said. His voice was filled with determination, and his expression was filled with excitement. He looked at the people around him cautiously. "Why, this old man wants this little fellow. You all know that apart from my own granddaughter, I basically don't have anyone close to me. Now that one has finally appeared, I don't think you all will snatch it from this old man, right? Damn, this bastard. He's even trying to kidnap our feelings." The other 3 elders looked at the old man dressed in red and felt disdain in their hearts. However, they maintained a smile on their faces. "That's right, old man Long. You also said that you only have your granddaughter, but you didn't say how many disciples you have. More than a dozen personal disciples. With so many personal disciples, it doesn't matter if you have one more or one less. Some bastard. Chapter 850. Take me in as a disciple. At that moment, 10,000 meters up in the sky, they were arguing about their disciple. However, they did not know that Lin Ray had heard their conversation very clearly. His gaze swept in the direction of the 4 old men in the sky. Linley's expression was strange, and a hint of disdain flashed through his eyes. 4 Grandmaster Talisman Masters want to take me in as a disciple. Humph, I can't believe you guys can think of that. Lin Ray could clearly guess who the 4 old men were based on their auras. They were either alchemists, weapon masters, or rune masters from the Talisman Grandmaster, Talisman Grandmaster from the Talisman Grandmaster, Talisman Grandmaster, Talisman Grandmaster. However, the 4 of them were all ultimate gods. Although they were all mid-stage ultimate gods, it was easy to deduce where they came from based on their conversation. They were either the supreme elders of the Talisman Grandmaster, Talisman Grandmaster. There was nothing else. However, Lin Ray did not agree with their thoughts. Moreover, Lin Ray believed that a Grandmaster Talisman Grandmaster would not be able to become the master of an honorable Talisman Grandmaster. That would be courting death. More importantly, the 4 of them would not go to Lin Ray no matter what. Therefore, Lin Ray treated the 4 old men as clowns at most. Tisk. Lin Ray ignored them and continued to move forward. They had already covered more than half of the journey. Lin Ray maintained a refined smile on his face. As for Su Ziqing, he was the type of person who would not shed tears until he saw the coffin and would not act until he saw the hair. He had to find out Lin Ray's secret. Otherwise, a day passed in the blink of an eye. The sky was dark and the sun was setting in the west. At that moment, the sky was dark and an invisible sense of oppression appeared. We're finally here. This is so King tiring. I wonder if the Talisman Grandmaster's disciples have to leave like this when they leave. Yeah, if I knew this would happen, I would have left long ago. It's so nice to stay at home and eat and drink. It's so comfortable. Sigh, what was the point of saying all this? Aren't they already here? Really, I don't know what the old man is thinking. His family is obviously not bad. So why do you have to come here to be abused? Really? Sigh, hard times are coming. I really miss the carefree atmosphere of the past. At this moment, Lin Ray, who was also walking on the mountain road, heard the complaints of the people around him. The corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously, and the expression on his face became even more colorful. Sigh, these people nowadays really don't know how to cherish things. Don't they know that only by suffering the most hardships can one rise to the top? Really, looking at the grumbling, depressed, and unforgettable people around him, he couldn't help but sigh. Of course, those who were able to come here were mostly people with perseverance and firm-down hearts. Of course, perhaps some of them were forced to come by their families, but to be able to come here was already a blessing from the heavens. There would be those who were promoted, and there would be those who were not. Just like this path, Lin Ray could feel the pressure from it. Although it wasn't very strong, it was more or less a threat to these people. Lin Ray could feel that the person who was exerting the pressure was a godly master realm cultivator. Although there were people who gave up halfway, there were still 40 to 50,000 people in front of the mountain gate of the Talisman Sect. This was a very impressive number. Even if the entire Xuanzong Sect was added up, there wouldn't be so many people. Looking at the black mass of people around him, Lin Ray smiled bitterly and thought to himself, I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect that one day I would have to compete with these people for the position of the new disciples of the Talisman Sect. If this were to spread to the ears of those great sects, I'm afraid they wouldn't believe it. What's wrong? Su Ziqing, who had been paying attention to Lin Ray, saw the bitter smile on Lin Ray's face and asked curiously, Nothing. Lin Ray was speechless when he saw Su Ziqing's puzzled look. Lin Ray felt that getting to know Su Ziqing was the worst thing that had happened in his life. Sigh, damn. Lin Ray, you really made me look for you. Suddenly, A hand reached out from behind and grabbed Lin Ray's neck. Coupled with his loud voice, Lin Ray was startled when he wasn't paying attention. Lin Ray was very familiar with this voice. It was a nightmare that haunted him during this period of time. Who else could it be other than Lu Yuanqi? Turning around, Linley looked at the youth who had his hand around his neck. He felt a wave of helplessness. In this short period of time, he had actually encountered two weirdos. At this moment, Linley began to wonder if he had offended someone, for these two fellows to be so aggressive towards him. Can you pull your arm away from my neck first? You're strangling me, Lin Ray said. Of course, this was just an act. With Lu Yuanqi's cultivation, he shouldn't be able to strangle Lin Ray to death. Although Lin Ray was pretending, Lu Yuanqi was serious. The moment he saw Lin Ray's face turn red, he felt guilty and immediately let go of Lin Ray. He stood aside and smiled awkwardly. I didn't do it on purpose. I was just excited to see you. So I couldn't control my strength. Lu Yuanqi's guilty expression disappeared in the next moment. He waved his hand indifferently and said, "Besides, you won't blame me, right? Because of our relationship." At first, Linley felt a little guilty when he saw Lu Yuanqi's guilt. But at this moment, Linley knew that Lu Yuanqi's shamelessness had reached an unimaginable level. It was beyond his imagination. Regarding this, Linley felt extremely helpless. Since when had anyone dared to treat him like this? Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from the side. Linley's face instantly fell. Turning his head, he saw Su Ziqing looking at Linley with her hands on her stomach. She couldn't hide the smile on her face. Bastard! Looking at the two of them, Lin Ray's anger was ignited. He raised his hand and was about to teach Lu Yuanqi a lesson. However, just as Linley was about to raise his hand, a voice rang out. Upon hearing this voice, Linley's arm froze in midair, and he didn't continue. Cultivation. Everyone, please be quiet. I'm the Sect's deacon, Lu Ha. I'm here to receive all of you. When the voice was heard, everyone, including those who were fooling around, talking and cultivating, opened their eyes and looked in the direction of the voice. At this moment, a middle-aged man in green robes stood in the air and looked down at the crowd. There was no disdain in his eyes. Instead, they were filled with gentleness and peace. Everyone, I'm really sorry about today. The sky is dark now, and the Sect doesn't have any extra rooms for so many people to stay in. Therefore, the Sect leader has decided that everyone will stay here for the time being. After resting and recuperating, tomorrow is the time to participate in the disciple recruitment. What do you think about your cultivation? He did not force Linley, nor did he act overbearing. He did not act as though he was a disciple of the Talisman Grandmaster, and he was amazing. Linley had a good impression of him. There were not many people like him in the cultivation world. Of course, Linley's thoughts were the same as everyone else's. Thus, someone quickly came to a decision regarding this matter. I agree with the Sect leader's decision. All of us agree with the Sect leader's decision. All of us agree with the Sect leader's decision. Let's recuperate today. If there was a first, there would be a second. At this moment, there was a perverted person who agreed with the suggestion one after another. Lu Ha, who was standing in the air, was very grateful. When Lu Ha first received the task, he thought that it would be very difficult to complete it. After all, there were more than 10,000 people. However, it seemed like it was going smoothly. All right, in that case, thank you for giving me face. Lu Ha cupped his fists and thanked the crowd. Deacon Lu, you are too courteous. The crowd returned the greeting politely. In order to blend in, Lin Ray lowered his head and bowed. However, among the 10,000 people, there was only one person who did not bow. Instead, he looked at Lu Ha with a smile. This person was none other than Lu Yuanqi, who was standing beside Lin Ray. What are you doing? Hurry up and bow. At this moment, Lin Ray noticed Lu Yuanqi's expression and teased him. Of course, although Lin Ray said that, he was very happy in his heart. He even prayed, hurry up and catch him. Hurry up and take him away. If you take him away, my ears will be completely relaxed. However, Lu Yuanqi did not seem to hear Lin Rei's words. Instead, he continued to look at Lu He with a smile on his face, as though they had been good friends for many years. However, Lu He, who was in the air, naturally noticed Lu Yuanqi, who did not bow. When he looked at Lu He, the smile on his face grew wider. In a flash, he disappeared in the air. In the next moment, he was beside Lu Yuanqi. When Lu He saw Lu Yuanqi's expression, he was full of smiles and sighed. He reached out his hand and stroked Lu Yuanqi's hair. He said dotingly, "Xiao Qi, why are you here? Didn't grandfather forbid you from coming and asked you to stay at home and learn the family's cultivation method? If the old master knows about this, he will lock you up and make you reflect on your mistakes." What's going on? At this moment, after hearing Lu He's words and Lu He's actions, Lin Rei felt that this matter was not what he thought it was. As expected, in the next moment, Lu Yuanqi said, "Oh, uncle, please forgive me. You know that I have always wanted to come out and play, but the old master forced me to stay at home and said that talisman Taoism was a small Tao. I was not convinced, so I came here to try and prove that the old master was wrong." Lu Yuanqi said with an unyielding expression. This scene made Lin Rei stunned. It was as if Lu Yuanqi was the real Lu Yuanqi at this moment. Uncle, don't secretly tell the old master this news, okay? If I find out about it, I'll mess things up. You should know how destructive I can be. Don't mess things up when the time comes. Don't. At that moment, Lu He's neck shrunk back as he replied with a terrified expression. "Good nephew, I won't tell the old man, okay? Don't do anything rash. This isn't the Lu family. If you cause trouble here, no one will be able to protect you. Even if you beg me, I won't be able to do anything. You have to understand that." Okay, maybe I'm thinking too much. Seeing this scene, Lin Rei immediately decided to re-examine Lu Yuanqi. At this moment, Lin Rei could not help but think of this sentence. A leopard can't change its spots. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit, and a pig can't change its humph. Good that you know. Seeing that his uncle was going along with him, cooperating with him, Lu Yuanqi glanced at Lin Rei and said, "Uncle, this is the new friend I made today, Lin Rei. Lin Rei, this is my..." "Okay, uncle." Before Lu Yuanqi could finish, Lin Rei said, "I am Lin Rei. Greetings, Deacon Lu." Lin Rei? Looking at Lin Rei, Lu He's pupils shrank. He sized up Lin Rei and then smiled. "Hello, friend. Have fun with my little Chi in the future." Damn, you want to trick me when you just met me? As a former Sect leader, Lin Rei knew what Lu He was thinking. Of course, Lin Rei could not sit still and wait for his death. "Yes, I know that, but..." Lin Rei chuckled. He suddenly realized that his voice was full of conspiracy. "Look, you just met Lu Yuanqi. You should bring him back and have a good chat with him." Furthermore, as he spoke, he was afraid that Lu He would not agree. He immediately opened his mouth and pressed on. "Look, there's so many people here. There's so many eyes. You also know your nephew's ability. You have to keep an eye on him. If anything happens to him, won't your grandfather kill you?" When Lin Rei mentioned Lu Yuanqi's ability, he inadvertently emphasized it. Hearing this, Lu He was about to say something else, but then he realized that Lin Li's words were absolutely correct. There are so many people here, including people from the various major clans and sections. He also believed in his nephew's destructive power and ability to cause trouble. Regarding this, Lu He hesitated, wavered. Go back with your uncle first. You will participate in the preliminaries tomorrow. See you when you enter the Talisman Grandmaster." He did not wait for Lu Yuanqi or Lu He's agreement. He pulled Su Ziqing into the crowd and disappeared into the sea of people. The uncle and nephew of the Lu family were left behind. They stood there in a daze, staring in the direction Lin Li had left. Their hearts were in a daze. Damn, this half a minute later, Lu He seemed to have figured something out. He turned to look at his nephew, Lu Yuanqi, and was speechless. "Sigh, looks like I have to bring this little devil with me again," Lu He thought to himself. Chapter 851. Thinking of this, Lu He sighed and turned his head. He saw Lu Yuanqi looking at him with expectant eyes. Let's go. We'll make do with my place today. We'll prepare for the competition tomorrow morning. This time, you have to be careful. Most of the people here are disciples of sects and clans. It's best to be careful. If anything happens to you here, I'm afraid. Old Master will tear me apart. Hee, don't worry. Looking at the worried Lu Yuanqi smiled and patted his chest. Who am I? I'm your nephew, the genius young master of the Lu clan. Don't worry, I'll definitely get you first place tomorrow. When he saw his nephew exaggerating like this, Lu was speechless for a moment. After that, he didn't say anything and turned around to leave. Follow him. There are formations set up by runes everywhere. Plus, it's dark. If I make a mistake, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lu took the first step. Suddenly, he stopped and shouted at Lu Yuanqi, who was behind him. Then, he continued forward. Got it. Looking at his uncle leaving, Lu Yuanqi rolled his eyes and glanced at the direction Linli left. Then, he retracted his gaze and chased after his uncle with his cultivation. However, at this moment, Lin Rei, who had left early, was not far away from Lu Yuanqi. Seeing that Lu Yuanqi had left, he suddenly felt relieved and smiled. Humph, you little bastard, you finally left. If you didn't leave, my ears would be hurt. Lin Rei was very excited about Lu Yuanqi's departure. How could he not be happy that the little fly that had been following him had finally left? However, although one person had left, there was still a follower. Lin Rei really didn't know what to do with him. Hee, it seems that you're very happy that Lu Yuanqi left. At this moment, Su Ziqing saw how relaxed Lin Rei was and asked curiously, if that's the case, would you be happier if I told you that I left as well? Lin Rei hadn't recovered from the excitement of Lu Yuanqi's departure. Therefore, after hearing Su Ziqing's words, he spoke decisively without hesitation. Of course, it's better if all of you leave. That way, you'll be free, and your ears will be clean. As he spoke, Lin Rei sensed that something was wrong. In the end, his voice grew weaker and weaker until it completely disappeared. However, when the voice finally disappeared, Lin Rei spat out his thoughts. You bastard. Hearing Lin Rei's words, Su Ziqing's expression darkened. He pointed at Lin Rei and cursed. Then he stomped his foot and left angrily. This stomp, what the hell is that? Su Ziqing's action stunned Lin Rei. A man stomping his foot like a girl when he was anxious. This character, this style, Lin Rei might be a little bit, of course, he came to himself in a flash. After all, this matter didn't affect him at all. Anyway, he wouldn't have much interaction with Su Ziqing in the future. Thinking of this, he watched Su Ziqing's figure disappear completely. He smiled and shook his head. Then, he turned and walked in the opposite direction of Su Ziqing. This was exactly what Lin Rei wanted to happen and the result he wanted. Now that the two weirdos had disappeared, Lin Rei's world suddenly became clear. Phew, it's finally completely peaceful. As he spoke, he used his consciousness to check the appearance of the people around him as he walked. Lin Rei didn't care much about the people around him. Most of them were divine masters or divine emperors. Of course, there were divine emperors as well. As for divine emperors, there were only a few of them. After all, if a clan or an emperor clan had divine emperors, it meant that the clan or emperor clan was very powerful. Since that was the case, why would they participate in the recruitment of the Talisman Grandmaster? Of course, there would also be a small group of people who would go back to eat. Some of them were rogue cultivators. After all, the Talisman Grandmaster was one of the 7 sects and had a strong foundation. If they could cultivate in such a paradise, their cultivation speed would increase greatly. Looking at the cultivation levels of the people around him, Lin Li could only shake his head the entire time. Sigh, looks like there's no face here. Most of the cultivation is like this. There's no surprise at all. Lin Rei's eyes were filled with disdain. And then, just as Lin Li was thinking this, the divine sense he sent out confirmed that it had landed on a certain person. It was a young man in a white long robe. His body was straight like a sharp sword, and he gave off a sharp feeling. Not bad, born with sword bones and the blood flowing in his body, is extraordinary. Moreover, his cultivation is at the divine emperor realm. This person, TSK, not bad. However, just as Lin Ray's gaze fell on the young man in white, the young man seemed to have sensed something. He turned his head and fixed his gaze on Lin Ray. At that moment, their eyes met. At that moment, when the young man in white saw Lin Ray, his body trembled and his heart skipped a beat. What's going on? Why does this person give me such a feeling? Even my teacher can't do that. As he thought about it, he used his consciousness to check on Lin Ray. What? True God realm? How is that possible? At this moment, after a few breaths of time had passed, the white-robed youth was completely stupefied. He stared blankly at Linley, a look of confusion on his face. A true God realm cultivator could make him, a divine emperor realm expert, tremble with just a glance. It was impossible anywhere else. However, it really happened here, and it happened to him. It was a great blow to him. Oh, interesting. Seeing the look in the white-robed youth's eyes, Linley was startled. Revealing an amused smile, he strode towards the white-robed youth. At the same time, when a young man in white saw Lin Ray's action, he couldn't help but move towards Lin Ray. The young man looked helpless. What's your name? Where did you learn from? From what I can see, your bones are clear and distinct, and you have the appearance of a cultivator. Thus, at this moment, Linley suddenly spoke out. Although it was a bit abrupt, the youth still responded. Looking at the young man, Linley couldn't help but laugh and tease him, an amused smile on his face. You? Hearing those words, the young man was stunned. His expression darkened, and he was about to make a move. However, at the instant he made his move, the gaze from before suddenly appeared. In an instant, the young man who was originally full of vigor was like a deflated balloon. His earlier vigor was gone. At this moment, the young man was angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. Although he could sense Lin Ray's cultivation, he felt that Lin Ray was not simple. He stopped and forced a smile on his face. He asked, I'm Jian Feng, genuine dragon god's disciple. May I know who you are? Jian Feng? Hearing the young man's words, Lin Ray was puzzled. It was a good name, but the name genuine dragon god did not have any influence on this person at all. He must be a great person. However, he must be an extraordinary person. After all, his disciple had a proud and unyielding character, and his sword bones were sharp. If he wasn't a capable person, he wouldn't have been able to teach Jian Feng such powerful sword skills, let alone nurture him to such an extraordinary level. I'm Lin Ray. As for my master, I should be referring to myself. I'm just a rogue cultivator. Before brother Jian Feng died, I'm not even worth mentioning. Jian Feng regained his senses and looked at Jian Feng. Lin Ray. Hearing Linley's self-introduction, Jian Feng frowned for a moment before regaining his composure. What are you talking about, fellow Taoist? I'm not any better. Master is always alone. Even now, I haven't seen him in 100 years. Lin Ray shrugged and glanced at Jian Feng. Finally, his eyes fell on the long sword in Jian Feng's hand. TSK. Not bad. This sword looks extraordinary. The sword chi on it is so strong that it makes one's hair stand on end. It's a good sword. Hearing these words, Jian Feng instantly tightened his grip on his longsword. His eyes were filled with caution as he stared at Linley, his expression extremely guarded. As a sword cultivator, the sword in his hand was equivalent to his life. No one could touch it. Whoever touched it would die. However, looking at Lin Ray, Jian Feng had an illusion that he was not a match for him. Moreover, it was to the extent of being beaten up. Jian Feng's illusion was very accurate. Indeed, Lin Ray could suppress Jian Feng with just a lift of his hand. Not only in terms of cultivation realm, but also in terms of sword Dao. Rumble. Suddenly, just as Lin Ray's eyes fell on the long sword in Jian Feng's hand and his eyes were filled with admiration, a loud explosion pulled Lin Ray back to reality. A ray of golden light shot up to the sky from the depths of the Talisman Sect. Waves of powerful energy fluctuations spread out in all directions with the golden light as the center. At the same time, The spiritual energy within 100,000 feet radius seemed to have a consciousness of its own. All of them rushed towards the direction where the golden light had appeared. This scene attracted everyone's attention. Generally speaking, there were a few explanations for this energy. First, of course, it's the birth of a heavenly treasure. Second, it's the appearance of an ancient relic or an ancient tomb. This can also cause a strange sound. Third, this third one is very normal. When someone breaks through to the sage state or a powerful realm, a series of strange sound will appear. Of course, the crowd was still unaware of the above three situations. No one knew what had appeared that could cause such a powerful strange sound. Heavenly treasure. It must be a heavenly treasure. Yes, it must be. Looks like we didn't come here in vain. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Yes, as the saying goes, the heavenly treasure will belong to the fated one. This is the will of the heavens. At this moment, the crowd was discussing. Lin Ray smiled. At this moment, if Xiefeng was here and saw Lin Ray smile, she would know that Lin Ray was coveting something. Sigh. It looks like we can't suppress that thing anymore. Yes. After all, it's not a divine weapon. Moreover, it's a natural spiritual treasure of a higher realm. It has been cultivating since the ancient times, and it has already cultivated a consciousness. If we want to suppress it, the ancestor who founded the sect has to be reborn. Otherwise, sigh, natural spiritual treasure. If this thing is controlled by the sect, won't it be just around the corner for me to break through to the honorable level rune master? I might even be able to prove my way with runes. Who knows? As they spoke, the crowd could not help but feel that it was a pity. An old man spoke when he saw everyone's regretful expressions. All right, let's stop talking. Let's do our best to suppress it. At the same time, send someone to inform the tens of thousands of new disciples in front of the sect. Tell them that the golden light that is being emitted is the result of a natural treasure dyeing their hair. Now, the sect has decided to set this as the first test. Whoever is able to walk within 100 meters of the golden light will pass. If he is able to walk within 50 meters of the golden light, he will not need to participate in the later part of the competition. If someone is able to walk within 10 meters of the golden light, then his treatment will be doubled. Not only will he not have to participate in the competition, his status will be raised again and he will immediately become a core disciple of the sect. Change the second test as well. Since the first test is related to that thing, then the second test should be related to that thing as well. The top 20 can enter and subdue it. The heavenly treasure will belong to the fated one. So this matter is decided. Go and notify them. The old man instructed. Yes, I will take care of it now. At this moment, a middle-aged man nodded and acknowledged the old man's words. Since that's the case, let's leave and try our best to suppress that thing so that we can last a little longer in this competition. This can be considered as benefiting the sect and making a contribution to the sect. As he spoke, he ignored the middle-aged man. A few other white-haired old men looked at each other and nodded with a smile. Then, their figures flashed and instantly disappeared from the spot. Sigh, this kind of thing always happens when the sect is recruiting disciples. It looks like the recruitment this time won't be as smooth as before. Sigh, he thought to himself. Then, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Then, he turned around and rushed out. How about it? Do you want to give it a try? I can feel that the thing that is emitting the golden light is of a very high level. Furthermore, I can feel that this thing might be able to train one's mental strength. If you can obtain it, then you won't be far from breaking through to the martial sage level. In front of the mountain gate, Lin Ray, who was standing among the crowd, looked at the golden light with a fiery expression. However, just as Lin Ray was feeling excited, a voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Lin Ray's body couldn't help but tremble. His face was filled with joy. Little dragon, it's you're awake? That's right, the system's weapon spirit, Little Dragon. With the help of the system and Lin Ray, the little dragon had finally woken up. I'm awake. Seeing Lin Ray's excited expression, the little dragon's heart warmed. However, he quickly regained his serious expression. This was not the time for them to be reunited. think of a way to obtain this thing. It's very important to you. Chapter 852. Yes, I know. Lin Ray, who was still excited, had a serious look on his face. When the golden light appeared, his mental strength was instantly threatened. It was like a venomous snake waiting for an opportunity to strike. It stared at him with greed and desire. The thing in the golden light is not simple. It can make my mental strength feel threatened. You can imagine how powerful it is. Moreover, as he spoke, he smiled and continued, moreover, even if you didn't tell me, do you think I wouldn't go and check it out? You should know that fortune comes from danger. Hee hee, brat. After not seeing you for so long, I didn't expect you to still have this bad habit. However, I like it. Ha ha. At this moment, the two of them looked at each other and laughed. Their laughter was so loud that the surrounding crowd looked at Lin Ray in confusion. Who is this person? Why is he so presumptuous in public? Yes. Who is this person? Could he be a fool? Yes, I agree. This person might be an idiot. Moreover, his cultivation base is so low. He is only at the true God realm. Yet he dared to participate in the Talisman Grandmaster's recruitment with such a low cultivation base. Moreover, he even passed the ancient mountain path. Of course, there was also sympathy when there was contempt. Some people despised Lin Ray, but there was also a group of people who pitted Lin Ray. Sigh, what a pity. His brain is damaged at such a young age. Otherwise, with his looks, he might be able to achieve great things. Yes. However, I don't believe that he is only at the true God realm since he was able to pass the ancient mountain path. Yes, I agree. Let's see. Perhaps this person will be able to show off his skills this time? Let's see. Everything is unknown. Lin Ray felt that the surrounding people's comments, disdain, contempt, doubt, pity, and sympathy were all jokes. Moreover, Lin Ray could not hear the discussions of the surrounding people. At this moment, Lin Ray was still immersed in the fact that the little dragon had woken up. He was unable to extricate himself. Are you all right? A weak voice entered Lin Ray's ears. Suddenly, Lin Ray paused. His smile disappeared, and he looked down. At this moment, Jian Feng was looking at him with confusion and confusion. His expression was extremely interesting. You haven't? Lin Ray had assumed that Jian Feng would choose to leave, but who would have thought? No, how could I leave without greeting you, fellow Taoist? Also, as he spoke, his gaze turned to the golden light in the distance. His expression became serious as he said, that thing should have appeared. So, I would like to ask fellow Taoists to be my partner. If you can obtain that thing, that would be the best. What? That thing? What is it? Although he knew where Jian Feng was pointing, he did not understand what the thing he was talking about was. Moreover, the most important thing was that he wanted that thing. After all, it was something that the little dragon wanted. As for forming a team, Lin Ray had not thought about it. After all, with his strength, Lin Ray was confident that he did not need Jian Feng. Hearing Lin Ray's question, Jian Feng was stunned. Then he froze on the spot. His expression was full of hesitation and solemnity. It seemed that he was making a difficult decision. Well, you don't have to say it. In any case, I probably won't be able to come into contact with that thing. After all, with my level of cultivation, I probably won't be able to obtain it. Since he was putting on an act, he had to go all the way. After he finished speaking, his face was filled with disappointment. Linley's performance was more realistic than real gold. No, I will tell you, but you have to promise me that you will not let a third person know. Otherwise, you will be hunted down. At this moment, as if he had made a decision, the hesitation in his eyes turned into determination. All right, tell me. With a smile, he waved his hand, and 2 chairs appeared in front of him. In response, Lin Ray gestured for Jian Feng to take a seat. Then, he sat down and looked at Jian Feng seriously. Sigh. Jian Feng sighed as he looked at Lin Ray. Then he sat down. After hesitating for a while, he spoke. Jian Feng spoke. Actually, I am not from the Talisman Grandmaster. I believe you can tell that I am a sword cultivator. Therefore, it is impossible for me to change my mind. However, a few years ago, something happened. As he spoke, Jianfeng looked ahead and was stunned for a long time. It was as if he had entered a deep memory. I remember it very clearly. A few years ago, my master suddenly came to me and told me that a very powerful, innate spiritual treasure would appear in the Talisman Grandmaster. This item is known to all cultivators. It is an item left behind from the primordial era. I heard that this item can train a cultivator's mental strength. The user could quickly become a talisman master, an alchemist, a weapon refiner, and a formation master. Moreover, the final requirement was for this item to be in the shape of a pen. This was the most difficult thing for a talisman master. Of course, there were pros and cons. Although this thing was very good for cultivators in all aspects, the only downside was its power. Its power was beyond one's imagination. Even divine venerables couldn't subdue it and could only suppress it. This was something that only several divine venerables working together could do. Oh! Upon hearing Jianfeng's words, Lin Rei's face was filled with anticipation. Most of what Jianfeng said was what the little dragon had told him. However, Lin Rei had never heard of innate spiritual treasure. Moreover, it was in the shape of a pen. Of course, Lin Li wasn't interested in these things, especially when he heard about connate spiritual treasures. Lin Li raised his eyebrows and his eyes flashed. He seemed to be itching for action. Yes, that's right. However, even though divine venerables can't make it recognize me as its master, for some reason, my master gave me a method to subdue it. So, this time, I'll need that fellow cultivator to help me. If I really get the item, I'll be able to get all kinds of treasures and cultivation methods. Even my master will take you in as his disciple. Jianfeng's face was filled with admiration as he spoke. Stars could be seen in his eyes. Your master? Looking at Jianfeng's expression, Lin Rei was stunned. He began to search for this person in his mind. No matter what, Lin Rei could not figure out why a divine emperor disciple would come to subdue an innate spiritual treasure. However, although he was puzzled, he kept a smile on his face and no one noticed anything wrong. Yes, my master. Don't worry. My master also said that this innate spiritual treasure is called the Immortal Banishing Brush. It was left behind by the Kunpeng people in the Untainted Land as if to suppress something. However, as time went by, my master could not remember some things. However, he remembered the secret method to subdue the Immortal Banishing Brush. At the same time, he also knew that the brush would appear during this period of time. So you came. You came to subdue the banished immortal brush, but you were afraid that while you were subduing it, you would be ambushed by other geniuses of the same generation. Thus, you wanted to rope in allies and offered extremely generous conditions so generous that no one could refuse them, right? Before Jianfeng could finish, Lin Li spoke out. Yes, you were right. Jianfeng did not deny it. Lin Rei was right. Jianfeng also found it hard to believe. He did not expect Lin Rei to be so thorough in such a short period of time. Lin Rei was so thorough. Alas! After a sigh, Lin Rei shook his head slightly and said, Your plan is really good. However, I'm sorry. I don't intend to accept your invitation. Not for anything else. Then he looked at the golden light and was amazed. He could not help but take a step forward. Are you also? Seeing Lin Rei's action, Jianfeng was stunned. Then he guessed. Oh yes, you're right. He didn't deny it, for no other reason than because, in his eyes, Jianfeng had never been of any importance to him. At this moment, Jianfeng did not say anything. On the contrary, his original anticipation instantly disappeared and was replaced with vigilance. He looked at Lin Rei cautiously and stepped back step by step. Let me give you a piece of advice. I want that thing. So, back off. That way, you still have a chance to live. Otherwise, cultivation is heartless, and so is the great way. After saying that, Jianfeng did not have the chance to speak. He turned around and walked toward the place where no one knew him. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air rang in everyone's hearts. At this moment, Lin Rei, who was walking, stopped. He turned around and looked at the place where the Heart of the Sky Destroyer appeared. He saw a middle-aged man who was not dressed extravagantly, but gave off an unfathomable feeling. An early ultimate god. He is either an elder or sovereign. It seems like the Talisman Sect is quite powerful. After saying that, Lin Ray was slightly happy. He did not leave, but waited at the same place. He waited for the early ultimate god middle-aged man to appear. Similarly, after Lin Ray discovered the middle-aged man, other people also discovered him one after another. In the end, when the middle-aged man completely appeared in front of everyone, the crowd finally came back to their senses. He stood in the air like Lu Ha. However, there was one thing that was different from Lu He's eyes. Lu He's eyes were filled with peace and tranquility. However, the middle-aged man's eyes were filled with disdain, contempt, and disdain. Seeing the middle-aged man's reaction, Lin Ray was stunned. His face turned gloomy, and his heart was filled with displeasure. F***CK. If it wasn't for the fact that I have something important to deal with, I would have killed you with a slap. Do you think you have a right to look down on me? Of course, that was only his imagination. His rationality was not swallowed by his displeasure. Therefore, no matter how displeased he was, his expression remained the same. At the same time, the surrounding people also had the same feelings as Lin Ray. They were filled with displeasure toward the middle-aged man. However, the ladies thought about it and did not show it. After all, they were at a higher rank, and it was not good for them to make things awkward. This Xuanfeng is the Talisman Sect's sovereign. It is our Talisman Sect's honor to have his cultivation returned to our sect. Therefore, she is the only one who said the polite words. Next, I will introduce the rules and events of the competition to everyone. After saying that, Xuanfeng's voice became louder. It even contained a trace of his early ultimate God Source energy. He was curious, as if he was afraid the crowd would not be able to hear him. I believe everyone has already seen that a heavenly treasure has appeared in our sect. Therefore, it is considered an imparting of scriptures. The original entrance examination has been cancelled and replaced with another one. After saying that, Xuanfeng pointed at the golden pillar behind the heavenly treasure and said, "That is the main point of the sect's entrance examination. The first stage is also the golden pillar." After saying that, Xuanfeng repeated the words the old man had said to him without missing a single word. The first stage is the great chaotic battle. Whoever is able to walk within 100 meters of the golden pillar will pass. If he is able to walk within 50 meters of the golden pillar, he will not need to participate in the later stages of the competition. He will directly advance and become a member of the Talisman Sect. Of course, if someone is able to walk within 10 meters of the golden pillar, his treatment will be doubled. Not only will he not need to participate in the competition, his status will also rise again, and he will immediately become a core disciple of the sect. What? Such a good thing? At that moment, after hearing that the rewards for the first stage were all like that, everyone present had an expression of disbelief. After all, in their opinion, the same sect competition would be very easy. However, they had underestimated the strength of the golden pillar and overestimated their own strength. Of course, seeing everyone's excited and emotional appearance, Xuanfeng's expression couldn't help but become cold. He continued, "Of course, there will be casualties in the great chaotic battle. On the way to the golden pillar, I have specially set up an ancient battlefield. It can hold so many people inside. Of course, life and death are determined by fate. This time, whoever is able to come out will be the strongest." Hiss! At that moment, everyone couldn't help but sigh. They didn't expect the first stage of the examination to be so exposed. When they thought of their children, they felt a headache in their hearts. There were even some people who started to feel sorry for their children as they wondered if they would be bullied. In the second stage of the taming battle, the top 20 can enter and subdue them. The heavenly treasure will be obtained by those who are fated. There is no need to force it. The third stage is even simpler. After obtaining the heavenly treasure, you will be on the stage and be attacked by the top 20 cultivators one after another. You can fight back as long as you have the ability to. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. How is this a test? This was clearly a battle between a human and a demonic beast. How can it be like this? You can't. I don't want to cultivate anymore. Let's go. Son, let's go home. Yeah, let's go home. After all, this isn't a place where we can stay. Let's just leave. Otherwise, we'll lose our lives. Yeah, son, let's leave quickly. If there was a first, there would be a second. At that moment, everyone was hesitant. Facing such a cruel rule, everyone was shocked. In the past, everyone understood that the Talisman Sect was different this time. Moreover, the person on the Sect Master's position had also changed. Everyone didn't understand why. At that moment, what they cared about the most was their son's safety. Chapter 853. Xuanfeng naturally heard the endless discussions below, but he did not stop them. Instead, a look of disdain appeared on his face. This was because in his eyes, these people merely wanted to rely on his Talisman Sect to become the power behind their sects and clans. Xuanfeng naturally did not respect this. Instead, he became even more unscrupulous because of this. Initially, he knew how to restrain himself, but later on, he could no longer control himself and simply did not care anymore. Hey, little thing, wait until I become the master of the Talisman Sect. See how I'll play with you. Now, I'll let you enjoy your last days here. It would be a lie to say that the crowd was not angry when they saw Xuanfeng's actions and his expression. Of course, they cannot go out now. Lin Rei was also very helpless about this. The mission issued by the system did not allow him to use other forces. He had to become the master of the Talisman Sect by himself and could not rely too much on his martial strength. This made Lin Rei feel very helpless. There was no other way. Time passed by slowly. The discussions gradually came to an end, and the place gradually quieted down. Lin Rei was happy to hear this. He finally did not have to listen to some people's chatter. After a while, the place finally became completely quiet. At the moment when the place became quiet, a ray of morning light appeared and illuminated the boundless divine region of the God world. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sky was bright, and the sound of birds lingered in their ears, coupled with the dense fragrance of flowers on the mountain. When they sensed this at this moment, their spirits were lifted and a relaxed smile appeared on their faces. Lin Rei's originally relaxed heart became even more relaxed at this moment. Some of the hidden troubles in his heart were completely thrown to the back of his mind at this moment. However, when Lin Rei felt that his body was completely in the air and his heart was at peace, a strange feeling spread throughout his body like an electric current. Lin Rei was stunned by this. What's going on? Why do I feel that my state of mind and cultivation have improved a lot at this moment? Moreover, I can even feel the barrier to the late stage of the Supreme God Realm. Although it's just a little, his expression was filled with disbelief, and this feeling came all of a sudden, without any warning at all. Alas, a sudden sigh entered Lin Rei's ears. Lin Rei froze on the spot with a blank expression on his face. His mind jolted as he entered the system. At this moment, the little dragon was standing in the distance in a space within the system, looking at Lin Rei with a guilty expression. You don't have to make a fuss. It's normal for you to break through your realm and cultivation. Hearing this, Lin Rei looked over with a puzzled expression. He didn't quite understand the little dragon's words. Seeing Lin Rei's confusion, the little dragon explained, "You've killed far too many people ever since you started cultivating. When you kill people, you'll generate killing intent. After such a long time, the killing intent in your body has condensed to an extremely terrifying level. However, it's also because you haven't properly restrained and refined this killing intent that it's been extremely difficult for you to break through to your current level of cultivation. As a result, your current breakthrough is much slower than others." What? Then what do I do? Hearing the little dragon's explanation, Lin Rei's expression darkened. He didn't expect this to be the reason. At this moment, Lin Rei seemed to understand a little why he needed to break through to the next level of cultivation. Now it seemed that it was because he had unintentionally cast aside all burdens temporarily. There's a way. The little dragon answered all of Lin Rei's questions. Just like you did just now, enter a state that ordinary people can't be any more ordinary. Let yourself completely empty and throw away all burdens first. I believe that in this state, it won't take long for the killing intent to be refined and restrained. When that time comes, the breakthrough will naturally come naturally. Really? Hearing this, Linley was puzzled. He asked, Yes, really? In disbelief, the little dragon nodded solemnly. All right. He didn't refute. He believed the little dragon's words. After all, the little dragon had saved him many times. The two of them were like teacher, friend, and family. I understand. When this matter is over, I'll deal with the killing intent in my body. When that time comes, I should be able to live a peaceful and peaceful life. In an instant, the originally bitter face revealed a trace of a smile. That's right. Why do you have to work so hard every day? Right. Looking at the little dragon, Lin Ray rolled his eyes. As the saying goes, if you don't manage the household, you won't know the cost of daily necessities. At this moment, Lin Ray felt that this sentence was very accurate. All right, hurry up and leave. The first competition outside seems to be starting soon. When that time comes, do your best to obtain that banished immortal brush. Yes, understood. Saying that, he waved his hand at the little dragon and left the space. However, the moment he left, Xuanfeng's voice filled with disdain and coldness entered his ears. All right, since the sky is already bright, let's begin. What? We're starting right now? Yeah. How are we supposed to start? At this moment, everyone was stunned when they heard Xuanfeng, and then they swept the surroundings with their gazes before their faces instantly darkened, and they started to refute. Starting from here, do you see where the golden light is? All of you decide the path yourselves. So long as you arrive before the golden light, then all of you can become disciples of the sect according to the rules of the Grand Tao. As he spoke, a strange smile appeared on Xuanfeng's face. Of course, it's a chaotic battle, so it's naturally not so easy to pass through. On your path, there will be your future senior brothers and senior sisters that will spar with all of you. The victor of the spar can pass through, and as for the loser, I don't have that, and I'll do my best. Oh, I forgot to tell all of you that all of you can obstruct each other earlier. In this chaotic battle, life and death don't matter. Bang! Everyone present was stunned by his explanation. These rules were too cruel, and life and death didn't matter. Moreover, there were even disciples of the Talisman Sect setting up ambushes along the way. This caused some of them to feel a wave of displeasure and worry in their hearts. Of course, if you're afraid now, then all of you can withdraw. If you're not afraid, then let's begin. The time limit is 1 day, and the end will be at sunset. Those who don't arrive before sunset will automatically forfeit. As he spoke, Xuanfeng looked at the furious expressions and faces of the people below and sneered. Now, let's begin. I believe that some of you will be able to become disciples of my Talisman Sect. Swoosh, after he finished speaking, he didn't wait for anyone to refute or reply before he turned around and transformed into a ray of light that instantly disappeared on the spot and charged towards the depths of the Talisman Sect. Fuck! He's leaving just like that? Everyone was stunned as they watched Xuanfeng's figure disappear into the distance, and then they started to complain to Xuanfeng without hiding anything. Alas, all right, stop complaining. Since it's already like this, what else can we do? Don't participate? Then what's the point of coming here? Yeah, I don't believe that the disciples of the Talisman Sect are that amazing. At any rate, I'm the son of a city's governor. I don't believe that the disciples of the Talisman Sect are that amazing. Oomph. All right, since that's the case, then let's swoosh. A black figure instantly flashed past, and everyone reacted. When they looked over, they saw a white-clothed young man holding a 3-foot-long cold sword in his hand. His eyebrows were dashing like swords, and his expression was cold. His speed was as fast as lightning as he charged towards the golden light. Fuck, who is that? Everyone was shocked when the young man left, and their originally calm hearts began to stir. However, among the crowd, perhaps only Lin Ray knew who the person who had just left was. Lin Ray frowned as he looked in the direction the young man left, and an interesting smile appeared on his face. It seems like I have to be a little more serious. I didn't expect that kid's footwork to be so powerful. Thinking of this, he smiled and shook his head. He ignored the crowd and lifted his foot. Every step he took covered 100 meters, and he instantly disappeared before everyone's eyes. Although Lin Ray had suppressed his speed to the minimum, it was still not something that the crowd could compare with. Although Lin Ray had not used his cultivation at that moment, Lin Ray's physical body alone was comparable to a peak ultimate god or even a half-saint expert. Even if Lin Ray had suppressed his physical body, the crowd still could not compare with his half-saint physical body. Lin Ray left quietly. No one knew how Lin Ray left, and no one saw Lin Ray's figure clearly. When the crowd saw the white-clothed young man leave, they could no longer wait and began to move. Although they knew that there was a bottom line in front of them, when they thought of the natural treasures in the golden light, their originally worried hearts were extinguished by their desire. Damn it, let's go. After all, we are here to enter the Talisman Grandmaster. Now that we are here, how can we retreat in the face of difficulties? All right, haha. Since that's the case, why don't we travel together? At this point, we can even help each other. Who knows? Our chances of entering the Talisman Grandmaster will be much higher. Coincidentally, this is what we are thinking. The thoughts of these few people were understood by the surrounding crowd. At that moment, the crowd began to move and form alliances. There were groups of 2 people, 10 people, and even 20 people. There was no upper limit. Time passed by very quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Everyone was preparing to form an alliance. After that, they moved and rushed towards the depths of the Talisman Grandmaster. It seems that there will be quite a number of disciples recruited this time. Furthermore, I saw a girl just now. Her cultivation is at the late stage God Emperor realm. It seems this time, TSK, that's right. But why do I keep having a bad premonition in my heart? I feel that something is amiss. Who cares? Since we are already here, we should hurry up and explore. This way, when we leave or something happens, the sect will not fall into desolation due to a lack of talented disciples. That's right. At this moment, the 4 old men who were 10,000 meters above the sky watched as the groups of participants left. They felt excited in their hearts. All right, let's hurry up. I still want to see if I can find a suitable disciple. You old geezer. Fiske, I never expected that there would be such a beautiful scene within the Talisman Sect. Could it be a paradise? Within the Talisman Sect, there was a small mountain path. After leaving the Talisman Sect's entrance, Lin Ray walked at a moderate pace. However, after arriving at this place, the scenery attracted Lin Ray's attention. There are not many places that could attract his attention, but this place had attracted his attention. The mountains and rivers were connected, and there were flowers and grass. However, what attracted Lin Ray's attention was not these, but the small wooden house beside a stream. The scene and the existence of the small wooden house made Lin Ray's heart, which had been slightly stirred, calm down the moment he saw the scene in front of him. Is this the feeling? Lin Ray muttered to himself as he felt his cultivation slowly increasing. TSK. It seems that I have to end this matter quickly. Otherwise, I won't have much hope of breaking through to the Sage realm within 500 years. As he thought about it, his originally calm heart stirred again. His heart tightened, and he forced himself to walk out of that state of mind. A self-mocking smile appeared on his face. Then, he turned his head and no longer looked at it. He lifted his foot and was about to leave this place that had brought him peace and tranquility. However, things were often not as they seemed to be. Oh, is this the new disciple who came to the Talisman Sect to participate this time? TSK, I didn't expect you to only be at the True God realm. What a pity. A voice suddenly sounded. Lin Ray's body paused. His face was ice cold as he turned his head to look. At this moment, a young man wearing a red long robe was walking on the path ahead. There was a talisman character carved on his chest. When Lin Ray saw this, he instantly knew that this was the senior disciple that Sun Feng had mentioned. His purpose was to create trouble for the new disciples, and even to kill them. Are you trying to stop me? He didn't look at the Talisman Sect disciple. His gaze was fixed on the wooden house at the side of the lake, because in his eyes, the young man was far inferior to the wooden house. You. The young man was furious when he saw Lin Rei's actions. He never imagined that not only was there no respect in the words of a new disciple, Lin Rei didn't even look at him when he spoke. This caused the young man to feel embarrassed and furious. He never imagined that a new disciple would actually look down on him like this. However, a wave of annoyance surged into Lin Rei's heart when he saw the young man's actions. What exactly do you want? If you want to make a move, then please do so quickly. If you don't want to make a move, then quickly come over. Don't block my path. As the saying goes, a good dog doesn't block the path. Could it be that you have to speak so much nonsense every time you fight an enemy? Fuck. Who's the senior disciple and who's the new disciple? The Talisman Sect disciple was stunned when he heard Lin Rei, and his face turned pale. Why aren't you making a move? When he saw that the Talisman Sect disciple had no intention of making a move, Lin Rei was momentarily stunned. Soon after, he didn't want to wait any longer. All right, since you're not going to make a move, then I'll end it. What? The Talisman Sect disciple was stunned when he heard these words. While he still didn't know what was going on, a black figure flashed before his eyes. He felt a pain in his chest, and his entire body was involuntarily sent flying backwards. Everything happened so quickly that the Talisman Sect disciple didn't even have time to react before he discovered that he was already in the air. Puffed. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. His face instantly turned deathly pale, and his face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? A new disciple of the true God stage. Why is he so powerful? Chapter 854. With a plop, the Talisman Sect disciple fell miserably on the ground. His face was deathly pale and bloodless, while his eyes were filled with extreme fear. He had never expected to be caught by Jia Kate who had been playing with eagles all year round. He also did not expect that a true god cultivator would be able to send him flying with a single palm strike. Furthermore, the instant he sensed the severity of his injuries, he knew that he would not be able to recover for at least a year, even if he were to consume healing pills. His internal organs had been displaced by a single palm strike, and 6 of his ribs had been broken. In fact, one of his ribs had even penetrated his lungs. Waves of pain came from the inside of his upper body, and his vision gradually became blurry. However, at this moment, he knew that he did not dare to faint without the permission of the person in front of him. This was because of Lin Rei's murderous gaze and the murderous aura that was being emitted from his body without any restraint. At this moment, when he looked at Lin Rei, he no longer saw the elegant young man he used to be. Instead, he saw a god of death. Lin Rei's smile was like the god of death waving at him, causing his hair to stand on end and his heart to tremble in fear. Puffed, his chest and abdomen trembled. Unable to endure any longer, a warm current spurted out from his mouth. Cough, cough. As he coughed, he looked at Lin Rei, who was like a god of death. He wanted to beg for mercy, but at this moment, he realized that his fatty was in so much pain that he could not speak. At this moment, he became anxious. After that, he began to groan and mumble something. However, Lin Rei knew very well that he wanted to beg for mercy. However, Lin Rei would let him off. After all, he had done something that no one would dare to do to him. Brat, you're the one who is courting death. I already told you to get lost, but you refused. Who can you blame for this? As the saying goes, one can survive a heavenly disaster, but one cannot survive a self-inflicted disaster. I believe that you understand this logic. When he saw the miserable appearance of the Talisman Sect disciple, Lin Rei smiled faintly. Then, he took a step forward and arrived beside him in an instant. He felt a wave of disdain in his heart. Hey, rest. If you want to recover your voice, I'm afraid no one in this world can help you. Of course, this is also your punishment. With a look of disdain on his face, he turned around and prepared to leave. All right. As if having thought of something, Zhang Xian didn't turn around. Instead, a voice sounded in his mind. In the future, before you fight with others, remember not to speak too much nonsense. Let me teach you a philosophy, Lin Ray said with a serious face. If you can fight, try not to force it. Ugh. PFFF. She did not have the chance to look at the Talisman Grandmaster's stunned expression as he vomited blood. Then, she smiled and left this place. Even though the battle earlier had only lasted for an instant, the Talisman Grandmaster's cultivation had already been released. Therefore, there was no guarantee that no one else would come. In Lin Ray's eyes, those people were nothing more than ants. However, the current him did not wish to meet them so early. He still wanted to play. Just as Lin Ray had expected, not long after he left, a few figures instantly streaked across the sky, after which they landed beside the Talisman Grandmaster's disciple who was lying on the ground with his face covered in blood. Gasp! Who did this? It's so spicy. At this moment, when a young man who was the leader saw that his fellow disciples had been humiliated to such an extent, the anger in his heart instantly soared to a new height. Ugh! However, when the few lackeys who followed closely behind the young man saw their boss in such a state, they immediately rolled their eyes and said, "Boss, didn't you see this person's appearance?" "Oh, what are you trying to say?" When the young man heard what his lackeys said, he suddenly raised his eyebrows. His expression was slightly unfriendly. This person's name is Bai Yun. He is ranked in the top 15 of the Sect wind ranking. Look at the wounds on his body. This was clearly done with a single move. Think about it. Can we keep such a person alive? Upon hearing these words, the young man who was the leader was stunned. His originally firm heart to seek justice had been shaken. He was shaken and did not know how to deal with this matter. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a violent coughing sound was heard, waking up the cold and dark people present. "You're awake?" Looking at Bai Yun, the young man spoke. His face was filled with sympathy, causing Bai Yun to be startled. Of course, it was only for a moment. Bai Yun came back to his senses and immediately said, "Yes, may I know who you are?" He did not speak with his mouth, but instead used his divine sense to communicate. After all, his throat had been specially taken care of by Lin Ray, so, looking at Bai Yun, the young man was stunned for a moment before coming back to his senses. He flicked his hair and immediately said, "I am Lu Zhongtian, ranked 45th on the Sect wind ranking. Just now, I felt a violent fluctuation of cultivation here, so..." Hearing this, Bai Yun was stunned for a moment before understanding. However, because of Lu Zhongtian's words, Bai Yun could not help but recall the scene of him being sent flying with a single palm strike. Even now, Bai Yun's heart still palpitated. This feeling seemed to be engraved in his mind and could not be removed. No matter how hard he tried, he could not chase it away. For a moment, Bai Yun was stunned. His expression was filled with fear, and his body involuntarily trembled at this moment. What's wrong with you?" Sensing Bai Yun's abnormality, Lu Zhongtian was stunned and asked with a puzzled expression. Hearing Lu Zhongtian's words, Bai Yun was stunned. Then, with a trembling voice, he dissuaded Lu Zhongtian, Don't delve into it. Don't ask anymore. This matter is too terrifying. Don't ask anymore. Just pretend this matter never happened." Bai Yun could not summon the slightest bit of hatred towards Lin Ray. It was not that he did not want to, but that he did not dare. The instant he was sent flying by Lin Ray's palm strike, not only did it destroy Bai Yun's confidence, it also destroyed Bai Yun's spirit. He could not bring himself to hate Lin Ray. The only thing he felt was fear, endless fear. Damn, what's going on? You become like this, so? Although Lu Zhongtian said that, he was shocked when he saw Bai Yun's state. Bai Yun was an expert ranked in the top 10 of the wind ranking. But now, his eyes were filled with fear and his body was trembling. It was as if he had experienced some inhumane torture. However, if Lu Zhongtian knew that Bai Yun's current state was caused by a single palm strike, he might not believe it and laugh out loud. He might even say that Bai Yun was joking. Of course, this was the case for most of the people. They did not believe that a true God Realm cultivator could turn an expert in the Divine Guard Realm into such a state with a single palm strike. The wind ranking was created by the Talisman Sect for the purpose of training their disciples. Of course, if they were ranked in the top 10, they would receive a huge amount of resources. However, the wind ranking was the weakest ranking in the Talisman Sect. Above the wind ranking, there was the cloud ranking. Above the cloud ranking, there was the star ranking. Above the star ranking, there was the supreme ranking. Of course, these rankings would be promoted as one's level increased. Just like the supreme ranking, one would become an elder of the sect after becoming a supreme ranking. Most of the supreme ranking experts would be at the middle stage God Emperor realm. As for the cloud ranking and star ranking, they corresponded to the divine Emperor realm, divine sect, and divine monarch realm respectively. Of course, the number of people on these rankings would decrease according to the ranking strength. After all, the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. Furthermore, cultivation could not be achieved overnight. However, at this moment, Linley had no idea that it was because of him that White Cloud had fallen silent under his tyrannical power, not daring to do anything that went against its conscience. This was because he was afraid. He was afraid mentally and from the bottom of his soul. He was extremely afraid. However, at this moment, Lin Ray, who was the person in question, returned to his leisurely manner. It was just that he deliberately increased his speed so that he would not be left too far behind by the crowd. It seems like the grade of the disciples recruited by the Talisman Sect has increased by quite a bit this time. Who would have thought that the number of newcomers among the 50,000 would be reduced to 20,000 at this moment? The remaining tens of thousands were nowhere to be found. Of course, these were not important to him. As for the golden light, Lin Ray was even less anxious. After all, it would eventually become a secret treasure in his hands. Thinking of this, Lin Ray could not help but smile. However, to the crowd, this smile was not as comfortable as his previous expressionless face. Bastard, you bunch of beasts. I have treated you well in the past. Who would have thought that you would repay my kindness with enmity? You want to kill me? Do you think you can kill me? At this moment, Lin Ray, who was awakened by this voice, came back to his senses. He turned around with an excited look on his face. It was as if this voice was very interesting to him. At this moment, on a hill not far away, a group of people were surrounding a young man who was wearing tattered clothes. His hair was disheveled, and his clothes had been washed until they were white. However, to everyone's surprise, the young man who was lying on the ground had a stubborn expression on his face. He looked at the group of people who were bullying him with a determined expression on his face. He gritted his teeth and said, "You can't do this. When my Zwa clan was still around, I gave you everything you wanted. I provided you with an enormous amount of cultivation resources. Originally, I would not have allowed you to become a guest of my Zwa clan based on your resources. However, when my Zwa clan was about to fall, you actually colluded with that group of bastards. Now, you even want to kill me. Are you really that heartless? Are you really going to die just like that?" His words were filled with endless unwillingness. It was as if this was not what he had expected. It was as if he still had some unfinished business. Yours Zwa clan? However, at this moment, the leader of the group of young men standing in front of the young man from the Zwa clan revealed a cold expression when he saw this. His expression was filled with disdain. Zwa clan? What's the Zwa clan? Even your Zwa clan is not a match for that, Lord. So surrender. After saying that, the young man gave up talking. There were some secrets that no one could know. Hurry up and give me your Zwa clan's heirloom glazed golden tile. Then I will go back and beg that, Lord. Perhaps your life will... Bullshit. Suddenly, the young man from the Zwa clan shouted angrily. He looked nervous and angry. Interesting. At this moment, at a place where no one was looking, Lin Ray was watching the quarrel in front of him. With a thought, he took out a jar of fruit wine that he had stocked up before and drank it. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The sound echoed in the surroundings. However, those people's attention was not on him. Therefore, no one heard the strange sound at all. Since he refused a toast, only to be forced to drink a forfeit, brothers, let's go. Remember what his fiancée looks like. When the time comes, he. At this moment, the leader of the group revealed a sinister smile. When the others heard this, their faces turned sinister. You, I, I will fight it out with you. At this moment, even an idiot would know what they wanted to do after hearing what they said. The young man from the Zwa clan felt guilty towards his fiancée, but now he wanted to drag her down because of him. For a moment, he didn't know where the energy came from, but a ruthless feeling surged in his heart. An indescribable power instantly spread through his body. Then, he took out a short sword from somewhere and stepped forward to stab the leader of the group. In the distance, Lin Ray saw this scene and sighed slightly. He shook his head and said, "Alas, it's like hitting a stone with an egg. Your cultivation is not high enough, but now you still want to fight. Refining is so stingy, I get lost. You're just an ant. Do you think you're still Yun De Chien from the Zwa clan?" Pa! A crisp sound spread in the air. The young man in the lead was startled when he saw the young man from the Zwa clan. However, he quickly regained his composure and used his cultivation to slap the young man's face. The young man from the Zwa clan was sent flying backwards without any resistance. Puff! In the air, the young man from the Zwa clan spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood. His face was extremely pale. He wasn't as powerful as the leader. Now that the leader had used all his strength, how could the young man from the Zwa clan be any better? Alas, this is really Ding. Discovered a person with the highest grade thunder spiritual root. Recommended to subdue him. Ding. Recommended to the host to accept him as a disciple of the sect and use all his strength to help him take revenge. What? When he heard the system's notification, Linley was stunned. This was something that he had never thought of. Furthermore, according to him, it had been a long time since the system had reminded him of his innate talent. "Ah, kid, you're so lucky. I didn't expect to meet a cultivator with the highest grade thunder spiritual root here. TSK, TSK." Hearing the little dragon's TSK, TSK, Lin Ray didn't say anything, because he knew that the little dragon hadn't finished speaking. However, the system said that the cultivator with the thunder spiritual root is in danger and is about to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Damn! Don't tell me that the person with the highest grade thunder spiritual root that the system mentioned is the young man from the Zwa clan. At this moment, hearing the characteristics mentioned by the little dragon and the fact that there weren't many people around, Lin Ray accurately thought of the young man from the Zwa clan who was sent flying. However, things that you didn't think about were the truth. Sure enough, after hearing Lin Ray's guess, the little dragon laughed. "Ha, yes, that's right. It's that kid." Chapter 855. At this moment, after receiving the little dragon's final confirmation, Lin Ray didn't want to say anything more. He originally wanted to sit back and watch the show, but he didn't expect the system to suddenly make such a move. Now, even if he didn't want to, he had to do it. But, as if he thought of something, the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. If I can nurture this thunder spirit root, he might become a sharp blade by my side. But, if he's obedient, then it's fine. If he's not obedient and turns against his master, then, although he thought of the importance of the thunder spirit root, compared to the thunder spirit root, Lin Ray cared more about the character and humanity of the person. He didn't want to see the scene in the immortal world. He couldn't bear it, and he didn't dare to bear it. He was afraid. So should I save? Or, understanding Lin Ray's thoughts, the little dragon didn't force Lin Ray to subdue him. After all, because of that incident, Lin Ray was depressed for a period of time, and, at the same time, he went crazy. This was something the little dragon didn't want to see. No matter if it was because of the system or because of Lin Ray, he didn't want to see that scene happen again. At this moment, Lin Ray was silent. He didn't know what choice he should make. Faced with this choice, he banged. A group of people surrounded the young man from the Zwa family in the distance, punching and kicking him. Every one of them had a fierce look on their faces, and as time went on, the strength of their punches became heavier and heavier. In the end, the young man from his Zwa family was in so much pain that he fell silent. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to say it. At this moment, he was in so much pain that he couldn't feel anything. He couldn't feel what pain was anymore. But the only thing he could feel was the muffled sounds that came from the side of his ears. He lowered his head, and his eyes were filled with ferocity. His murderous aura grew stronger and stronger as he cultivated. He hated himself for being useless. He hated himself for not being able to protect his family. He hated himself for being such a playboy in the past. He hated himself, but he hated this world even more. Fresh blood flowed out from every part of his youth's body, staining the ground beneath him. Blood continued to flow out of his mouth, and his face was deathly pale. His body trembled uncontrollably, and the scene was extremely tragic. Even so, the group of people didn't seem to have the slightest intention of stopping. Moreover, they kept clapping and cheering as they punched and kicked the youth from his family. Brat, have you thought it through? Top grade Thunder spiritual root. This spiritual root is very rare. It is not like the 5 elements spiritual roots that can be found everywhere. Moreover, not everyone is like you. As your strength increases, you will have all the spiritual roots. This kind of spiritual root is rarely seen in a million years. You should be clear about its importance. At this moment, the little dragon couldn't help but speak. However, the premise that he did all this was for Lin Rei's sake, because he knew how powerful the Thunder spiritual root was, and he also knew how much help it could provide to Lin Rei. Hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Rei was stunned. His originally hurried eyes cleared up a little. He raised his head and looked at the youth from his family who was almost dying from the beating. Lin Rei was stunned. He could feel that the youth from his family's vitality was increasing rapidly. If he didn't do anything now, he was afraid that the youth would die in less than a minute. Whether you do anything or not is up to you. Looking at Lin Rei, the little dragon spoke again. Then, he fell into complete silence and didn't say anything else. Half a minute later, his originally confused eyes finally cleared up, and a hint of determination appeared in his pupils. With a smile on his face, he looked at the youth from his family with a determined gaze and said through his consciousness, Brat, I can save you, and I can even give you the power you want. I can let you take revenge and submit to me. Do you agree? There was no beating around the bush. From Lin Rei's point of view, only the youth's Thunder spiritual root was of value to him. Of course. Now, but there was an additional point, and that was the youth's willpower. You? Who are you? At that moment, the young man from the Zhua clan, who was lying on the ground and being punched and kicked by others, shuddered violently when he heard Lin Li's voice. His eyes, which had been filled with despair and even filled with an aura of death, gained a faint and barely detectable hint of hope when he heard the voice in his head. Yes, at this moment, there was a trace of hope, a trace of determination, and a trace of stubbornness in the youth from the Zhua family. But at the same time, he also knew that the price he had to pay for this was something he couldn't imagine, because he didn't believe that there would be such a good thing in this world. Moreover, it just so happened to fall on his head. The probability of such a thing happening was very small. It was so small that a supreme god cultivator would choke to death while drinking water, choke to death while eating, or be smashed to death by a flower pot outside. Hearing the youth's question, Lin Rei smiled and didn't hide anything. He introduced himself. I am Lin Rei, the sect master of the Xuanzong sect. I know what you are thinking, but you can rest assured that what you are thinking will not happen. Of course, what you need to do is to cultivate and become stronger. So strong that other than me, everyone else will submit to you. You only need to do this. That's all. The youth from his family was stunned when he heard that. His heart was filled with indescribable doubts. At this moment, after hearing Lin Rei's promise, his previous assumptions were all shattered. He realized that there really was such a good thing in this world, and it happened to him. That's all. Do you agree? If you agree, I will do it. If you don't, I will leave now. Without any hesitation, the youth from the Zhua family immediately said, I agree. The moment Lin Rei said yes, the youth from the Zhua family immediately agreed. Good. Lin Li liked the young man's decisiveness very much. He didn't waste any more time and immediately unleashed his cultivation. His mid-stage hierarch cultivation base was instantly activated. He raised his hand and pointed it at the young man from the Zhua clan. Suddenly, Everyone who was punching and kicking the young man froze on the spot. It was as if someone had cast a body freezing technique on them. They didn't move an inch, but their actions were as if they were about to hit someone. "Ha!" Looking at the youth from the Zwa family, Lin Ray smiled. His figure flashed and appeared beside the youth in an instant. He reached out and helped the youth up. "Release." Looking at the motionless youth, Lin Ray raised his hand and activated his cultivation base. He pointed at the youth's head and said, "Release." Suddenly, the youth from the Zwa family recovered. However, because of the broken bones in his body, the moment the immobilizing technique was released, the youth from the Zwa family collapsed on the ground. However, looking at the people around him who were immobilized, the youth's heart trembled and his face was filled with shock. He didn't expect the person in front of him to be so powerful. He didn't even see him make a move, but he and the others were all immobilized on the spot. He had never seen such a technique before, not even when the Zwa family was still around. At this moment, he saw hope. The hope of revenge, the hope of regaining his dignity and winning back everything that he had lost. Lifting his unconscious head with difficulty, the youth from his Zwa family stared at Lin Ray in front of him. His eyes were filled with gratitude and respect. "Thank you. Thank you for saving me. From now on, Zwiqing's life is yours. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. If you tell me to kill a chicken, I won't kill a dog. Your orders are mine." Listening to Zwiqing's incessant chatter, Lin Li couldn't help but think of Lu Yuanqi. Suddenly, he began to regret making a move and leaving behind his chatterbox. "All right, you're injured. Don't talk so much nonsense." In the end, Lin Ray couldn't help but stop him. Because if he didn't stop him, he didn't know how long Zwiqing would continue talking. More importantly, Lin Ray had to treat his injuries. Otherwise, with his current state, he would die soon. Yes. Hearing Lin Ray's words, Zwiqing obediently shut his mouth. Perhaps because his injuries were too serious, his neck couldn't support it. In the end, he collapsed to the ground before his head could recover. "Oh, you can still talk so much in this state. You're really something." Saying that, he shook his head with a wry smile. Then, he squatted down and searched for healing medicine in his space storage ring. Given Zwiqing's current condition, it wouldn't work if the medicine was too strong. However, if it was too soft and weak, it wouldn't work either. This stumped Lin Ray. More importantly, there were so many pills in the space storage ring that he really didn't know what to use. Suddenly, Lin Ray, who was searching, narrowed his eyes. A glint flashed his eyes. In the blink of an eye, a smile appeared on his gloomy face. Fortunately, withdrawing his divine sense, a purple jade bottle appeared in his hand. The words Emperor-level Heavenly Spirit were written on the jade bottle. Fortunately, I refined a bottle of Emperor-level Heavenly Spirit pills. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with now. Looking at the pill bottle in his hand, Lin Ray's heart was filled with warmth. This Heavenly Spirit was created by him, and he had comprehended it when he released the recall style. This kind of medicinal pill did not have the effect of increasing one's cultivation base, nor did it have the effect of stabilizing one's soul. For cultivators, it was of little value. However, this disciple's strength was that it could heal injuries without any side effects. What was even more amazing was that this medicinal pill belonged to a state between hard and soft, which was the perfect state. Therefore, when he saw this pill bottle, Lin Ray knew that the pill to heal Zwiqing was him. Other than him, there was no other choice. Of course, there were 3,000 great Daos. The world was full of wonders. It was impossible to say that there weren't any. He poured out a red pill the size of a fingernail. Without waiting for Zwiqing's puzzled look, he flicked his finger. A red light instantly streaked across the sky and rushed into Zwiqing's mouth. Boom! The moment he felt something enter his mouth, a warm current instantly exploded in his abdomen. At first, he couldn't stand the high heat, but this feeling only lasted for a moment. After the heat passed, it turned into a boundless medicinal power. It began to spread throughout his limbs and bones, and everything in his body began to recover. This. Feeling the strange feeling in his body, Zwiqing checked. He didn't know if he didn't check, but when he checked, he was shocked. When he saw that some of the broken bones in his body had healed, he sucked in a breath of cold air. His face was full of disbelief. How is this possible? He couldn't believe what was happening in his body. Yeah, that's enough. Don't you feel embarrassed? At this time, Lin Rei, who was squatting at the side, saw Zhuo Qing's expression change. He covered his face for a moment, as if he didn't want to know him. This is you." He came back to his senses and looked at Lin Rei. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly remembered the pill bottle from before. For a moment, the matter of his body recovering made sense. "I can't thank you enough. Your kindness, I will repay it with my life when I return to the sect." Without wasting any time, he closed his eyes and began to feel his body recovering. Looks like I made the right bet this time. Lin saw the respect in Zhuo Qing's eyes. Towards this, his heart, which had been filled with worry, relaxed considerably. At this time, just as Lin Rei was admiring him, the little dragon's voice suddenly sounded, Indeed, this kid's character is really good." Looking at the illusory little dragon, Lin Rei quickly smiled and joked, "You know to come out." Nonsense. The little dragon was never restrained with Lin Rei. He directly rolled his eyes at Lin Rei. "I told you before, this kid's character is even better. You just didn't believe me. Look at it now." "What? Did you say that before?" Looking at the little dragon, Lin Rei looked at him doubtfully. "But why do I remember that you only suggested that I subdue him? You didn't say anything about his character?" I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." Seeing Lin Rei so mercilessly expose him, the little dragon couldn't stay any longer. He directly found an excuse and disappeared on the spot, returning to the system. Lin Rei didn't stop him. He knew why the little dragon left. Phew! Exhaling a long breath, a trace of tiredness appeared on his face. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Lin Rei sat there like this for 6 hours. During these 6 hours, many people passed by, but when it came to Zhuo Qing and the others, everyone acted as if they didn't see them and directly ignored them. If Zhuo Qing was awake at that time, he would probably cry out in surprise. Of course, all of this was Lin Rei's masterpiece. After he closed his eyes to rest, with a wave of his hand, a formation appeared and wrapped everyone up. And this formation didn't have any other benefits. Just like the celestial spirit, it didn't have any other function other than being able to recover. At this moment, the formation that wrapped everyone up was the same. It only had the function of concealing illusions and had no other function. "Okay, I'm done." At this moment, a voice full of surprise was heard. Lin Rei, who was resting with his eyes closed, immediately left the moment he heard this business. Looking at the surprised Zhuo Qing, Lin Rei sighed and said, "As a cultivator, the most important thing is a cultivator's peace of mind. Look at you, what do you look like now?" Chapter 856. I understand. Lin Rei's words were like a bucket of cold water that instantly extinguished the flame in his heart. There was not a trace of hope that was rekindled in his heart. At this moment, the smile on Zhuo Qing's face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a solemn and respectful expression. He did not speak and just stood quietly in front of Lin Rei. He did not know what to do with his hands, and in the end, he simply placed them behind his back. Lin Rei was stunned when he saw Zhuo Qing's current actions. Then, he smiled and said, "All right, it's good that you know. There is no need to be so restrained around me." Moreover, as he spoke, he looked at the few people who were frozen and continued, "Now, my identity is just the same as yours. I am just an ordinary person who is participating in the Talisman Grandmaster's recruitment. I'm only a true God cultivator. Therefore, you must remember not to give yourself away in front of outsiders. Do you understand?" Understood. Although he did not know why Lin Rei was acting like this, he did not dare to reveal a trace of doubt, even though he was clearly a powerful expert who was pretending to be a cultivation newbie. He nodded respectfully and said, "I will definitely remember what you have instructed me to do. Please be rest assured." "All right, Upon hearing this, Lin Rei nodded. Since that is the case, you can call me young master like everyone else. Lin Rei liked this form of address. After all, other than this form of address, he felt a little uncomfortable being called master as someone who had lived under the obligation for 9 years. Yes, young master. I understand. He nodded and expressed his agreement. All right. Lin Rei was in a good mood when he saw how obedient Zhuqing was. Originally, he had come here to complete the mission issued by the system. However, he did not expect that he would unintentionally discover such a powerful subordinate. Therefore, Lin Rei's trip could be said to have not been in vain. Of course, Lin Rei could clearly sense the hatred in Zhuqing's heart. Lin Rei did not object to this as long as Zhuqing did not threaten him. I'll leave these people to you. It's up to you whether you want to kill them or keep them. Remember to be decisive. Lin Rei didn't even bother to look at the small fries that were frozen by him. He spoke to Zhuqing and walked to the side. As for the spells on those people, Lin Rei didn't remove them. Although Zhuqing's supreme-grade Thunder Spirit root was very difficult to deal with, Lin Rei felt ashamed of Zhuqing's cultivation. Thank you, young master. This subordinate will definitely repay you with my body in the future. I will be loyal to you. I will not hesitate to climb a mountain of blades or plunge into a sea of flames. My respect for you is like a torrential river, continuous and unstoppable. Stop. Lin Li frowned when he saw how Zhuqing was enjoying herself. He hurriedly called for her to stop because he didn't dare to imagine if Zhuqing would say something even more disgusting if he didn't stop her. If that was the case, he definitely wouldn't be able to take it. Looking at Zhuqing, Lin Rei said very seriously, "Remember, when you're with me in the future, speak as little as possible. It's best if you don't speak at all. You just have to wait for my secret realm. Do you understand? This is the first order that I've given you. I believe you won't disobey it." Hearing this, Zhuqing looked embarrassed. Even a fool would know why Lin Rei was so straightforward. So, yes, this subordinate understands. In the end, Zhuqing did not dare to disobey Lin Rei's order. He finally chose to compromise and stop talking. Good. That's very good. With Zhuqing's agreement, Lin Rei finally smiled. Perhaps he was happy because Zhuqing had agreed to his conditions, or perhaps he was excited because Lin Rei had obtained a top-grade Thunder Spiritual Root. As for the details, no one knew except for Lin Rei himself. Take your time. I'll wait. Without looking back, he turned and walked away. Looking at Lin Rei's back, Zhuqing's face was full of gratitude. He secretly swore that as long as it was Lin Rei's enemy, he would do everything in his power to kill them. Even if the enemy's cultivation was much higher than his, Lin Rei did not know about this vow, but Zhuqing really did fulfill it. In the end, he became Lin Rei's sharp blade. Once he did, blood would be shed. Staring at Lin Li's departing figure, Zhuqing regained her coldness. A coldness that seemed to originate from the depths of hell could be felt. Within her eyes, a hint of killing intent flashed without a trace. But just that trace of killing intent was enough to cause people to tremble in fear. Turning around, he looked at the people who had bullied him, punched and kicked him, and even wanted to beat him to death. He looked at the people who had once called him brothers. He looked at these ungrateful beasts. He looked at these people who had tried to divide the spoils and kill him because of his Zhuo family. Zhuqing's heart was filled with endless hatred and killing intent. It seems the kid's heart is filled with hatred. I guess it's time to let him vent a bit. Otherwise, well, it's not a bad thing to have such a strong killing intent. Lin Rei's divine sense had not left Zhuqing's position. He could sense Zhuqing's killing intent, and Lin Rei knew exactly what was going on. If that's the case, then I'll... With a thought, he caused the minions who had been beating Zhuqing to move their heads and regain consciousness. However, their bodies were so weak that they didn't seem to belong to them at all. They just stood there, motionless. What's going on? Why is this happening? What the hell is going on? Who is it? Don't tell me he knows I'm the young master of the Su clan. Does he want to die? Fuck, who is it? How could he be so shameless? as to sneak up on me from behind. What kind of cultivator is he? If he's got the guts, come out and fight me. There was no sound of a slap. Just as the crowd regained consciousness and realized what was going on, they began to hurl abuse at Lin Ray. However, even as they were hurling abuse at Lin Ray, a slap appeared out of nowhere and landed on his face. The sound of the slap was so loud and clear that it seemed to be filled with an intimidating power. Everyone who had been hurling abuse at Lin Ray stopped in their tracks. In the next moment, the people who were cursing all shut their mouths. Their faces were all filled with astonishment because the person they saw was none other than Zhuoqing, whom they had never expected to see. Everyone looked at Zhuoqing, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. They couldn't believe that Zhuoqing was the one who had been beaten half to death by them. But here came the problem. Everyone knew Zhuoqing's appearance very well. She was half dead and almost dead. But now, Zhuoqing didn't look like she was half dead at all. She was clearly a normal person who didn't have any injuries except for her pale face. She was clearly a normal person. You, are you a human or a ghost? Why did your injuries heal in an instant? Are you Zhuoqing or... At this moment, the originally quiet scene was broken by the voice of someone in the field. This person was none other than the leader of a group of underlings, the so-called young master of the Su clan. He looked at Zhuoqing with a bewildered gaze. However, under his bewildered gaze, there was a deep sense of greed. In his opinion, the only thing that could heal his injuries in an instant was some heavenly treasure. He couldn't think of anything else. At this moment, if Zhuoqing knew what he was thinking, he would definitely burst out laughing. He didn't expect the Su clan to be such a fool who liked to imagine things. However, how could the current Zhuoqing possibly know what the young master of the Su clan was thinking? At this moment, he only wanted to take revenge. He wanted to take revenge for how they had treated him. He wanted to take revenge for not lending a helping hand to the Zhuo clan when they were in trouble and instead ruthlessly stabbing the Zhuo clan in the heart. He wanted to take revenge for those who had once called him brothers, but in the end, stabbed him in the back, gloated over his misfortune, and hit him when he was down. Therefore, Zhuoqing only had one thought about the young master of the Su clan, and that was to kill him and take revenge. What do you think? Zhuoqing looked at the young master of the Su clan with a mocking expression. Do you think I'm a human or a ghost? You. Hearing Zhuoqing's words, the young master of the Su clan was stunned. He immediately recovered and said with a smile, That? You. So what if I'm a human or a ghost? If the heavens don't accept me, I'm a ghost. If the ghost domain doesn't accept me, I'm a god. Right now, I'm a human, a god, a ghost, and everything in the vast thousand domains. At this moment, when he said these words, Zhuoqing's body erupted with an aura that didn't lose out to his. Even Lin Ray, who was far away, felt this aura. It seems that this little fellow is quite something. I have to train him more in the future. Otherwise, it would be a pity to destroy such a good piece of material. With that, Lin Ray fell into silence. His consciousness was closely watching Zhuoqing's next move. In this regard, Lin Ray had no intention of interfering. You, what do you want? Looking at the current Zhuoqing, the young master of the Su clan was stunned. His heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. At this moment, he realized that he seemed to know the debauchee of the past. It seemed that the Zhuoqing in front of him wasn't the Zhuoqing he knew. However, the two of their faces were so shockingly similar. At this moment, the young master of the Su clan was stunned. He was completely stunned. Looking at the puzzled young master of the Su clan, Zhuoqing suddenly smiled. His smile was very sudden and without any warning. However, the young master of the Su clan didn't feel the slightest warmth from his smile. On the contrary, he felt endless coldness. It made his hair stand on end, and he felt as if he had entered an ice cave. This feeling was very unpleasant, especially for the current him. He didn't expect that this feeling would come from the person he thought was trash. What do I want? You still have a nerve to say that? Don't you know how I treated you back then? Back then, your Su clan was about to disappear. It was I who begged my father to lend a helping hand to your Su clan. But what about you? How did you repay me? At this moment, It was as if Zhuqing had gone mad. He roared at the young master of the Su clan. You repaid me at the cost of my Zhua clan's annihilation. You repaid me by stabbing a bone-piercing cold knife into my heart. You repaid me at the cost of thousands of lives of my Zhua clan. Now, you telling me what I look like? At this moment, the young master of the Su clan was stunned on the spot after hearing Zhuqing's words. Their eyes were lifeless as they recalled Zhuqing, who had helped them back then. But so what? In the face of benefits, brothers, they were meant to be betrayed. They weren't meant to share joys and sorrows, to live and die together. The moment you touched my Zhua clan, the moment you touched my service, your life, the fate of your entire Su clan was already sealed. Death. What? You? Hearing those words, the young master of the Su clan came back to his senses. Sensing the enormous killing intent, he was scared. It was only at this moment that he realized that he couldn't move at all. However, Zhuqing was different. At this moment, he was scared. He was no longer the high and mighty young Master Su from before. Die! Ignoring young Master Su, a cold, 3-foot-long sword appeared in his hand, pulsing with cold sword energy that gave people the illusion that they wouldn't dare to look directly at it. Seeing this, young Master Su's eyes went wide, and he said in disbelief, Zhuqing, no, Grandpa's, I beg of you, no, don't kill me. Have you forgotten that we're good brothers? Have you forgotten the happy times we had together? In order to survive, young Master Su didn't care about his own face. In the face of living, everything seemed so petty and pitiful. Beg for mercy? Brothers? Feelings? Hearing these harsh words, Zhuqing felt a sharp pain in his heart. It was as if thousands of knives were stabbing his heart over and over again without stopping. When the thousand Zhua clan members begged for mercy, did you ever think about the brotherly feelings between us? After the Zhua clan was exterminated, did you ever think about the things you did to me? Did you ever think about those pitiful brotherly feelings? When I was down and out, did you ever think about those brotherly feelings? At this moment, young Master Su was silent. If that's the case, then why should I have brotherly feelings for you? With that, Zhuqing took a step forward, arriving in front of young Master Su in an instant. He raised the sword in his hand and slashed at young Master Su's left ear. With a ripping sound, the sound of flesh being torn apart rang out, followed by young Master Su's blood-curdling scream. You're really? Could it be that you're not afraid of being hunted down by the Su clan? Could it be that you're not afraid that the Su clan... Rip. Following that, a sword light appeared, and young Master Su's right ear was separated from his body. It fell to the ground, blood spurting out, and young Master Su's blood-curdling screams continued. At this moment, Zhuqing was in such a state. Other than young Master Su, everyone else was stunned. Their faces were filled with shock and fear. They had never seen Zhuqing bathe in blood before. It was as if they didn't know him at all. At this moment, everyone looked at young Master Su's miserable appearance, and their hearts were in turmoil. They knew that the evaluation of young Master Su just now had been made by some of the people present, so fear had taken over everyone's hearts. They were afraid, and they regretted it. Chapter 857. What? What should I do? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I still have a lot of things to do. I still have parents who didn't die a good death. I know I can't. I can't die here. I still have a great time ahead of me. I still have, Grandpa's what? Oh no, ancestor, don't kill me. I still have a lot of things waiting for me. I don't want to die. I beg you, please don't do this. I will atone for my sins. Yes, I will atone for my sins. I will atone for my sins, okay? From now on, you are the master of all of us. From now on, we will obey your orders. We will not dare to neglect you. If we neglect you, we will die a horrible death. Oh, is that so? Hearing such a vicious oath, even though it sounded very loyal, if one were to look carefully, one would be able to detect a trace of viciousness in the eyes of the person making the oath. Even though it was only for an instant, Even though it was hidden very deeply, Zhuqing was able to sense it very clearly. Looking at him, Zhuqing gave up on young Master Su. Then, with a bloodthirsty smile, she came in front of him. Looking at the person who made the oath so loyal, Zhuqing jokingly said, "Look at how righteous you are. Then, are you also duty-bound and willing to die for me?" "What you?" The person was shocked. His eyes widened, and his pupils were filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that Zhuqing was still like this when he was already in such a state. What was even more unbelievable was that Zhuqing had changed so much. She was clearly a trash who was being tortured to death before. But in the blink of an eye, she had become like this. What made it hard for him to control himself was his body. Except for his head, the rest of his body couldn't move. This was also the reason why he was tortured to death. He died for you, for your family, for the wrongs that your family has done before. Atone for your sins. Without waiting for the person who made the oath to speak, Zhuqing waved her hand. A beam of light flashed along the person's neck and disappeared in an instant. PFFF. The next moment, a scarlet color gushed out from the person's neck like a flood. The scene was so eye-catching that it made people's hair stand on end. Hiss! The Oathkeeper's death caused those who were still alive to suck in a breath of cold air. Their faces were pale and filled with fear as they watched their good friend of many years get killed so easily and die in such a tragic manner. Some people's faces turned as white as a sheet of paper the moment they saw this scene. Their legs gave way and they wanted to fall to the ground, but to everyone's disappointment, their bodies seemed to be fixed in the air. They wanted to squat down, but they couldn't move. Don't be nervous. It will be your turn soon. Take your time and watch. Watch your friends. Watch the brothers who once joined forces to destroy my Zhuo family be killed one by one. I want you to live in fear, and when you die, you won't be able to reincarnate. At that moment, the crowd didn't know what to say. They wanted to beg for forgiveness, but when they saw how their friends had ended up begging for forgiveness, the words that they wanted to say came to an abrupt stop. Humph! With a cold snort, Zhuqing walked up to young Master Su. Looking at his missing ears, Zhuqing's heart was filled with satisfaction. Although he wasn't the real culprit, he was the son and disciple of the instigators. Zhuqing was going to start his revenge from here. His revenge. He was going to make the clans who had destroyed the Zhuo clan regret what they had done. Young Master Su, it's your turn now. His voice was filled with endless hatred and killing intent. Of course, you're not the first, and you won't be the last. The Su clan, the Wu clan, the Lu clan, all of you participated in the destruction of the Zhuo family. All of you were groomed for the sake of the lives of the Zhuo families, more than 1,000 people. I want them to apologize to the Zhuo family. I want them destroyed. I want them to disappear from the God world and the universe. That was exactly what Zhuqing was thinking at that moment. Not only that, he was going to punish all the vassals of the family who had stood by and watched with folded arms, especially his fiancée's family. Ha! Suddenly, laughter came from young Master Su's mouth. For some reason, there was bitterness and self-mockery in his laughter. Perhaps he felt that he had been so stupid, or perhaps he felt that he had lost a friend who had once been so sincere. Come on, give me a quick death. Atone for what I've done. Atone for my betrayal. Atone for my ungratefulness. Come on, kill me, and everything will be over. Come on, do it. Young Master Su seemed to have gone mad. Everyone present was stunned and couldn't believe what they were hearing. Killing you is inevitable. Everything you said is true. As for ending everything, do you really think that's possible? Do you really think your life is enough to make up for the loss of 1,000 lives of the Zhuo family? I've let you down. Young Master Su's face was filled with shame. A carefree smile appeared on his pale face. So, kill me, and let me atone for my sins. At this point, Zhuqing hesitated and didn't say anything. When he heard young Master Su's words, he suddenly felt a bit of pity for him. Memories that he had thought he had forgotten resurfaced in his mind. The memories were full of the happy days he had with young Master Su. They talked, laughed, and cultivated together. Those were the happiest days of his life. But, Sai, remember to be a good person in your next life. Don't be like you are now. Become a person you hate and go against your heart. In our next life, let's still be brothers, okay? Whoosh! A flash of light flashed. The moment young Master Su said the word brother, a bloody mark appeared on his heart. Blood gushed out like a fountain. His life force plummeted at a shocking speed. At this moment, young Master Su seemed to have forgotten the pain. He looked at Zhuqing with a gentle smile and said the words he wanted to say without missing a single word. At this moment, when Zhuqing heard young Master Su say the word okay, his hand trembled. The weapon fell from his hand and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Looking at young Master Su, whose eyes gradually closed with a smile on his face, Zhuqing, who had been silent for a long time, opened his mouth. In our next life, I will still be your brother. And in this life, I won't regret being your brother. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. They never thought that Zhuqing would say this. However, it was a pity that young Master Su couldn't hear it. His body slowly stiffened. When the last trace of vitality disappeared, his body finally fell back and lay on the ground, dead. Phew! After doing this, Zhuqing let out a long breath. Then, the gentleness in his eyes turned cold again. His gaze fell on the other survivors, and a hint of ruthlessness instantly pierced into their hearts. Suddenly, Zhuqing's gaze instantly shattered the last line of defense in everyone's hearts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Zhuqing moved. With a knife in his hand, his figure disappeared in an instant. A figure flashed past. Puff, puff, puff. A series of sounds of flesh breaking were heard. In the next moment, a bloody mark appeared on the necks of the remaining survivors. It was a ghastly sight. It's done. At this moment, an ethereal voice came from afar. But this voice sounded as if it was right next to his ear. Of course, Zhuqing knew this voice. He turned around and bowed in the direction of the voice. Yes, young master. This subordinate's matter is done. Well, that's good. Seeing how respectful Zhuqing was, Lin Rei naturally felt it. After all, Lin Rei had the best thunder spiritual root. He had to carefully examine the character of the other party. Let's go. Lin Rei was satisfied with Zhuqing. He nodded and walked towards the direction of the golden light. His speed wasn't very fast, but it was still a speed of 1,000 meters. After all, he had wasted so much time here. If he didn't hurry up, he was afraid that he would be delayed. As for Lin Li, he seemed to have forgotten something. Right now, he just stood there, watching as Lin Li's body flashed and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already 100 meters away. Lin Li's face was filled with shock. F***CK. How am I supposed to follow him? He muttered in his heart. Although he thought so, the smile on his face didn't change. Although he thought so, in the end, he still had to follow closely. Sigh. With a sigh, Zhuqing was full of helplessness. He instantly used his little bit of cultivation. Although he didn't cross 100 meters in one step like Lin Rei, it was still not bad. Although he couldn't completely catch up with Lin Rei, it was already quite difficult to follow Lin Rei. 3 just like that, a chase scene was played. One was running, and the other was chasing. This scene, TSK. However, as time passed, Lin Rei's speed became faster and faster. At the last step, Zhuqing was speechless. He didn't know what to say. At this moment, Zhuqing even had the heart to die. However, Lin Rei didn't know about Zhuqing's thoughts. At this moment, Lin Rei only had one thought, and that was to quickly reach the location of the golden light. After all, not only was the banished immortal brush there, but more importantly, the method to complete the mission given by the system was there. It didn't matter who it was, as long as they got in the way, the only way was to kill. It didn't matter who they were, even if they were gods. Even if they were gods, he would kill them. Even if they were gods or Buddhas, Lin Rei would kill them without hesitation. After all, this mission concerned his life, and he didn't want to use it as a joke. After all, he only had one life. Even Lin Rei was no exception to the fact that he feared death. At the location of the golden light, a group of old men stood under the golden light. Every one of them looked like they were struggling. Their faces were pale, and they did not understand what was going on. What's going on? Why is this happening? Why is the banished immortal brush fighting back? Why is this happening? No, the banished immortal brush seems to have sensed something. It's like, impossible, impossible. How is this possible? How can the banished immortal brush recognize a master at this time? It's an innate spiritual treasure. Moreover, it has already given birth to its own consciousness. Even if it doesn't recognize a master, it can transform into a human form after cultivating for 1,000 or 10,000 years. Don't talk about it anymore. This isn't the case. That isn't the case. Right now, the main problem is to suppress the banished immortal brush. After all, this has already been decided for the Sect recruitment competition. If we change it now, wouldn't we lose a lot of face? That's right. If this happens, that stinking brat Xuanfeng will definitely use this time to laugh at us. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Their expressions were filled with agreement. Then, they nodded at the same time and said, "That's right. Since it's like this, then cultivation. Take out your special skills." With this sentence, everyone's expression became serious, and they immediately moved. Everyone explained and brought out their special skills in order to not let Xuanfeng see them as a joke. At this moment, while they were talking, a few figures quickly streaked across the sky and rushed toward the golden light. Their speed was so fast that it stunned everyone. Of course, these people were covered in wounds and bloodstains. They gave people the feeling that they were warriors who had just fought a bloody battle. Soon. This time, I must get a disciple. After all, the banished immortal brush is an innate spiritual treasure that can help me increase my spiritual force. At this moment, the young man who was rushing at the front was also the last person in the group. He held a 3-foot-long cold sword in his hand. He had the aura of a king with a sword in his hand. It was none other than Jianfeng, who had separated from Lin Rei and was trying to rope in Lin Rei. Along the way, Jianfeng had met many seniors who blocked his path. If it wasn't for his spiritual force, sword technique, and comprehension of the sword Dao, he was afraid that, looking at the golden light in front of him, Jianfeng couldn't help but reveal a happy and proud expression. After all, he was the first person, the strongest existence among the newcomers. However, because he was excited, he didn't care about the others. Who would have thought that when Jianfeng was about to open his mouth and laugh, a black figure would flash past him and rush toward the golden light? Ooh! At this moment, seeing the black figure flash past him, Jianfeng immediately recovered from his arrogance. He shouted angrily and raised his hand. The 3-foot-long cold sword instantly rushed toward the back of the figure in front of him. Sword Qi. At this moment, the young man in front of Jianfeng, who was currently in the first place, suddenly stopped. He felt the powerful sword Qi rushing toward him from behind, and a smile appeared on his face. "You want to compete with my sword Qi? You're asking for a rebuff." At this moment, the young man was none other than Jianfeng. If Jianfeng saw the young man's face at this moment, he would immediately recognize him. Wasn't that Lin Rei who had frightened him before? At this moment, Lin Rei didn't look back. Feeling the shocking sword Qi behind him, he smiled. Then his sword fingers instantly drew a faint light that rushed out and collided with the shocking sword Qi. Bang! There was a loud sound that seemed to penetrate the world. "Is that all you've got?" Chapter 858. Looking at the sword Qi that was easily destroyed, Lin Rei frowned. His heart was filled with displeasure and displeasure. Back then, when Jianfeng was using it, Lin Rei could feel a huge amount of sword Qi from his body. But now, when he used it, he was greatly disappointed. It was completely different from what he had expected. Flashy without substance. Too disappointing. Lin Rei's evaluation of Jianfeng was already considered polite. Otherwise, he wouldn't even care about Jianfeng. Although Lin Li's words were spoken in a very polite manner, the speaker's casual words had a hidden meaning behind them. Hearing this, Jian Feng frowned, his face filled with displeasure. Although he knew that the person in front of him did not want to reveal such a low level of power, but his dedication to the sword had been described as unbearable. Jian Feng was extremely angry. Boom! Oh, you're angry? Feeling Jian Feng's intent and the power that exploded from his body, Lin Rei's interest was piqued. Speaking of which, his understanding of the way of the sword was extraordinary after eating the sword-breaking pill. But unfortunately, his weapon was a spear, so unforgivable, unforgivable. How can my way of the sword be judged by you? You damn it. At this moment, Jian Feng was completely enraged. The long sword in his hand was instantly placed horizontally in the middle of the mountain. His face was filled with coldness. His entire body emitted a sword chi that was several times stronger than before. There was no trace of sloppiness. It was filled with stubbornness as it charged forward. In front of him, feeling the sword chi, Lin Rei's face that was originally masochistic revealed a hint of seriousness. When facing an enemy, Lin Rei always wanted to kill quickly. But Jian Feng was still not his enemy. Or it could be said that Jian Feng was not worthy of being his enemy. But Lin Rei was very optimistic about this sword chi. So, just this point alone made him have no choice but to be serious. Come, even though you are talking, you are still waving the 3-foot cold light in your hand. Since you say that I cannot be forgiven and that I deserve to die, then bring out your full strength and let me see how strong the sword intent you have comprehended is. Let me see if it can kill me. Let me see if it can make you proud, and let me. Ah, although his tone was mocking, there was also a hint of seriousness in his tone. Of course, at that moment, Jian Feng, who was already enraged by Lin Rei, only saw the ridicule on Lin Rei's face. He did not sense the hint of seriousness, the hint of respect for his opponent. The first move of the myriad sword technique, one sword to seal immortals. Suddenly, a horrifying aura rushed out from Jian Feng's body, and a shocking killing intent appeared. He mobilized the spirit chi in his body, and according to the first style of the 10,000 sword secret art, he poured in a 3 feet long cold light and stabbed it towards Lin Rei. Ha! Myriad sword art? At this moment, looking at the sword art displayed by Jian Feng, it was so familiar. Wasn't this the sword art that he obtained from the system in the immortal world? However, there was a difference. Aside from a name, the names of the moves were completely different. But looking at the familiar sword art, Lin Rei smiled. Isn't this the King's sword art that I stopped cultivating long ago? Of course, although he knew, Lin Rei did not explain. After all, that sword art was something that Lin Rei practiced at that time, and he did not engrave it. Whoosh! The sound of a sword piercing through the air suddenly arrived. Raising his head, Lin Rei saw the single sword of immortality, charging towards him, and he laughed. TSK, since you are using the 10,000 sword secret art, then let's see if your 10,000 sword secret art is stronger or if my 10,000 sword secret art is stronger. While thinking, Lin Rei moved. His movements were slow, neither fast nor slow. He raised his hand, and a sword art that was exactly the same as Jian Feng's 10,000 swords secret art rushed out. What? How is this possible? Jian Feng's eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief and astonishment as he stared in front of him. When Lin Rei used the exact same sword technique as Jian Feng's mind suddenly went blank with a buzzing sound. What's going on? Why? Why does he know how to use the 10,000 sword secret art? Furthermore, he is even more proficient and powerful than me. Such a powerful sword energy. Just who is he? Why have I never heard of such a person before? Furthermore, I have never heard of him before. Just who is he? Isn't the 10,000 swords secret art the sword sect sword art? Why does he know how to use it? Could it be that he is from the sword sect? In an instant, countless thoughts and guesses appeared in Lin Rei's mind. No matter how he thought about it, he could not understand why the sword art that he was so proud of was so unsightly in the eyes of the person in front of him. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, accompanied by a burst of energy shockwaves. However, when the two sword skills collided, what made Jian Feng even more incredulous was that the moment the two sword skills collided, his sword skill was shattered by the same sword art, as if it was nothing. There was not a single trace of sound. It was as if it was cutting tofu. The blade did not stop or pause in the slightest. Seeing that his sword did not stop at all as it rushed towards Jian Feng, Lin Rei revealed a smile on his face. Whoosh! A sword aura instantly cut through the air, bringing with it a sword cry as it flew towards Jian Feng. Where the sword aura flew past, the space began to distort, as if it was about to break free from the restraints of this space at any time and wanted to cut it into pieces. Not good. Even though he found it unbelievable that Lin Rei was able to use the 10,000 Swords secret art sword cry, he was more concerned about his own survival. When he sensed the terrifying sword aura rushing towards him, Jian Feng shuddered and regained his senses. His face was filled with fear. However, just as the sword aura was about to reach him, Jian Feng raised the 3 feet long chilling sword in front of his chest at lightning speed, mobilizing all of his cultivation in an attempt to block the sword aura that was rushing towards him. Too naive. As for Jian Feng's current appearance, Lin Rei only wanted to say that he was too naive. Other people might not know about his own sword aura, but he was very clear about it. Even though it was not as powerful as the divine clone Di Shirtian, who else in the entire divine world could stand shoulder to shoulder with Jian Feng other than Di Shirtian? He ignored Jian Feng because even if he did not look, he could already guess the result. He turned around and walked towards the golden light. His speed was not fast. After all, he had already entered the range of the golden light. Lin Rei did not want to attract too much attention and be investigated. Even so, even though he had slowed down, he still attracted the attention of the people from the Talisman Sect. This fellow is not simple. Even though his cultivation level is that of a true god, even a divine ancestor would not be able to easily block the sword aura just now. Why would such a person come to our Talisman Sect? Indeed, this person's face is ice cold and his attacks are fast, ruthless, and accurate. However, this kind of person is usually the most difficult to control. If we want to lock him in our sect, sigh. At this moment, the faces of the group of old men in the golden light were filled with shock and amazement after witnessing the scene that Jian Feng had just witnessed. However, at the same time, there was a trace of uneasiness and hesitation under their admiring gazes. Bang! Kacha! Kacha! In the next moment, a sword aura instantly appeared in front of Jian Feng and collided with the 3 feet long chilling sword that Jian Feng had blocked in front of his chest. However, Jian Feng did not expect that when the sword aura collided with the long sword, a crack would actually appear on the long sword in his hand. One must know that the long sword in his hand was no ordinary weapon. It was a half-sage weapon. Yet, it was actually shattered by a sword aura. Not only Jian Feng, even the refiner of this long sword would find it hard to believe this fact. Of course, other people might not know this, but Lin Rei knew very well that it was not something that could be shattered by a sword aura. However, it just so happened that Lin Rei was a weapon refiner. From a moment he saw Jian Feng's long sword, he could tell that although the long sword in Jian Feng's hand was a half-sage weapon, there was a small flaw in the middle of the sword. Although this flaw was usually invisible and would not affect the sword, if it was attacked by a powerful person, it would become like this. Although it was not completely broken, it was no different from being broken. After being broken halfway, all the essence within the sword had already escaped, and it was no longer of any use. The long sword shattered and the sword aura canceled it out. Jian Feng, who was connected to the long sword, felt a hot current rolling in his chest. He originally wanted to suppress it, but in the end, he could not hold it in and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale. Jian Feng was speechless as he looked at the broken long sword in his hand. He did not expect things to turn out this way. He lifted his head and looked at Lin Rei's departing figure in bewilderment. Jian Feng's heart was already affected to a certain extent. At this moment, Lin Rei, who was the instigator of this entire incident, had already arrived within 20 meters of the golden light. He was undoubtedly the number one. However, Lin Rei did not give up and continue moving forward because his inconvenience was not being the number one here. Instead, it was being the owner of the banished fairy brush and the talisman grandmaster. All right, stop looking. Hurry up and leave. Otherwise you... However, at this moment, while Jian Feng was bewildered, an old man's voice that was filled with vicissitudes of life entered his ears. You are? You don't need to know who I am. You only need to know that now, you should try your best to fight for the number 2 position. The number 1 position. That person will definitely take it. Moreover, you are no match for him. His sword principle is stronger than yours, and it is not just by a little bit. Upon hearing the mysterious old man's words, Jian Feng instantly frowned. Although he did not show it on his face, his heart was already filled with complicated feelings. The sword principle was the existence that he had been pursuing his entire life. It was his son, his final destination. Now, he had encountered someone who was even stronger than him in the sword principle. Moreover, the person was younger than him. This made him unable to accept it, but he could admit defeat. Just like what the old man had said, although the number 1 position was gone, the number 2 position was still there. He could not allow anyone to snatch it away because he would not allow it. As he thought about this, he cast aside these troublesome matters and put away the broken long sword in his hand. Then, he circulated his cultivation and chased after Lin Rei. Towards Jian Feng's reaction, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Lin Li's mouth. As a sword practitioner, if you can't even endure such a small setback, then you don't need to continue training in the Tao of the sword, because you aren't worthy. At this moment, Jian Feng once again embarked on his journey of the sword principle. This was his unwavering desire for the sword principle. Otherwise, 15 meters at this moment, Lin Rei was 5 meters away from the standard. The faces of the people in the golden light were filled with anticipation. However, they did not know that they were about to face an existence that would give them a headache. 12 meters, looking at the boundary in front of him, Lin Rei did not have a trace of excitement in his heart. After all, this was child's play. If it were not for the mission, he would not have come here to do such meaningless things, even if he was beaten to death. 10 meters. Finally, he reached the 10 meters mark. At this moment, he looked at the center of the golden light and saw a brush floating in the air. On the shaft of the brush, 9 5-clawed golden dragons were engraved. Above the heads of the 9 5-clawed golden dragons, the words "Banished Immortal of Heaven and Earth" appeared. TSK. This brush looks good. Just its appearance alone is enough to scare a group of people. I just don't know if it is really as good as the little dragon said. Thinking about it, Lin Rei shook his head indifferently. Anyway, the first time was not to get the Banished Immortal brush. Getting the Banished Immortal brush was just a matter of convenience. Therefore, Lin Rei did not care. You're the first place in the first round. You can choose to maintain this result and enter the sect to become a core disciple, or you can continue to move forward. This is your choice. There is no need to force it. Suddenly, a middle-aged man's voice sounded from behind. From a voice, Lin Rei could hear the disdain and contempt. Sigh. Lin Rei did not pay too much attention to the words of the person behind him. Okay, I will continue. After saying that, he left without sifting. He ignored the person behind him and walked to the side. Wait. And then, just as Lin Li was about to leave and find a quiet place to wait, a weak voice suddenly rang out. You're right. Huh? He was familiar with this voice. It was Jian Feng's voice. Hearing this, Lin Rei turned around and looked up. At this moment, Jian Feng was looking at Lin Rei with a shameless attitude. That, can you tell me where you got the 10,000 sword art, the level of your sword Tao, and can you tell me about your understanding of the sword Tao? After saying that, he was afraid that Lin Rei would not agree. He quickly promised, as long as you tell me these, your reward will definitely not be low. How about it? Huh? Hearing Jian Feng's words, Lin Rei was speechless. This attitude was clearly very different from before. However, even so, Lin Rei would not say it. It was not that he did not want to, but that he did not care. After all, the level was there. Ah, smiling, Lin Rei said with disdain, "You still do not understand the true sword Dao. Moreover, you do not have a sword heart. Even if I tell you, you will not understand." After saying that, Lin Rei turned around and left. He did not say anything else and did not look back. You still do not understand the true sword Dao. At this moment, Lin Rei's words were like a demon's voice that circulated endlessly in Jian Feng's mind. At this moment, in Jian Feng's world, there was only this sentence and nothing else. Chapter 859. Jian Feng, you're the second to arrive. May I ask if you still want to continue? If you don't, you can directly become a core disciple. I wonder what your choice is. I'll continue. Jian Feng did not hesitate at all. Previously, it was because of the banished immortal brush. Now, he had something else. It was none other than Lin Rei's sword Dao. He wanted to ask for guidance. Or it could be said that he secretly learned it. After all, his dedication to the sword Dao was much greater than that of the banished immortal brush. Okay. Hearing Jian Feng's choice, a smile appeared on that person's face. Since that's the case, then go to the side and wait. Wait for the final trial. Okay. Jian Feng did not think much and did not say anything unnecessary. He glanced at the person in front of him and then looked in the direction of Lin Rei. Then he walked towards Lin Rei. Although the words Lin Rei said before left a shadow in his heart that he could not erase for the rest of his life, for the sake of the sword Dao, he did not care. Seeing Jian Feng's action, the person in front of him sighed. Another lunatic who is addicted to the sword Dao. If your master was not so addicted to the sword Dao back then, I'm afraid he would not be the sword sect supreme elder now. He would be the previous sect leader. However, he only sighed. His expression was filled with regret. He did not think much about it and continued to talk. He looked forward and waited. You're still following me? At this moment, when he arrived at the designated waiting area and felt Jian Feng's presence, Lin Rei frowned. He was unhappy and turned around to ask, I want to learn the sword Dao. I want to use the myriad sword technique like you. I thought I understood the myriad sword technique very well. However, when I saw you use the myriad sword technique, I realized that the myriad sword technique I used was just the tip of the iceberg. I want to learn. I want it impossible. How could Lin Rei not know what Jian Feng was thinking? Previously, he wanted to kill him. Now, he wanted him to teach him the sword technique and experience. Moreover, he wanted him to help him improve his sword Dao cultivation. Lin Rei only wanted to laugh. It wasn't that Linli was stingy, but rather, it wasn't just Linli himself. Even if it were anyone else, upon hearing how difficult it was to obtain a sword, they wouldn't agree. For no other reason than he was asking for too much. Why? Seeing Linli reject him so decisively, Jian Feng felt a wave of helplessness and powerlessness in his heart. He hadn't expected that Linli would be so merciless. After all, they had known each other for a while. No reason. I just don't want a hand, so I want it. With a cold expression, he found a clean spot and sat down cross-legged. Then, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. However, upon seeing Linli's reaction, Jian Feng refused to give up. Senior, please, teach me the Tao of the sword. Teach me the myriad sword technique. I am the disciple of a high elder of the sword sect, and my master is a hierarch. If you scram. A muffled sound came from Jian Feng's mouth. In the next moment, blood flowed out from his mouth. His face turned pale, and his body trembled. He looked like he was about to fall. At this moment, Linli, who had his eyes closed, was staring at Jian Feng with a cold, murderous look in his eyes. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Originally, Lin Rei had a good impression of Lin Rei. But now, after hearing what Jian Feng said, Lin Rei was completely disappointed. What did he mean? Was the Supreme God's master threatening him? So what if he was the Supreme God's master? Would Lin Rei be afraid? Of course, if it was someone else, after hearing that Jianfeng had a supreme god as a master, they would not hesitate to tell him everything they knew. After all, if they could hug the supreme god's thigh, their life would be comfortable and they would not have to suffer the cruelty of the cultivation world. His cold eyes stared at Jianfeng. A murderous intent soared into the sky. At this moment, even the 4 old men in the golden light and 10,000 meters in the sky were alarmed. Did you know? The thing I hate the most in my life is when others threaten me. Do you believe that I won't kill you in a matter of minutes? As for your supreme god's master, and the entire sword sect you speak of, I don't believe that he will dare to attack. If he attacks, then there will be no place for them in the entire god realm. Not only the god realm, but I will also make it impossible for them to establish themselves in the nether realm, demon realm, Azura realm, demon realm, and all the other realms. At this moment, Lin Rei did not speak. Instead, he sent a voice transmission to Jianfeng. After all, if those people from the Talisman sect heard what he said, then what he would do in the future would not be so simple. Jianfeng stopped abruptly. He stood there in a daze when he heard Lin Rei's words. His expression was filled with terror. For some reason, he believed everything Lin Rei said. Even when Lin Rei was speaking, the scene of his sword sect and his master being chased and killed clearly appeared before his eyes. When he saw Jianfeng's stunned appearance, Lin Rei snorted coldly and extended his divine sense. When he noticed that all the old fellows from the Talisman sect were looking at him, Lin Rei was stunned. Only then did he realize that his loss of control and exposed killing intent had drawn their attention. Alas, looks like I was too careless. My mental state is so weak. Looks like I have to temper my mental state more. Otherwise, it was unknown what Lin Rei had thought of, but he remained silent and shook his head fiercely. He did not want to think anymore. He ignored Jianfeng and returned to normal. He closed his eyes and rested. He did not want to think anymore. At this moment, Lin Rei did not know. Because his moment of rashness had attracted the attention and vigilance of the Talisman sect's higher-ups. At this moment, Xuanfeng, who was in the distance, was looking at Lin Rei, who had his eyes closed. The disdain from before was gone. Instead, it was filled with a strong sense of vigilance. Not to mention him, he had never seen such a powerful existence in the entire god realm when he saw the killing intent emitted by Lin Rei earlier. At this moment, he was vigilant. He was afraid. He did not know why Lin Rei, who possessed such a powerful strength, would come to the Talisman sect. However, he did not dare to be careless, because the Talisman sect was his and no one could take it away from him. At this moment, Xuanfeng decided in his heart that he would give up his life to stop anyone who took the Talisman sect from him. It was for no other reason than the Talisman sect was given to him by his master who had passed away. He could not let down his master who had raised him. You must keep a close eye on this person. You must inform me of everything as soon as possible. In the future, you must report to me every 3 days, no, every half a day. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. I will follow sect master's orders. At this moment, a charming voice sounded from a place where no one was around. It was impossible to tell whether the voice was male or female, nor was it possible to tell whether the voice was old or young. The only thing that was clear was that it was a person. Yes, you may go. He nodded and did not say anything else. His eyes were fixed on Lin Rei, and he continued to stare at him as if he wanted to see through Lin Rei. Why would such a person come to our Talisman sect? This shouldn't be the case. Why would this be? Yes, why would such a person do this? This shouldn't be the case. Besides the banished immortal brush, there doesn't seem to be anything else in our sect that could interest him, right? Yes. At this moment, Lin Rei, who was immersed in the pleasure of cultivation, did not know that his moment of carelessness had caused the higher-ups of the Talisman sect to be on guard against him. Time passed bit by bit. The sun slowly set, and night was about to arrive. At this moment, more than 10 people had arrived at the 10-meter mark and passed the first round of tests. Moreover, they had completed the test in a way that exceeded everyone's expectations. Among these 10 people, there were 2 or 3 women. As for the rest, they were all men. In fact, one of them was even a child. This person was none other than Zhuqing. With Lin Rei's help, even though his cultivation had not broken through, it was still easy for him to reach this place. As for those who reached the 30-meter mark, there were more than 100 people. Those who were able to reach the 30-meter mark were the elite disciples of various sections. As for the remaining people, some of them had already reached the edge. However, due to their own reasons, they could only be eliminated in the end. As for those who did not come, they were basically eliminated halfway. Of course, the middle-aged man who announced the results was very satisfied with these people. After all, it was already very good for them to be able to draw out so many cultivators in such a difficult competition. The middle-aged man was overjoyed as he looked at them. Everyone, those who can reach the 10-meter mark, will directly become a core disciple of the sect. Those who can reach the 20-meter mark will become an inner disciple of the sect. Those who can reach the 50-meter mark will be able to enter the second round of tests. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the surroundings, and his expression was filled with gratification. Now, there are two choices in front of you. First, you can enter the sect and not continue. Second, you can continue and participate in the final test for the banished immortal brush. What do you choose? Hearing these choices, the crowd hesitated. Of course, there were pros and cons to these two choices. After all, it was a connate spiritual treasure that was so tempting. Who could resist such temptation? 10 minutes later, the crowd fell silent. The scene fell into silence. No one spoke, and there was no discussion. This matter was their own matter. Even the people around them would become their enemies. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with torment, conflict, and difficulty to choose. All right, the choice is over. Tell me your choice. At this moment, the middle-aged man frowned, and a trace of displeasure appeared on his face. Those who choose to continue stand on the left. Those who choose to enter the sect stand on the right. Let's begin. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, the crowd began to divide into groups. Most of them chose to continue, and only a small number chose to give up. After all, the temptation of a connate spiritual treasure was fatal. Seeing that the crowd had neatly divided themselves, the middle-aged man, who was originally displeased, smiled. All right, since you've chosen to continue, then those who choose to enter the sect may leave. There will be disciples outside who will lead you into the sect. As for the remaining disciples who want to continue with the gift, stand where you are and wait. The test will begin soon. Yes, we'll obey. Hearing the middle-aged man's instructions, the disciples who chose to enter the sect left. As for him, he also walked towards the depths of the golden light. Phew! Seeing the middle-aged man leave, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed. In another place, two people were alone. One of them was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, resting, while the other was standing where he was in a daze, not knowing what to do. He had heard the middle-aged man's choice, but seeing that Lin Rei was not moving, he did not dare to move. Because of what had happened before, he was afraid. However, after a while, Lin Rei was still in the same state, like an old monk in meditation. In the end, there was nothing he could do. Say, Senior, that the next round of the test is about to begin. Do you? Suddenly, Lin Li, who had been in the middle of cultivation, frowned, retracted his cultivation base, and withdrew from his cultivation. When he opened his eyes, a glint flashed across them. Is it starting? Looking at the crowd gathering in the distance, the frown on his face relaxed, and a look of anticipation appeared on his face. Got it. You can go now. Lin Rei did not have anything to say to Jian Feng's reminder. After all, Jian Feng's foolish actions had made Lin Rei feel disgusted. Yes. Without saying anything else, Jian Feng turned around and left with a dejected figure. Come out. At this moment, as soon as Jian Feng left, Lin Li's gaze swept the area where there was no one as he spoke. You not coming out? His gaze locked into the distance, and seeing that there was no reaction, a cold smile appeared on his face. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Just a moment ago, when Jian Feng woke him up, he felt that someone was staring at him. For a moment, An unknown flame ignited in his heart. Whoosh, a sword light, carrying a cold, killing intent, rushed towards the direction of the gaze. It was as fast as lightning. What? Whoosh, a scream was heard, and a black figure appeared where Lin Ray's gaze was locked on. A black-clothed man appeared, and seeing the sword light rushing towards him, the black-clothed man's face was filled with shock and anxiety. However, this was not the time for him to be in a daze. The killing intent emitted from the sword light caused the black-robed man's scalp to go numb and his face to turn pale. He used his cultivation base and displayed his fastest speed. In the end, he narrowly avoided the attack. Even so, a scarlet wound appeared on his arm. Feeling the pain on his arm, the black-clothed man turned his head to look. When he saw the wound, his eyes widened, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. How is this possible? The black-clothed man was very clear about his cultivation, and he did not expect that he would be injured by a young man. Speak. Why are you staring at me? Who sent you? Lin Ray did not care about the black-clothed man's words, and he went straight to the point. I am. At this moment, the black-clothed man, who was still in shock, subconsciously wanted to reply. However, the moment he opened his mouth, the black-clothed man came back to his senses and quickly swallowed the words he wanted to say. Chapter 860. I was only passing by. It just so happened that. At this moment, the black-clothed man hurriedly organized his thoughts and spoke. Had just happened to pass by? Lin Ray was speechless when he saw that the black-clothed man was able to lie without blushing. He had been there since the beginning and had been staring at this place. If he was just passing by, he would not have stayed here for such a long time. Furthermore, he had only appeared after the black-clothed man had unleashed his murderous aura. Therefore, Lin Ray would not believe the black-clothed man's nonsense of merely passing by. That's right, I was just passing by. However, the black-clothed man's eyes were like lightning as he stared at Lin Ray. A trace of iciness was released from his eyes as he said, However, I was just passing by and had actually discovered a powerful cultivator like you. I'm a little puzzled. May I know if you can give me the answer I want? Tell me. It depends on my mood. If I'm in a good mood, I'll tell you. If I'm in a bad mood, TSK. Lin Ray was well aware of the black-clothed man's thoughts. Therefore, I'm even more curious. The black-clothed man stared at Lin Ray as he spoke. I'm even more curious as to why a powerful existence like you would come to my symbol sect. Moreover, why would you participate in such a meaningless competition? It should be extremely easy for you to obtain the first place, right? That's right. Lin Ray shrugged his shoulders in disbelief. Obtaining the first place is indeed extremely easy and effortless. In fact, it would be the same if I were to kill you. However, so what? I'm doing what I like. Are you going to stick your nose into this as well? A sharp gaze shot towards the black-clothed man as he spoke. The black-clothed man was stunned when he sensed Lin Ray's gaze. His body instinctively took a step back, and his body even instinctively assumed a defensive posture. Are you afraid of me? Lin Ray asked with interest as he stared at the black-clothed man's defensive posture. Lin Ray was exceptionally patient when it came to the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man subconsciously wanted to reply to Lin Ray's question. I'm more curious. You said that you like it, but I do not believe that you do not have any other needs in the symbol sect. Furthermore, this exalted believes that your strength has already. I believe that in the divine realm, only a certain class of people would dare to use this title. What I'm more curious about is who gave you the courage to do so. Who gave me the guts? Looking at the man in black, Lin Ray suddenly had the urge to laugh. But at this moment, he was talking to him. It was actually quite interesting. The man in black didn't believe that he was a divine venerable cultivator, because he didn't believe that a divine venerable cultivator would be so bored as to come to the Talisman sect to do something so boring. Furthermore, the Lin Ray before him was simply too young. He did not believe that such a young person would actually be in existence that stood at the apex of the divine realm. He did not believe, nor did he dare to think in that direction. Therefore, he subconsciously led the indicator that was originally leading in the right direction to the wrong path again. That's right. Who gave you the courage? You should know that if a divine, venerable cultivator were to find out what you call yourself, I'm afraid you won't be able to live for long. Of course, the man in black who wanted to see Lin Ray's frightened expression was filled with disappointment. That was because not only was there no fear on Lin Ray's face, there was even a tearful expression on his face. His gaze was as if he was looking at a fool. The man in black was puzzled by Lin Ray's expression. However, he continued to talk to himself. If you're going to talk about me, then I will not tell anyone about this. Perhaps I will even give you a position in the Talisman Sect. What do you think? Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, a round of applause was heard. You are truly amazing. Giving this exalted a position in the Talisman Sect? You are truly amazing. However, Lin Ray's originally gentle voice was instantly filled with coldness. However, I'm simply not interested in the position that you're talking about. You're unable to give me the position that I like. Tell me, what do you think this time? What position do you want? At this moment, the man in black's heart suddenly trembled. A bad premonition surged into his heart. For some unknown reason, he had a slight guess about the position that Lin Ray wanted. However, the moment this thought appeared, he immediately killed it in the cradle. That was because that position was not something that anyone could obtain just because they wanted it. Moreover, he subconsciously did not think that the person before him was a match for the Talisman Sect's sect master, Sunfo. Lin Ray looked at him and the man in black. Then, he slowly opened his mouth and spoke very clearly. The position that I want to sit in is your Talisman Sect's sect master's position. Although it is not very comfortable to sit there, I have no choice. I have no choice but to do it. What do you think? Sure enough, the bad feeling in his heart completely surfaced. The thought that he had already killed was completely exposed at this moment. The man in black's face was filled with shock and disbelief as he looked at Lin Ray. He really could not understand where the person before him got his confidence from. He actually wanted to sit in that position. Although he did not believe it, the confident expression on Lin Ray's face caused the man in black to subconsciously begin to believe it. Moreover, this kind of belief was gradually increasing. Don't be nervous. I am not a barbaric person. I'm a very cultured person. I will not use any other methods other than convincing people with reason. Lin Ray did not lie to him about this. After all, this was a rule set by the system. He could not use any external force. Moreover, what made Lin Ray even more speechless was that he could not use any force during the entire process. Otherwise, Lin Ray could finish him off with a single spear. Ha ha! The man in black laughed. However, his laughter was even uglier than crying at this moment. He really could not understand why the person in front of him was acting like this. Laugh all you want. However, you can only laugh here. Moreover, don't even think about bringing this matter out. Moreover, don't even think about challenging my bottom line because you can't afford it. Whoosh, after saying that, Lin Ray's figure instantly became illusory. In the end, he disappeared. The entire process did not even take a second. Hiss! At this moment, the man in black could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His eyes widened and his face turned pale. His face was filled with malevolence. At this moment, sweat flowed freely from his forehead. Droplets of sweat dripped onto the ground. His heart was filled with fear. At this moment, at the neck of the man in black, there was a long sword with lightning. The sound of the lightning was like the sneer of the Grim Reaper. Do you remember what I said just now? A cold voice came from behind him. Hearing this, the man in black did not dare to turn his head. At this moment, his body was so weak that it stiffened on the spot. He could not control himself. I heard it. TSK, although I heard your reply, but I'm still a little worried. Tell me, what else can I do? Hearing this, the man in black cried, F***CK, I already promised you. What else do you want? What do you want? Of course, he could not say this out loud. He did not want his head to be separated from his body in the next moment. Silence. At this moment, the man in black could only choose to remain silent. He did not know what to say. In the end, he could only choose to remain silent. After all, silence was golden. Silence represented everything. "Oh, you still want to play silence with me?" Seeing the man in black silence, Lin Ray smiled. "All right, since you are silent, let me handle this." After saying that, he did not give the man in black any time to think. With a thought, a soul-controlling pill appeared in his hand. Whoosh, a ray of light appeared in an instant. In the end, it rushed into the man in black's mouth at an extremely fast speed. Gulp. Subconsciously, the man in black swallowed the soul-controlling pill in his mouth. However, in the next moment, when the man in black came back to his senses, his face was as pale as paper. After such a long time, how could he not know the meaning of the thing he ate? In the next moment, the man in black wanted to dig his throat and vomit out the thing that went into his mouth. However, Lin Ray's voice sounded in his ears. "Don't waste your effort. Don't waste your energy. There's no other way. That thing is an elixir. It melts in the mouth. Moreover, it's hard to find an elixir for this, Lord. You can't even buy one outside." This was a joke, but it was also true. After all, it was indeed hard to find an elixir for a saint-level elixir. Perhaps even the saints of the holy world would beg Lin Ray to refine pills for them, if they knew that Lin Ray was a saint-grade alchemist. What did you feed me?" The man in black roared. "Soul-controlling pill. It is a type of pill that can control you. However, don't worry." Knowing the man in black's worries, Lin Ray comforted him. "Don't compare my pill with those fake pills. My pill will only make you respect me. It will not make you speak of our conversation. As for other things, such as controlling your body and consciousness, trust me, it will not happen." The man in black did not want to believe Lin Ray's words. However, who knew that just as the thought of disbelief appeared, a mysterious energy would instantly kill it. In the end, other than his trust in Lin Ray, there was nothing else. At this moment, the man in black was extremely shocked. He had never heard of this pill before. However, it was just as he said. If this pill could be mass-produced, then stop thinking about it. Just as the man in black thought of this, he heard Lin Ray's warning. He immediately trembled and nodded, not daring to act rashly. The effect is not bad. Lin Ray was quite satisfied with the man in black's current reaction. "Tell me, what is your name? Who sent you? What do you want?" After speaking so much nonsense, the main topic had arrived. "Master, this subordinate is Chiu Yang. I'm the leader of the secret guards in the Talisman Sect." Previously, Xuanfeng sensed that something was wrong with Master and was very afraid of Master. Therefore, he sent this subordinate to keep an eye on you and report back after half a day. Chiu Yang. Hearing how obedient Chiu Yang was, Lin Ray smiled. However, after hearing the man's intention, a chill rose from the bottom of his heart and instantly soared. Xuanfeng, the sect master of the Talisman Sect. I didn't expect that you would take the initiative to come here before I went to look for you. However, this is also good. It saves me the trouble of looking for you." As he spoke, he looked at Chiu Yang, and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Master, although he had eaten the soul-controlling pill, he still had his own consciousness. Seeing how affectionate Lin Ray was, Chiu Yang immediately knew that someone was going to be in trouble. "I have a mission for you. Master, please tell me. Since Xuanfeng asked you to keep an eye on me, you will continue to keep an eye on me, plop." Before Lin Ray could finish his words, Chiu Yang's body trembled and he knelt on the ground. His body was trembling slightly as though he had experienced something terrifying. "Get up first and listen to me." Lin Ray felt a little helpless in the face of Chiu Yang's reaction. "Oh," Chiu Yang replied and stood up respectfully. He lowered his head and did not dare to speak. He did not even dare to look at Lin Ray directly. Sigh. Seeing how Chiu Yang was behaving, Lin Ray was too lazy to correct him. Follow Xuanfeng's instructions and report back after half a day. Of course, the most important thing is that you have to reveal my matters to him bit by bit. As for the other matters, You don't have to worry about them first. Hearing Lin Rei's instructions, Qiu Yang's eyes were filled with doubt. Although he was filled with doubts, he still nodded his head. All right, that's good. You may go. Waving his hand, Ren Baqian asked Qiu Yang to leave. Yes, I will take my leave now. Although Qiu Yang was filled with doubts, he still endured it and left. On the other side, all right, the second round of the competition is about to begin. The gathering of cultivators will begin immediately. The middle-aged man who had left earlier returned and announced. In an instant, the crowd exploded. It's about to begin. In the distance, when Ren Baqian heard the middle-aged man's words, he smiled and said to himself. Then, he flashed into the crowd. The next round will be a duel. It's a last-minute decision. For the sake of the safety of their cultivators, the top 10 can enter and be subdued. What? Hearing the middle-aged man's decision, some of the people present were stunned. They did not expect the competition to be decided at the last minute. However, they had no choice. After all, this was the Talisman Grandmaster and not their home. In the end, they could only accept it. Had the top 10? However, Lin Rei, who was in the crowd, had an interesting smile on his face. To him, no matter how many stages there were, they would be useless. They would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. You don't have to participate. The sudden words caused Linley, who had been interested, to be stunned. Who do you think you are? At this moment, Lin Rei was extremely depressed. Mother asterisk her, why is there no end to this? Previously, there was one, and now there's another. Who I am is not important. At this moment, a man who had appeared behind Lin Rei out of nowhere stared at Lin Rei with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Not important? Without turning around, Ren Baqian continued to look ahead with disdain in his heart. Indeed, it's not important. Even though the old man had said it previously, it had a different meaning when it came from Lin Rei's mouth. What about you? Don't play with me. Why don't you let me participate? I believe that you must have hidden your cultivation. Furthermore, are you sure that your cultivation is suitable for you to participate? But, even though the old man was right, this did not mean that he would give up. Turning around, the old man's face appeared in front of Lin Rei. Looking at him, Lin Rei's voice was filled with determination. Even though it's not suitable, but I want. As he spoke, he lifted his finger and pointed at the floating, banishing, immortal brush in the golden light with an excited look on his face. Chapter 861. When the old man saw that Lin Rei had completely disobeyed his orders, he felt as if he had lost all his dignity. His anger instantly soared to the sky. This was the first time he had been disregarded and disobeyed by a senior ever since he had started cultivating. How could he possibly endure this? Why? Do you want to fight me? Lin Rei looked at the old man with disdain. Deep down, he was looking forward to the old man making a move. After all, he would then have a reason to make a move without knowing the rules of the system's mission. When that time comes, everyone would make a move and destroy all the higher-ups in the symbol sect. He believed that it would not be difficult for him to become the sect master of the symbol sect. Furthermore, the system had said that he would become the sect master of the symbol sect. However, it did not say how long it would take. Therefore, in Lin Rei's opinion, the system was not omnipotent. However, reality was always different from one's imagination. The more one thought about it, the less likely the situation would develop. The originally incomparably calm old man was originally on the verge of going berserk. However, who would have thought that, just as the other party was about to do something, he would instantly restrain himself. His malevolent face revealed a smile that was even uglier than crying. All right, since you don't want to withdraw, then forget it. The symbol sect has always won people over with virtue. Since you want to participate, I will not stop you, huh? Puzzled, he looked at the old man. Linley was completely bewildered. What was the meaning of his earlier words? What happened to his previous impulse? What happened to his previous impulse to attack? What the hell is going on? Why did it turn out like this in the blink of an eye? What is he trying to do? My time is limited, okay. His heart was going crazy, but he could not show it in the end. All he could do was wait quietly for the next step. His original shortcut had been ruined by this idiot in front of him. At this moment, he had entered Lin Ray's blacklist. All right, if you want to participate, go ahead. I look forward to your next performance. He spoke in a gentle tone, like a gentle and quiet old man. It was a stark contrast to his hideous appearance from before. Buffed, Lin Ray rolled his eyes at the old man and let him experience it for himself. He then walked forward and distanced himself from the old man. Little bastard, just you wait. Once this is over, I'll kill you. Standing in place and looking at Lin Ray's back, the tranquility on his face disappeared and was replaced by endless hatred and malevolence. Of course, the crowd did not notice it. After all, he was an elder of the Talisman Sect. Thus, he had already placed some talismans on his body when he arrived here. Unless he wanted others to see it, grandfather, a weak voice came from behind. A young man in white clothes walked out from behind. His overall appearance was not bad, and he looked calm. His skin was as white as snow, and his skin was like ice. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like stars. One look at his deep eyes, and you would be deeply attracted. Chinner. However, when he heard that voice, the originally ferocious expression on the old man's face quickly changed, and a smile appeared on his face. It could be seen that the expression on the old man's face was sincere. His eyes couldn't lie. That pair of doting eyes, unless it was his true feelings. Otherwise, Jin Shun was the grandson of the elder of the Talisman Sect, Jin Buhuan. His cultivation was extremely powerful, and he was a divine guard. Moreover, his talisman Dao had already reached the heaven grade. It could be said that he was a rare talent in the Jin family. Jin Buhuan was referring to the old man in front of him. At the same time, he was also the third elder of the Talisman Sect. His cultivation had already reached the late divine emperor realm. Grandfather, the competition is about to begin. What are you doing here? Jin Shin asked curiously. I'm here to see a little fellow. As if he was afraid that his grandson would see through his intentions, he quickly changed the topic. All right. Do your best during the competition. Safety comes first. Do you understand? At this moment, Gold Unchangeable was the embodiment of a warm grandfather's love for his grandson. It was no longer as spicy as before. I understand. Don't worry, I'll remember. Jin Shun chuckled when he saw his grandfather's concern. He then waved his hand and said, That's all. Grandfather, I'll go first. Then, without waiting for Jin Buhuan to speak, Jin Shun jogged away from the crowd and walked forward. Looking at his grandson's departing figure, Jin Buhuan sighed, his face full of helplessness. AI, why is my grandson so weak? Why does he have to let nature take its course? Your father isn't like you either. Whose son are you? Sometimes, Jin Buhuan really suspected that Jin Shin wasn't his grandson. After all, the characters of his father and grandfather were completely different from his. They were two completely different versions. Of course, this was just a thought. He didn't think too much about it. After all, he was the one who watched his grandson being born. Sigh, forget it. Do whatever you want. As long as you're not in danger, I don't have any extravagant hopes. He sighed and looked in the direction that Jin Shun left. Then, he turned around and left the crowd. In a flash, he walked into the depths of the golden light. Everyone, let's start drawing lots. At this moment, the middle-aged host said, There are a total of 240 numbers here. Both groups are the same. Each of you will have to draw a number. I'll shout. Whoever has that number will come up here, and so on. After all the written tests are over, we'll draw lots, and so on until the last 10 are chosen. Everyone, if there's anything you don't understand, please ask. If not, let's begin. After he said that, there was a moment of silence in the hall. No one said anything, and they just stood there in a daze. In response, the middle-aged man nodded. All right, since that's the case, you can start drawing lots now. Then, the middle-aged host took out rows of jade slips. At this moment, everyone moved. Everyone went up the mountain and drew their own jade slips. They were very nervous. At this moment, the person who had been standing there until everyone had drawn their lots slowly went up and picked up the last jade slip. He opened it and saw that one word was carved on it. Number 1. When he saw the number that he had drawn, a smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect it to be so fast. I didn't expect to be the first to go up. He wasn't dissatisfied with the number that he had drawn because it didn't matter to him. After all, there was another person in the crowd who was worth his time. Damn, it can't be. Number 2. Why am I the second to go up? At this moment, a young man looked at the number that he had drawn with a bitter expression. It's fine. We have to go up in the morning and at night. In my opinion, it's better to save time at night. That way, we won't feel pressured. You're right. All right, don't be upset. There are countless experts here. Anyway, you don't have any hope of entering the Talisman Grandmaster. Just come here and play. Don't be too serious. If you're serious, you'll lose. That's really... At the side, a smile appeared on his face when he heard their conversation. However, he had to admit that although it sounded a little unreliable, he realized that it was right after he thought about it. It wasn't just him. A portion of the people in the crowd who had drawn the number near the front also had the same expression. Lin Ray was speechless. A few minutes later, the middle-aged man in charge of the crowd said, "All right, I believe that you've all drawn your number. Remember him. Perhaps he'll be your opportunity." As he spoke, he didn't wait for the crowd to refute him and continued. "Since that's the case, let's begin. Now, let's invite number 1 to the arena to compete." After he finished speaking, the middle-aged man waved his hand. A huge arena suddenly appeared in an open space not far away. A hua sound was heard, and the crowd went into an uproar. Everyone was from a clan or sect. Naturally, their horizons were not low. When they saw the arena, the words "late stage of the divine level" appeared in their minds. Damn, how extravagant. A divine weapon so casually appeared. TSK. As expected of a large sect. It's really amazing. That's right. Hearing the crowd's discussion, the middle-aged man in charge of the crowd in the distance revealed an indescribable smile on his face. It was as if the crowd wasn't praising the arena, but him. A bunch of bumpkins. It's just a late-stage divine weapon. Is there need to be so excited? Really? At this moment, the crowd didn't know what Lin Ray was thinking. If they knew, they would definitely glare at him fiercely. Moreover, if they knew that Lin Ray could refine divine weapons, they would be even more speechless. Some of them would even say, "Damn you, you think you're so great because you're a weapon refiner?" Divine weapons are divine weapons. You can be arrogant if you're a weapon refiner, but we're not. Of course, the crowd didn't know what Lin Ray was thinking, let alone what he was thinking. Looking at the arena taking shape, Lin Ray smiled disdainfully. Then, he stepped out of the crowd and walked toward the arena. Although his speed wasn't fast in the eyes of the crowd, what was strange was that Lin Ray arrived in front of the arena very quickly. As for the other person, he was stunned when he heard his name being called. Then, he slowly walked out of the crowd and finally came to the arena. Looks like there's no suspense in this round. At this moment, Jian Feng, who was in the crowd, looked at the contestant who was going to fight with Lin Ray. For a moment, a look of disdain and pity appeared on his face. TSK, I hope this person can be more open-minded after this experience. Don't be so stubborn. Sigh. At this moment, in the crowd, Zhuqing, who had the same thought as Jian Feng, also felt pity for that person. They were very clear about Lin Ray's strength, so they were in awe and pity for the stranger in the arena. They were in awe because that person dared to fight with Lin Ray, and pity because they sympathized with that person's luck. In the first round, he met Lin Ray, who was an insurmountable mountain. Okay, contestants, get ready. Let's begin. At this moment, the middle-aged man gave the order. Suddenly, layers of energy rose up and enveloped the arena. Looking at the middle-aged man's action and the protective shield around the arena, a look of disdain appeared on his face. Looking up at his opponent, Lin Ray kindly advised, "Kid, it's not too late to back out now. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen later." What? Although there was an energy shield around the arena, The crowd could clearly hear their conversation. However, at this moment, when they heard Lin Ray's words, the crowd was in an uproar. Even a middle-aged host was in an uproar. Huh, there hasn't been such an arrogant person in the past. It seems like this is the first time. TSK, TSK. The middle-aged man was not optimistic about Lin Ray. He thought that Lin Ray was an arrogant and conceited person. However, Jin Feng and Zhuo Qing did not think so. They knew Lin Ray's strength. So, they silently prayed that the person would listen to Lin Ray's words. Maybe it would be better if he left the arena like this. However, reality was always relative. This matter was obviously not disadvantageous to you, but you were biased. There was no other way. Arrogant. When a young man opposite Lin Ray heard Lin Ray's words, his originally timid heart seemed to have been stimulated. He was stunned for a moment and growled in a low voice. Lin Ray's words seemed to have stimulated his self-esteem. Although he was even more afraid, he still used it to fight. His cultivation was suitable. He instantly released his cultivation as a divine guard. A surge of towering anger broke out from his body. A long sword appeared in his hand, and his figure disappeared in a flash. Not bad. Would attribute spiritual root. Although it's not the best, it's still a mid-high grade spiritual root. TSK, TSK. This strength is not bad. The moment the young man disappeared, a surge of wood attribute spiritual energy appeared. Sensing this, Lin Ray immediately determined the attribute of the young man and his cultivation. As for the figure that disappeared, it had been in Lin Ray's consciousness since the beginning. Although his magic art was very rare, it was nothing in front of an expert. Looking ahead, Lin Ray shook his head with a regretful expression. I told you to retreat, but you didn't listen. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. What? Hearing this, the young man who used his magic art to attack Lin Ray was stunned. However, he did not think too much about it. After all, he did not believe that he would lose. Sigh. Lin Ray sighed when he saw the young man's action. Then, he shook his head and released his cultivation. His body moved and instantly disappeared. What this? In the dark, seeing the target of his attack disappear, the young man panicked. The young man was frantic, and he immediately scanned the area, wanted to find Lin Li. Are you really looking for me? Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind him. Suddenly, the young man's body froze. His face was filled with a bitter smile. Then, he turned around to check. TSK, what a pity for the wood attribute. You could have developed very well. Why didn't you listen to me? At this moment, Lin Ray, who disappeared, appeared behind the young man. He was very regretful. However, in the next moment, the regret disappeared and was replaced by endless killing intent. When a young man was halfway through turning around, a hand tightly grabbed his neck. A surge of hidden energy instantly entered the young man's body. Boom! A muffled sound came from the young man's body. Scarlet blood flowed out from the young man's mouth. Sigh. Lin Ray sighed. Then he exerted force in his arm and threw the young man out of the arena. One move, just one move to end the battle. Haha, this strength. Chapter 862. No one said a word. Everyone stared at the arena in shock. Their eyes were wide open and their mouths were wide open. It was as if they could stuff a few eggs in. It happened so fast that no one knew what happened. It was already over. Gulp. Jin Shun swallowed his saliva in shock. Perhaps it was because everyone was so shocked that they fell silent, but the sound of him swallowing his saliva was very loud. Too strong. Who is this person? Why haven't I seen him before? Why haven't I heard of his name in the divinity world? Jin Shun wondered. If Gold Buhuan knew what his grandson was thinking right now, he'd probably vomit blood from anger. The person he wanted to kill had become his grandson's idol. This was so dramatic. It was really, you can announce it now. After doing all this, he clapped his hands and said coldly to the referee. The referee was still in shock. When he heard that, his body trembled. He came back to his senses and said with a shocked expression, Yes. He said yes 3 times in a row. Then he continued, Lin Ray is here for the first round. When the referee's words reached everyone's ears, they strangely didn't applaud. They didn't see any admiration in the crowd's eyes. There was only vigilance and shock. Even the referee felt uneasy. Although the arena was only a late-stage divine artifact, it wasn't something that could be broken so easily. Moreover, Lin Ray's move was too casual. Seeing this scene, everyone in the arena came to a conclusion. If they met Linley in the arena, they wouldn't say a single word, and they definitely wouldn't recklessly rush up and attack him. The only decent way out was to forfeit. Otherwise, thinking about it, everyone couldn't help but look at the young man lying on the ground like a dead dog. His breathing was so weak that if they didn't look carefully, they would think that he was dead. Of course, judging from the situation, they didn't think that he could survive, because just a moment ago, his breathing had completely disappeared. Just like that, an outstanding genius was killed in an instant. Furthermore, there was not a single trace of sloppiness. It was a clean and crisp death. He did not even have the ability to fight back. SSS. Phew. Looking at the silent scene, the head judge took a deep breath. He then exhaled, calming himself down and returning to his usual calmness. Of course, this was only on the surface. Her shocked heart was still open to him. The first round is over. Let's move on to the second round. Number 2, please step up. As he spoke, the referee waved his hand. The barrier that had been broken earlier was restored to its original state with a wave of his hand. Everything was back to normal, as if it had never been broken. Lin Ray's eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor when he saw this scene. Of course, it only lasted for an instant before vanishing without a trace. The third round, round 35, begin. And so, one duel after another went on. Linley couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to these duels. After the duels were over, he found a place where no one was around and sat down cross-legged, ignoring them. Lin Ray would rather use this short period of time to comprehend the Tao of talismans, Tao of smithing, and Tao of formations. After all, these 3 Taos were about to break through to the saint level. Rather than watching these boring battles, it was better to make use of the time to break through. After all, these Taos would be very useful in the holy world. However, after an unknown amount of time, the arena became very intense. Although it was a competition, in order to save time, everyone went up and attacked with all their might. Therefore, the first round of sour beans was over very quickly, and the second round of the competition had begun. Senior, the second round is about to begin. I wonder if you... At this moment, a familiar voice and a familiar scene appeared again. Lin Ray was speechless. Without opening his eyes, Lin Ray knew that the person who spoke was none other than Jianfeng. Towards him, Lin Ray was speechless. And, after answering, he stopped meditating and opened his eyes. Looking at the arena, he did not have a chance to stand up and go up to Jianfeng. In the end, he went up to the arena. The judge was helpless towards Lin Ray's actions, but he did not stop him. After all, it was his turn to fight. However, in the next moment, when Lin Ray opened his mouth, the judge regretted it. Standing in the middle of the arena, Lin Ray was impatient. These battles were too troublesome. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Ray made a decision that shocked everyone. Looking at the people below, Lin Ray spoke. His voice entered everyone's mind. Since you want to fight, let's save some time. Come at me together. My time is limited. It's too troublesome to fight one battle after another. So, come at me together. Then, he raised his hand and hooked his finger at the crowd. This action was nothing in Lin Ray's eyes. However, in the eyes of the crowd, it was an arrogant and insufferably arrogant behavior. Coupled with his words, at this moment, the crowd was furious. Even the judge was furious. Although Lin Ray was powerful, he did not expect him to be so arrogant. He wanted to fight all of them alone. Although many of them had been eliminated, there were still at least 40 to 50 of them. Even God King would not dare to say that he could handle them all at once. Not to mention, there were 1 or 2 God Kings among them. Although they were hiding their cultivation base, it was still possible to see through them. Of course, Although the judge was not satisfied with Lin Ray's attitude and behavior, he was still the judge. Therefore, even though he was unwilling, he still tried to persuade Lin Ray. Lin Ray, don't try to be brave. You want to fight all of them alone? Can you bear it? Besides, there are so few people here. I believe it will be over soon. Don't. Lin Ray rolled his eyes at the judge. Then he retorted, May I ask, is there a rule that says I can't fight all of them? Go away. I will follow the rules. But then, with a sword in his hand, the domineering chi of the world rushed out. His insufferably arrogant face was exposed. But since there is no rule, I have a challenge. All of them, unless they don't want to, or they don't have the guts. So, as he spoke, he looked at the crowd with a provocative expression. So, your choice is? At this moment, hearing Lin Ray's stupefied expression, the judge became even more furious. However, what Lin Ray said was not unreasonable. It was just that the judge felt uncomfortable. Originally, he wanted to protect Lin Ray. However, he did not expect that he would be refuted in such a blatant manner. What the hell? That person's legs were not clamped tightly together. Why did such a person jump out? That's right. Who does he think he is? A divine sect? A divine lord? A god emperor? He actually dares to challenge all of us by himself. He must be tired of living. TSK. He's just someone who thinks too highly of himself. He thinks that he's amazing just because he has a little bit of strength. Does he not know that there is always someone better than him? At this moment, the crowd was very dissatisfied with Lin Ray's behavior. However, among the crowd's complaints, there were two people who had smiles on their faces the entire time. In fact, after hearing the crowd's disdain and discussion, the smiles on their faces instantly disappeared. It was replaced with expressions of disdain. They were none other than Jian Feng, who already knew how powerful Lin Ray was. The second person was naturally Zhuo Qing, who already recognized Lin Ray as her master. Lin Ray did not care about the crowd's discussion at all. Instead, he had a smile on his face. He stood alone on the stage with Jian Feng and Zhuo Qing, waiting for the crowd to make their move. Are you sure? At this moment, the judge could not help but ask. After all, this had never happened before. He did not know how to deal with it. However, looking at Lin Ray's determined expression, he knew that the person before him was serious. Yes, I'm sure. Knowing that the judge was being kind, Lin Ray's tone became gentler, and he nodded. Sigh. The judge sighed. Since the other party did not care, what right did he have to criticize him? With that thought, the judge took a step back and left the stage in a flash. He went to a secluded place and quietly waited for the result. Arrogant thief. Since you were so arrogant and conceited, let me have a taste of your strength. I want to see if you can challenge all of us here. The crowd fell silent. But at this moment, a young man with a coarse appearance and a muscular body appeared. He gave off the impression of a fierce man. He held a halberd behind his back and exuded an imposing aura. His figure flashed, and in the next moment, he appeared on the stage. Arrogant thief, come and face your death. Boom! He released his late-stage divine guard cultivation and an enormous amount of spiritual energy. The oppressive aura of a divine guard pressed down on Lin Ray. Lin Ray revealed a trace of admiration when he saw the young man before him. After all, he dared to come alone. However, this alone wasn't enough to make Lin Ray feel anything towards him. Just now, when a young man came up, Lin Ray felt a sense of familiarity in his heart. Although he couldn't put his finger on it, he just felt a sense of familiarity. Are you sure you want to fight me alone? You don't need the help of others? Lin Ray could not help but tease. No need. I alone am enough to deal with you. Make your move. This all right. Since the other party had already said so much, if Lin Ray didn't make a move, wouldn't he be letting the other party down? After making his decision, Lin Ray moved. His figure disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was behind the young man. But unlike before, Lin Ray was not filled with murderous intent. Go back and practice more. Your spear intent has not reached its peak. I'm looking forward to seeing you in the future. I wonder if you will surprise me when I see you again. When he heard this, the young man's body trembled. He subconsciously wanted to turn around, but the moment he turned around, his body became light. He looked down and saw that he had left the ground. At this moment, Lin Ray's voice was heard again. Think about it carefully. The spear is the master of all weapons. It can move forward without fear. I still can't do it without hesitation and without any distractions. Whoosh! Before the young man could say anything, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The young man appeared in the air and fell to the ground in the distance. After doing all this, Lin Ray gestured to the crowd and said, "How about it? Do you want to come together? Sometimes I'm really curious. You all call yourselves geniuses, but ask yourselves, are you?" As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd was once again thrown into a perilous situation, stirring up the anger of the crowd. Bastard! He cursed, but he did not dare to go up because the person just now was stronger than him. So coward. Looking at the crowd's reaction, Lin Ray shook his head in disappointment. I didn't expect the geniuses of the divine world to persuade me like this. You are worse than a beggar on the street. Sigh. Every word was like a knife. Lin Ray's words completely aroused the crowd's self-esteem. They did not expect the person in front of them to insult them again and again. Bastard, bastard, unforgivable. Everyone, let's go up together and teach this bastard a lesson. We must make him regret. Yes, let's go. When one person opened his mouth, the crowd exploded. When one person acted, it was out of control. When started with one person, 10 people followed. Later, everyone rushed up to the stage. Oh, that's right. Looking at the crowd's angry appearance, Lin Ray's face was full of smiles. Since that's the case, let's get this over with quickly. After saying this, an evil smile appeared on his face. His figure instantly disappeared and charged into the crowd. Lin Ray, who had turned into a ray of light, shuttled back and forth in the crowd. Everywhere he passed, there would be wails, painful cries, and screams. Lin Ray did not notice that while he was shuttling back and forth in the crowd, a beautiful figure appeared on a mountain peak not far away. There was an amused smile on her face as she looked at Lin Ray, who was shuttling back and forth in the crowd. There was a trace of complaint in her eyes. Humph, bastard, since you have dumped me, just you wait. When you enter the Talisman Sect, I will teach you a lesson. There was a trace of hidden bitterness in her voice. If Lin Ray was here, he would definitely be very shocked after seeing the beautiful figure's face. This was because this person was none other than Su Ziqing, who had been mercilessly dumped by Lin Ray previously. However, Su Ziqing was currently dressed as a woman. However, her appearance was indescribably beautiful. At this moment, her appearance was completely different from when she was dressed as a man. In fact, it was even slightly better. F***, we have been tricked. This person is a demon. At this moment, more than half of the 40 over people in the arena had been flirted with by Lin Ray in less than 15 minutes. Of course, if the crowd knew that Lin Ray had not even used 10% of his strength, what would they do? Chapter 863. At this moment, Linley's magnificent performance had completely stunned the audience, as well as the referee. They had never imagined that Linley would be so powerful. With such strength, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he could take the head of an enemy general in an army of 10,000. Moreover, everyone realized that their attacks were like scratching an itch when they landed on Lin Ray's body. He didn't feel anything at all and continued his magnificent performance. At this moment, everyone felt that their previous actions and words were extremely comical and unbearable to look at. Sigh. A sigh was heard. At this moment, other than 2 people who were still standing, the rest of the people in the arena had lost their ability to fight. They were all lying on the ground. They were either holding their legs, covering their faces, or unconscious. Of course, some of the cultivators with slightly higher cultivation were rolling on the ground and crying out in pain. As experts, this kind of behavior was very embarrassing. However, it was really painful. They couldn't bear it. Moreover, although Lin Ray had held back, the power was not something they could endure. Are you going to give up, or do you want me to help you? At this moment, Lin Ray ignored the cries of pain around him and looked at the young man in front of him. Lin Ray didn't attack him. Instead, he asked him. This was already Lin Ray being merciful. Do it. The way of the sword is about advancing courageously and never giving up. I don't want my way of the sword to be destroyed. Moreover, as he spoke, the young man raised his head and looked at Lin Ray with eyes full of admiration. He said, "You said it. So, I will not back down." Every single word caused Linley to be moved. However, aside from being moved, there was also a hint of mockery in his voice. After all, there weren't many people in the deity realm who were capable of such a thing. In addition to pressing forward courageously, one also had to be strong enough. Lin Ray didn't think that with his strength, he could defeat him even if he advanced courageously. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being merciless. Since the other party had said so, Lin Ray didn't need to be polite. Standing in front of Linley was the only other person on the dueling platform, aside from Linley. It was none other than Jian Feng, who had fought earlier and had been deeply impressed by Linley's Tao of the Sword. He stood on the arena, not because he was strong, but because he had tacitly allowed it. After all, Lin Ray had warned him before. Although it was insignificant, Lin Ray had given him a chance. Come on. The second move of the Myriad Sword technique, 100 Swords Devouring God. When he used the second style of the Innumerable Swords technique, the sword edge was filled with sword chi. Outside of the sword chi, there were even more illusory images of the long swords in his hand. Each and every one of them emitted a cold light as they densely appeared in front of the sword edge. The second style of the Innumerable Swords technique. TSK, not bad at all. Although you have comprehended its form, but you haven't comprehended its meaning at all. Looking at the hundreds of long swords in front of him, Lin Ray's face revealed a trace of ridicule. I really don't know how your master taught you. Sigh, you're a genius in the sword Tao. What a pity for the Innumerable Swords technique. He shook his head and didn't say anything more. Hearing these words, Jian Feng was stunned. Although he understood what Lin Ray was talking about, but he was unwilling in his heart because he was talking about the existence that he cherished and respected the most. Let's not talk nonsense. Come on. As he spoke, he waved his long sword, and over 100 sword shadows shot out, moving as fast as lightning and as fast as thunder, instantly disappearing and charging towards Linley. Sigh. Only the action, not the meaning. In the end, it's all in vain. Looking at the densely packed sword images rushing towards him, Lin Ray didn't dodge. He didn't even use his cultivation. He took a step forward and slowly walked towards the sword images. His speed wasn't very fast. His eyes were wide open and the corners of his mouth curved into a devilish smile. He gave off a feeling of coldness. Good, very good. Hurry up and kill him. You must kill him. Let him give me a taste of his own medicine outside. That's right, kill him. Kill him. It hurts so much. Even if I die, it will be worth it if I kill him. Yeah, that bastard. Kill him. Hurry up and kill him. I don't want to see this demon again. At this moment, in the arena, the people who hadn't fainted saw Lin Ray's current actions and the awe-inspiring sword images again. Everyone was overjoyed. They didn't care about their own injuries and shouted at the top of their lungs. It seemed that they could already see the scene of Lin Ray being pierced by the hundreds of sword images. It wasn't just them. The referee, Jin Buhuan, and those who were waiting for Lin Ray to die couldn't help but want him to die quickly. Of course, with the desire to kill, there was also worry. At this moment, not far away, looking at the hundreds of sword images that were about to pierce Lin Ray's body, Su Ziqing clenched her hands tightly. Her face was full of worry. Stinking brat, little bastard, don't be angry. Otherwise, I will go to the ends of the earth to find you. However, Lin Ray didn't know any of this. At this moment, Lin Ray was still walking towards the sword images. As he got closer, the sword images arrived in front of him in an instant. Lin Ray wasn't blind. He was still as calm as ever, as if there was nothing in front of him. Be careful, Jian Feng, who was using the 10,000 Swords manual, could not help but warn the others when he saw this. However, the moment he said that, a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life appeared before his eyes. At this moment, seeing the sword images in front of him, he ignored them and directly crashed into them. Kacha! 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 Suddenly, the sound of shattering could be heard. The hundreds of sword images began to shatter the moment they came into contact with Lin Rei's body. It was as if Lin Rei's body was made of stellar iron. It couldn't be pierced by anything. Even Jian Feng, who was using the myriad sword art, was shocked. One had to know that the myriad sword art was extremely powerful. Not to mention humans. Even quicksand and iron would be cut in half in an instant. However, the scene in front of him was a new experience for Jian Feng. He was shocked. This shock came from the depths of his soul. Quicksand and iron were the toughest materials in the divine realm. Normally, a little bit of it would be added to a supreme, gray divine artifact when refining it. However, at this moment, in just a few seconds, Jian Feng had been using it for less than half a minute. At this moment, Lin Rei had once again refreshed Jian Feng's understanding, refreshed the understanding of the talisman Sect's upper echelons, and refreshed the understanding of everyone present. F*CK. What the hell? An extremely uncoordinated voice could be heard. The voice was trembling, the face was filled with shock, and the mouth was wide open. Hearing this voice, Lin Rei turned his head to look. It was none other than the person who said that he would rather die than kill him. Looking at him, a chill rose in his heart. It's all right. You can live a little longer. Soon, you will leave this world. Cherish your last moments in this world. At this moment, the young man cried. He regretted it. He did not expect that even such a powerful attack would not be able to kill Lin Rei. Moreover, it was not even the slightest bit. Even his clothes were not torn. At this moment, the young man really wanted to curse. He hated his own mouth even more. He hated himself for being so cheap. The young man turned his head to look at Jian Feng. At this moment, Jian Feng was in a daze. It was as if he had lost his soul. His eyes were dull and lifeless. Looking at him, Lin Rei sneered. Not all sword cultivators can step into the true sword Dao. Moreover, after saying that, Lin Rei's face was filled with disdain. Moreover, I think you should change your master quickly. Your master did not even tell you if you have entered the intent realm. I guess such a master is also, stop talking. Jian Feng roared, don't say any more. Although what you said may be right, but there is only one master. I will not betray him. Even more so, I will not betray my master just because of a few words from you. I cannot do it. He didn't say anything. Seeing how excited Jian Feng was, Lin Li's face was filled with surprise. In that moment, his impression of Jian Feng improved significantly. Do whatever you want. Without any further persuasion, Lin Fan appeared beside Jian Feng in a flash. With a chop of his hand, he chopped Jian Feng's neck. In an instant, Lin Fan activated his hidden force. Jian Feng felt his entire body go limp. His vision turned black and he lost consciousness. Although I am very satisfied with you, but what you said just now moved me. Furthermore, Sorbonne, TSK, it's not bad. At this moment, the unconscious Jian Feng did not know that Lin Rei had praised him. Although your swordsmanship is very bad, and your swordsmanship has been turned into a complete mess by that master of yours, but since the two of us have met, it means that fate has brought us together. Since that is the case, this exalted body will not be stingy. Although I can't give you any pointers, I can still give you the essentials and experience of the myriad sword technique. As he spoke, his hand blade instantly turned into a sword finger, and he pointed it at Jian Feng's forehead. Suddenly, all the experience of the myriad sword art, as well as the entire myriad sword art, was transmitted into Jian Feng's mind. Phew! After a long sigh, a smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. The rest is up to you. I hope that you won't ruin your good condition. With that, Lin Fan stood up. Without looking at Jian Feng, who was lying on the ground, he walked down the stage. At this moment, the worried young man saw Lin Ray walking down the stage. He instinctively thought that Lin Ray had forgotten about him, and he felt relieved. Puff! However, just as the young man thought that, a warm current flowed out from his chest. Subconsciously, the young man looked down and saw a finger-sized hole in his chest. Scarlet blood flowed out, and his aura and vitality were slowly fading away. Why? Why? I don't want to die. At the edge of the stage, Lin Fan sensed the young man's condition and sneered. How long do you think someone who threatens or wants to kill this exalted body can live? Walking down the stage, Lin Ray was speechless when he saw the shocked expression of the judge. Announce the result, and let's enter the last round. Oh. Hearing Lin Ray's voice, the judge subconsciously took a step back. However, when he came back to his senses, he looked embarrassed and returned to his original position. He opened his mouth and said, Lin Ray, first place. As for, there's no need to say anything. They don't have the ability to continue. So, let's enter the next round. Lin Fan said without holding back. Hearing this, the judge felt angry. However, there was nothing he could do. Lin Ray was right. No one on the stage could stand up. Looking at their injuries, it would take at least half a year. Sigh. With a sigh, he reluctantly announced, since it's like this, Lin Ray, prepare to enter the golden light. Inside, whoosh, a gust of wind blew past his face, and his vision turned black. In the next moment, Lin Ray, who was standing in front of him, disappeared without a trace. F*CK. No matter what, I'm still the judge. Don't you know how to show some respect? The judge turned around and looked at Lin Ray, who had rushed into the golden light, and muttered. At this moment, Jean Buhuan was standing in the golden light. He looked down from the stage and looked at Lin Ray with a ferocious expression. His killing intent soared to the sky. Bastard! How dare you touch my grandson? You're dead meat. So what if you're strong? Even if I die, I'll make you pay the price. Lin Ray didn't know that Jean Buhuan had sworn to die. He also didn't know that Jean Buhuan's grandson was among the people who had been beaten up. In the golden light, Lin Ray slightly activated his cultivation to save time. The moment his cultivation of the early divine emperor appeared, his speed increased by more than 10 times. When Lin Ray's cultivation was exposed, Fu Zong and Su Ziqing, who were hiding in the dark, were shocked. However, Lin Ray didn't care about it. Compared to the mission and the banished fairy brush, their shock was nothing. After a while, Lin Ray appeared in the middle of the golden light, under the banished fairy brush. At this moment, Lin Ray, who had arrived, felt the pressure around him increase dramatically. If he hadn't reached the level of ultimate god, even if he was an emperor god, he wouldn't have been able to stay here for long. Interesting. Sensing the pressure around him, a hint of interest arose in Lin Li's heart. Interesting. Since you're here, why don't you hurry up and subdue him? What are you waiting for? Suddenly, the little dragon's voice was heard. Suddenly, Lin Ray was stunned and rolled his eyes. I know, you're so long-winded. Lin Ray wasn't angry with the little dragon. He muttered, and his mind power rushed out, aiming at the banished fairy brush above his head. Lin Ray's enormous mind power was like a sharp sword, entering the banished fairy brush without any hindrance. Be careful. There's an artifact spirit here. Although I don't know its cultivation level, looking at the level of the banished fairy brush, the artifact spirit here shouldn't be simple. Moreover, we're in their territory, we have to be careful. At this moment, the little dragon's vigilant voice was heard from the banished fairy brush. Bad guy, who are you? Why are you in my house? Just as the little dragon finished speaking, a crisp and tender voice suddenly sounded, giving Lin Ray a shock. I'm Xiao Xian, who are you? Without waiting for Lin Li to speak, Xiao Xian laughed. As she spoke, her watery eyes caused Lin Li's heart to feel a bit flustered. Useless. Isn't he just a little guy? Look at you. Chapter 864. Listening to the little dragon's disdain, Lin Ray rolled his eyes and let the little dragon experience it for himself. Xiao Xian. The reason why Lin Rei was flustered was because Xiao Xian's appearance was too short and cute. If he didn't know that weapon spirits took a long time to form, Lin Rei would have been deceived by Xiao Xian before him. At that moment, Xiao Xian looked like a child of 4 or 5 years old, and, by the looks of it, she looked like a little girl. Faced with such a vessel spirit, Meng Chao's desire to subdue her began to waver. All right, hurry up. How could the little dragon not understand Lin Rei's heart? But how could he let go of the chance to diss Lin Rei? Got it. You're so long-winded. As he spoke, he looked at Xiao Xian with an embarrassed look on his face. Lin Li chuckled, then said, Xiao Xian, aren't you bored here? Do you want your big brother to take you out for a stroll? Let's see the great rivers and mountains outside. Hearing Lin Rei's words, the little dragon in the system immediately knelt on the ground with a face full of admiration. He didn't expect Lin Rei to say such hurried, silly words. Perhaps even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe it. However, just as this thought popped up in his mind, the little dragon was stunned after hearing Xiao Xian's reply. His eyes glazed over, and he stood rooted to the ground, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Sure, I've heard that the outside world is great, but I haven't had the time. Can you bring me out to play? Xiao Xian, who was full of doubts, asked. Even Lin Rei didn't expect Xiao Xian to be so straightforward. But since there was a breakthrough, how could he give up Lin Rei? He immediately came back to his senses. Yes, of course. Not only will I bring you out to play, but I will also buy you a lot of good stuff. As long as you want it, I will buy it for you. But if that thing is beyond what I can handle, then. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Li felt that he had spoken too confidently and hurriedly left himself a way out. Really? Hearing Lin Rei's words, Xiao Xian was still doubtful, and her expression slowly turned vigilant. In this regard, Lin Rei naturally explained with a prayer. Of course, who am I? I'm Lin Rei, all right. Believe me, as long as you follow me, I guarantee that you will experience all the fun and delicious things in this world. You will definitely be very satisfied. Okay, I believe you. Looking at Lin Rei's sincere attitude and expression, Xiao Xian finally decided to follow Lin Rei. So simple. This was completely different from what Lin Rei had imagined. Previously, he thought that there would be a huge battle after entering this place. Even if there wasn't, it would at least be troublesome. But now, however, this was also good. Lin Rei was very happy about this. After all, he had obtained a natural spiritual treasure. This thing wasn't something that could be obtained just because one wanted it. Just like the door that he had obtained previously, it required an extremely strong opportunity and luck. If not, come on, drip a drop of blood on me, and I will begin to recognize you as my master. Hurry up, I still want to go out to play. Just as Lin Rei was secretly pleased with himself, Xiao Xian's hurried voice sounded. Regarding this, Lin Rei was stunned. He didn't argue anymore. He took out the Chaos Dragon Spear, grabbed the spearhead, and pricked his finger. Poof! The sound of a thin line breaking could be heard. In the next moment, scarlet, gem-like blood appeared on Lin Rei's finger. Come on, let me see how strong you are. Looking at the blood in his hand and the banishing immortal brush that had flown to him on its own accord, Lin Rei smiled. Then, he dripped the prepared blood on his finger onto the brush. Boom! With a boom, the instant the blood collided with the banishing immortal brush, a strange formation appeared. With the banishing immortal brush at the center, it spread out in all directions. 10 meters at first, it was only 10 meters. But as time passed, the magic formation grew bigger and bigger. 20 meters. At first, it didn't seem like much. But now, it had grown to more than 20 meters. Coupled with the pressure that surged out from the magic formation, it was obvious that this magic formation wasn't simple. Moreover, what was even more remarkable was that the magic formation didn't seem to have the slightest intention of slowing down. This magic formation is powerful. It should be at the high grade of the sage level. To think that this magic formation was created by a little girl. Thinking about this, Lin Ray couldn't help but blush. He didn't know what to say. However, when he thought about how long the lifespan of a weapon spirit was and how it had been formed for a very long time, Lin Ray felt relieved. Time passed bit by bit. More than 10 minutes had passed. By now, the magic formation had reached a height of 100 meters. Finally, it stopped. Xiao Xian rushed out from the banishing immortal brush. Her face was full of surprise as she pressed down on Lin Ray. She smiled and said, "Little brother, I didn't think that there would be so much energy in your blood. It actually made my body so much stronger." Sure enough, it was just as Xiao Xian said. When she rushed out, Lin Ray felt that there was something different about her. Regarding this, Lin Ray didn't care too much. After all, he was very clear about the energy in his blood. That was the bloodline of the Hongmeng supremacy. If it wasn't strong, the system wouldn't have chosen him as its host. Looking at Xiao Xian, Lin Ray chuckled. He didn't want to disturb her. As long as you're happy. As long as you're happy. With that, Lin Ray stood aside and waited. He didn't know why, but when he had the time, he would ask a question that made him want to slap himself. "Well, Xiao Xian, since you're an innate spiritual weapon, it means that you've lived through the Eldritch era. And as far as I know, all the spiritual weapons in the Eldritch era should have been obtained by the Almighty." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Ray stopped abruptly. He stared blankly at Xiao Xian, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Xiao Xian, who was originally full of smiles, looked downcast the moment she heard Lin Ray's question. Her face was filled with disappointment, helplessness, and fear and helplessness. At this moment, Lin Ray didn't say anything. He even couldn't help but curse himself for being an idiot. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. During these 4 hours, Lin Ray didn't speak. The entire place was extremely quiet. No one spoke. Even Lin Ray tried his best to suppress his breathing. Sigh. Suddenly, a sigh broke the silent and awkward atmosphere. At this moment, Xiao Xian sighed. Her initial disappointment disappeared and was replaced by memories. At this moment, Xiao Xiao was completely immersed in her memories. She sank into the deepest recesses of her memories. The Eldritch Age was a place that everyone yearned for. It was the peak of the entire cultivation era. There were all kinds of almighty beings there. There were only stronger ones, not the strongest ones. My previous master was a leader in the Eldritch Age. Oh, hearing Xiao Xian's explanation, Lin Ray couldn't help but think of Jian Feng's words. He asked subconsciously, could it be Kuan Peng? That's right. Hearing Lin Ray's words, Xiao Xian was stunned. She smiled and continued, it was Kuan Peng, the demon master Kuan Peng of the Eldritch Age, the sage master Kuan Peng of the human race. At this moment, Xiao Xian's face was filled with pride. It was as if she was talking about herself. My previous master was from the northern underworld. His cultivation was extremely high. Even the sages back then feared him. Following my master was the happiest and most unforgettable experience of my life. But, at this moment, her smile disappeared and was replaced by fear. But, for some reason, when my master was on the path of righteousness, he seemed to have discovered a secret. More than 10 sages of the holy world, and even the 12 ancestors of sorcerers, took action. They summoned Pangu's corpse to fight. That must be an earth-shattering battle. Hearing Xiao Xian's reply, Lin Ray felt as if he was in that battle. His blood boiled. That's right. That battle could be said to be earth-shattering. The entire Eldritch Age collapsed. As she spoke, Xiao Xian's weak body began to tremble. Her face was filled with fear. It was as if she had recalled something terrible. What happened after that? Lin Ray was very clear about Xiao Xian's situation. However, Lin Ray did not stop her. Instead, he continued to ask. It was not that Lin Ray was cold and heartless. It was because he wanted to help Xiao Xian. Looking at Xiao Xian's current state, Lin Ray could guess that Xiao Xian had not recovered from the past. Regarding this, whether Xiao Xian was his weapon or not, Lin Ray would still do so. However, Xiao Xian did not object to Linley's question. In that great battle, Master gave it his all. But in the end, he realized that one person's strength was still too weak. Two fists could not fight against four hands. In the end, nearly 30 sages took action and killed my master. At this moment, the weapon's spirit shed tears. At this moment, Linley was shocked. The artifact spirit was actually crying. It must be known that artifact spirits were nothing more than spiritual consciousnesses. They couldn't possibly have the ability to cry. But at this moment, the artifact spirit was crying. This made Linley feel that the banished immortal brush was even more important and powerful. Alas, a formidable hero of a generation. Although he had never seen the Kuan Peng, he could feel that the Kuan Peng was a strong person. A true strong person. What a pity, yes, looking at Lin Rei, Xiao Xian sighed. But still okay. Even though they were killed by my master, he was very strong. He was also the type to suffer losses. Oh, at this moment, Lin Rei perked up again. He listened attentively, as if he was the one who fought in the bloodbath. Back then, there were so many sages. In order to besiege Master, they finally paid the price. 8 of the 12 ancestral sorcerers died, and more than half of the other sages died. In the end, there were only a few left. If Master didn't want us to be covered in dust, perhaps those bastards who called themselves sages would have all been wiped out in that battle. Hearing this, Lin Rei was stunned. His heart was filled with doubts and doubts. From the conversation just now, Lin Rei could feel Xiao Xian's deep longing for the Kuan Peng. At the same time, he could also feel the deep hatred from Xiao Xian. But why would such an existence recognize him as her master so easily? At this moment, Lin Rei began to have doubts. Moreover, his heart was filled with doubts. Little dragon, what do you think is the probability of Xiao Xian recognizing me as her master? Why do I have a vague feeling of uneasiness in my heart at this moment? Tisa, this matter is really troublesome. If she did not talk about the Kuan Peng, perhaps I would think that she would hold it in. But now, facing Lin Rei's doubts, the little dragon also felt the same. How is it? Tell me quickly. Looking at Lin Rei's anxious expression, the little dragon smiled and said, "If it was you, and your family or the people closest to you were killed, and your enemies were not killed, what would you do?" Facing the little dragon's question, Lin Rei did not hesitate and directly answered. "Of course I would kill." As soon as the word kill came out of his mouth, Lin Rei was stunned. Then, the doubts in his heart were answered at this moment. Understood. He nodded to the little dragon and did not say anything else. His gaze was fixed on Xiao Xian. No one knew what he wanted to do. Xiao Xian noticed Lin Rei's gaze. At first, she intentionally avoided it. But later, Xiao Xian began to look directly at Lin Rei. At this moment, Lin Rei was even clearer about his previous thoughts. I'm sorry." Just as Linley was about to speak, Xiao Xian beat him to it. "This time, I lied to you. If you can reach the deity realm, and I am not dead by then, I will serve you as my master and serve you for all eternity." Lin Rei sneered. He did not care about Xiao Xian's words at all. Perhaps it was because he was holding it in. "I'm sorry. I lied to you this time. Next time, I will return it to you." Saying that, Xiao Xian flashed to the side of the banishing immortal brush and reached out to grab it. She gave Lin Rei an apologetic smile and then turned around to leave. "Do you think you can leave?" At this moment, Lin Rei's tone changed. It became cold and emotionless. Since the other party had already acted this way, Lin Rei did not need to treat him anymore. "Did you forget that the previous one was really big? Also, I said that your bloodline is very powerful, so..." Formation? Bloodline? At this moment, Lin Rei was confused. However, in the next moment, Lin Rei seemed to have thought of something. His eyes widened and he cried out in surprise, "Could it be? That's right." Without turning around, she walked to the center of the formation. With her back facing Lin Rei, Xiao Xian's voice came slowly. "This formation looks like a formation that can hold it in, but it is not." "Then what is it?" Lin Rei asked subconsciously. "A teleportation formation, or you can call it a location teleportation formation. It is a saint-level formation. I think, after hearing the name, You should be able to guess the purpose of this formation, right? Indeed, Lin Ray understood the purpose of this formation. Even if one was not a cultivator, after hearing the name, they should be able to guess the wonderful use of this formation. At this moment, Lin Ray's face darkened. He did not expect that after playing with eagles for so long, he would be caught in the eye by a sparrow. Let's not talk anymore. The energy in that drop of blood of yours is limited. So goodbye. Just as Lin Ray was about to speak, Xiao Xian spoke to stop him. However, in the next moment, just as Xiao Xian finished speaking, the formation exploded with blue light. In the next moment, the banishing immortal brush and Xiao Xian's figure disappeared from the huge formation. Chapter 865. After a long time, the blue light disappeared. A few hours after the 100-meter formation disappeared, Lin Ray did not say anything. He just stared blankly at the spot where Xiao Xian disappeared. At this moment, no one knew what Lin Ray was feeling. Of course, the little dragon was the only exception. The others were just looking at Lin Ray from afar, not knowing what was going on. In the distance, a group of people saw Lin Ray standing on the spot and staring blankly at the sky. For a moment, some people thought that Lin Ray had lost his mind. Some thought that Lin Ray was frozen by a powerful spell. In any case, there were all kinds of theories. An hour after Xiao Xian disappeared, the higher-ups of the Talisman Sect seemed to have sensed something and removed the seal. As for Lin Ray, they only reminded Xuanfeng to be more careful and did not pay too much attention to him. After that, they left to do their own things. When the golden light disappeared, the original scene appeared in front of everyone's eyes. For a moment, everyone sighed. After all, that powerful treasure was now. Just like that, he stood there in a daze and did not say anything. It was as if he had encountered some kind of stimulation. He was not feeling well, and his face became gloomy. That's enough. A voice filled with impatience. But amidst the impatience, a voice filled with concern entered Linley's ears. As though he had heard her, Linley's unblinking eyes moved, and his gloomy face regained some of its color. Sigh, tell me, is there a need to do this? Isn't it just an innate spiritual treasure? It's not like you don't have it. Moreover, it's not like you can't see that thing anymore. When the time comes, I'll help you vent your anger. I'll erase her consciousness and create a new weapon spirit for you. When the time comes, there's no need. A deep voice came from Lin Ray's mouth. I didn't expect that after cultivating until now, I would be deceived by a thing without flesh and blood. Looks like I have to be more careful in the future. That's more like it. Upon seeing Lin Ray speak, the little dragon in the system heaved a long sigh of relief. Its originally kind heart was finally at ease. She dared to deceive me. I have to say that she has successfully angered me. Xiao Xian. That's even better. Just you wait. When I step into the holy world, I will definitely search the entire holy world and capture you. At that time, I will grind your bones into dust and toss you into the underworld river. If I don't make you suffer the pain of having your soul devoured, I won't be called Lin Ray. Even more ruthlessly, looking at Lin Ray's current appearance, the little dragon knew that Lin Ray and Xiao Xian were going to fight it out. At the same time, he felt sad for Xiao Xian. Of all the people she could deceive, she chose to die trying to deceive Lin Ray. As the saying goes, if you don't seek death, you won't die. When it came to Lin Ray, the little dragon knew that deceiving Lin Ray was equivalent to having a knife placed on one's neck. All right, I will help you find him when the time comes. Don't worry. The little dragon was very confident when it said this, as though it could definitely do it. When the banished immortal brush left, I left a trace of my soul fragment on it. As long as you reach the holy world, you won't be afraid that you won't be able to find it. As it spoke, the little dragon's face revealed a trace of evil charm. Besides, isn't it just a small vessel spirit? When the time comes, I will help you find as many as you want. I guarantee that you will vomit the moment you see one. Upon hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Ray was speechless. However, he revealed a smile on his face. He knew that the little dragon was concerned about him. All right. After calming down, he revealed a rare smile on his face. Let's not talk about the banished immortal brush for now. Now that I have confirmed that I have entered the Talisman Grandmaster Sect, I believe that the higher-ups of the Talisman Grandmaster Sect have all noticed me. The road ahead will be difficult. I believe you. These words caused Linley to roll his eyes helplessly. You believe it? What's the point of believing it? We can't use force, and we can't use the soul-controlling pill. What's the point of believing it? As he spoke, Linley began to walk forward. This is not my fault. Upon sensing Lin Ray's resentment, the little dragon was so anxious that it hurriedly tried to distance itself from him. This is all the system's fault. Yes, it's the system. Everything is the system's fault. He was the one who issued the mission, not me. Moreover, I have always believed that you can do it, just like how you chose the system back then and came here from a lower plane. I have always believed in your ability. Lin Ray did not like the way the little dragon spoke all of a sudden. In the past, the little dragon had always been sarcastic. Now that it suddenly spoke in such a way, Lin Ray was not used to it. Excuse me, are you Lin Ray, the newcomer king of this batch of new disciples? The sudden question interrupted Lin Ray. He came back to his senses and lifted his head, only to see a male disciple dressed in the Talisman Grandmaster's uniform. He stood there nervously and scanned the surroundings with uncertainty, not daring to look directly into Lin Ray's eyes. Looking at him, Lin Ray was stunned and speechless. What the hell is this? Of course, he could not say that out loud. With a straight face, he straightened his clothes and replied, Yes, I am Lin Ray. May I know who you are? Oh, yes, I forgot to introduce myself. Upon hearing Lin Ray's reminder, the man exclaimed and quickly introduced himself. In response, Lin Ray's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. I'm Tai Crazy. I'm a core disciple of the Talisman Grandmaster. I am the disciple who is here to welcome you to your residence. Tai Crazy? Upon hearing the man's name, Lin Ray broke out in cold sweat. Lin Ray did not comment on the man's name. Yes, that's me. Good. Tai Crazy replied. Lin Ray's first impression of him was that he was weak and easily bullied, cowardly and incompetent, and not very confident. However, Lin Ray was more concerned about the mental strength emanating from Tai Crazy's body. Although it was only for a moment, Lin Ray could clearly feel that this mental strength was at least at the third stage of the divine level. Such a level was only 6 stages and 2 stages lower than his own. At this moment, Lin Ray could not help but reevaluate Tai Crazy. To possess such powerful mental strength at such a young age, if used properly, he would be a powerful alchemist, talisman master, and formation master. However, there was something that Lin Ray was very puzzled about. With such mental strength, even in the Xuanzong sect, he would at least be an elder or guardian. But now, he was only a core disciple here. Lin Ray did not think that the Talisman Grandmaster was that powerful. Back in the ancient corpse trove, the ancestors of the Talisman Grandmaster had died in Lin Ray's hands. Therefore, the idea that the Talisman Grandmaster was in a place with powerful experts was not valid at all. Therefore, it was very clear that the people of the Talisman Grandmaster did not know about Tai Crazy's mental strength. Perhaps there was a terrifying thought, and that was that Tai Crazy himself might not know either. If that was the case, then, as he thought about it, a drop of something sparkling and translucent flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Lin Ray was completely unaware of this. He only knew that he was staring blankly ahead with a silly smile on his face. When Tai Crazy saw the drop of something sparkling and translucent at the corner of Lin Ray's mouth, he began to suspect, is this the newcomer king this time? However, when he looked at the surrounding sky, he could not help but reach out and gently pat Lin Ray. Junior brother Lin Ray, look, it's getting late. Should we hurry up? We still have to see where you're staying later. Look, there was no response. At this moment, in the system, when the little dragon saw that Lin Ray was still in a daze, it could not help but roar angrily. Lin Ray, that's enough. You're embarrassing yourself. Do you know that? Ah, oh. The little dragon's voice was still the most effective. It immediately snapped Lin Ray out of his daze. Junior brother, let's go. Seeing that Lin Ray had returned to his senses, Crazy God hurriedly urged. Okay, let's go. Looking at Crazy God, Lin Ray's heart burned. At this moment, in Lin Ray's eyes, Crazy God was no longer a person, but a prey that had been targeted by Lin Ray, a prey that could not escape. That Junior brother, is there something on my face? Sensing Lin Ray's fiery gaze, Shintai's body trembled, and he couldn't help but take a step back. F***CK this guy. Shintai's actions were enough to explain what he was thinking. However, considering his spiritual power, Lin Ray didn't pay too much attention to it. What's wrong? Seeing that Crazy God still had something to say, Lin Ray asked, Junior brother, why don't you wipe that thing off the corner of your mouth first, or else? As he spoke, Crazy God stopped abruptly. He didn't say anything else and walked forward alone. Corner of my mouth? When he heard Crazy God's words, Lin Ray instinctively raised his hand to touch the corner of his mouth. If he hadn't touched it, he wouldn't have known that he was touching it. When his hand touched the thing at the corner of his mouth, Lin Ray's old face suddenly turned red. F***CK. Isn't it just a genius with slightly better spiritual power? Is there a need to do this? With that, Lin Ray hurriedly wiped away the sparkling thing at the corner of his mouth and hurriedly chased after Crazy God. However, the blush on his face didn't fade. Instead, it turned even redder. This was the most awkward thing he had ever done. At this moment, Crazy God, who was walking in front, seemed to have sensed Lin Ray's feelings after he was born. He pursed his lips and said, Junior brother, we'll be reaching your residence soon. Do you have any questions now? If you do, I can tell you now. Otherwise, I'm afraid there won't be many opportunities in the future. Why? Instinctively, Lin Ray asked. Currently, all the disciples in the Talisman Sect, except for the new disciples and those who were captured by the Sect Master to be able-bodied men, are all in seclusion. Seclusion? Lin Ray was stunned and puzzled. He didn't understand why the Talisman Sect would go into seclusion. Moreover, based on his understanding, seclusion was usually done when a great enemy was approaching or when some mystic realm was opened. The sect would order the disciples to go into seclusion to accumulate power and wait for the attack. To the side, Crazy God seemed to understand Lin Li's thoughts and immediately explained, Junior apprentice brother, you're right. Some time ago, a few major sects in the region were challenged one after another. Moreover, I heard that the opponents were very powerful. Each time, there were only 2 or 3 people. Out of the 3 people, 2 of them were godly venerables, while the remaining person was the challenger. He had the cultivation of an emperor god at such a young age. Therefore, the Talisman Sect was afraid that such an incident would happen to them. Therefore, they ordered their disciples to go into seclusion and cultivate until that group of people arrived. Is that right? Lin Ray asked before Crazy God could finish speaking. Yes, that's right. Godzilla couldn't doubt Lin Li's words because he was right. That was how it was. At that moment, Lin Ray was expressionless, but he was laughing crazily in his heart. When he heard Crazy God's words, Lin Ray knew that the people who challenged the major sects were the disciples that he had sent out. Those godly venerables were the generals that he had sent to protect them. However, Lin Ray didn't expect the Talisman Sect to be so timid. They had already ordered their people to prepare before they even arrived. If the Sect Master of the Talisman Sect knew that those people weren't coming back, but their boss had come instead, what kind of expression would he have? Of course, what made Lin Ray the happiest was the news of a few disciples. Moreover, it sounded like they were doing well. It seemed that those major sects were unlucky. At that moment, Lin Ray couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Although he wasn't worried, Lin Ray was completely relieved when he heard that his disciples were fine. Let's go. Let's not talk about this anymore. Crazy God thought that Lin Ray was afraid when he saw that Lin Ray was in a daze. Therefore, he didn't say anything and walked forward. Under Crazy God's lead, the two of them quickly arrived at the area where the core disciples lived. The Talisman Sect had a total of 360 core disciples. Of course, this was under the condition that Lin Ray didn't join them. In the sect, core disciples were the mainstay of the sect. Although they were not as good as the pro-disciples, it was still very good. Compared to the elite disciples, inner disciples, and some outer disciples, it was many times better. At that moment, Crazy God and Lin Ray stopped in front of a courtyard. Junior brother, this will be your residence in the sect from now on. Lin Ray was stunned when he heard that. He raised his head and saw a door without a name on a plaque appear before his eyes. Lin Ray didn't have many thoughts when he saw this place. He had lived in a cave before, so it wasn't too bad now. Lin Ray looked at Crazy God and asked, Senior brother, what's the name of this courtyard? Why is this plaque blank? Crazy God was stunned when he heard that. He smiled and replied, This courtyard is given to you. Naturally, you can name it yourself. The plaque is blank so that its owner can name it. I see. Lin Ray muttered to himself and looked up. Although he wouldn't be staying here for long, he didn't want to be careless. What should it be called? Sway foam? I don't dare. That doesn't sound good. All right, anything. After deciding on the name of the courtyard, he raised his hand and circulated his spirit energy to write the word anything on the plaque. Anything? Crazy God was stunned when he saw the two words on the plaque. That's right, anything. Then he looked at Crazy God. Lin Ray said in a carefree manner, Anytime, follow your heart, walk as you please, and enjoy the world freely. Chapter 866. Anytime, follow your heart, walk as you please. The moment he heard Lin Ray's words, Crazy Shintai's expression froze. His heart was filled with bewilderment. He repeated Lin Ray's words to himself. However, his bewildered eyes slowly regained clarity as Crazy Shintai repeated them. In the end, Crazy Shintai did not fully recover. Instead, his eyes were even brighter than before. Moreover, at this moment, a nameless aura was emitted from Crazy Shintai's body. It was hard to describe this aura. It felt like Crazy Shintai was more at ease now. He was no longer as lazy and restrained as before. At the side, Lin Ray, who noticed Crazy Shintai's change, smiled. He could not help but feel gratified. TSK. Not bad. Although he looks a little silly, his comprehension is indeed quite interesting. Just by saying it casually, he was able to comprehend the great Tao. I must have this person. Crazy Shintai was still in that special state. He did not know that someone was already thinking about him. Moreover, the person who was thinking about him was Lin Ray. He was a person who would not give up until he achieved his goal. In particular, if he encountered someone who was exceptionally talented, no matter how eloquent he would try to recruit that person into his tutelage. Even if that person had a tutelage, so what? To Linley, nothing was taboo. He smiled and did not give Crazy Shintai a chance. He raised his head and looked at the plaque engraved at random under the blanket. He nodded in satisfaction and stepped out. He reached out and pushed the door open. Finally, his figure disappeared behind the door. At the door, Crazy Shintai remained where he was. The passers-by only frowned when they saw him. As for the others, they cannot be bothered to care about what Crazy Shintai was doing. As for Lin Ray, at this moment, Lin Ray used a few minutes to check out his future residence. Overall, it was not bad. Of course, compared to the Xuanzong Sect's secret realm, this place could not be compared. They were not even on the same level. However, this was not his Xuanzong Sect, and he did not come here to enjoy. Therefore, overall, it was not bad. There was a front yard and a backyard. There was also a garden in the backyard, a pond, and a pavilion in the middle of the pond. The scenery was picturesque, making people forget to leave. As for the front yard, it was where people lived. Bujia estimated that there were about 10 rooms. Excluding some necessary rooms, the rest of the rooms were basically empty. Lin Ray didn't care about these things. He went to his master bedroom and opened the door. Other than a bed, a table, and a chair, there was nothing else. Moreover, there wasn't even a quilt on the bed. There was only a praying mat. Lin Ray was speechless. This talisman grandmaster is really something. He only gave me one praying mat in the room. However, this is still tolerable. But the most excessive thing is that he should at least give me a set of teacups, a teapot, tea leaves, and other necessary items. With that, Lin Ray shook his head speechlessly. With a thought, a set of glowing teacups appeared in his hand. Sigh, it's still better to do it myself. Looking at the teacup in his hand, Lin Ray smiled. I never expected that the things little Tion prepared for me that I didn't use in the past would be of use now. Not bad. As he looked at the teacup in his hand, Lin Ray couldn't help but think of Lin Tion. He thought of that brother and companion that had accompanied him through hardships and tribulations. His thoughts were soundless, yet they surged into Lin Ray's heart like surging waves. Alas, little Tion, I hope you're well. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have left you outside. As he spoke, a wisp of guilt arose in his heart. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed. In the end, Lin Ray recovered from his guilt and thoughts, and he placed the teacup in his hand on the table. Forget it. I'll waste a day and decorate this residence. As he thought about this, Linley pulled out a random assortment of items from his interspatial ring. There were all sorts of things inside, such as blankets, pillows, decorations, and even tables and chairs. Looking at these, Lin Ray bitterly smiled and thought to himself, "At this time, he moved a few houses over for me. There are even tables." Although he thought this, Lin Ray was indeed very happy and warm in his heart. Moreover, looking at the tables and chairs, Lin Ray was shocked. Damn, who did little Tion rob at this time? He even used golden incense wood to make tables. What a waste of natural resources. Although golden incense wood was not a better material for refining tools, it was still of very rare existence. Moreover, the most important thing was that golden incense wood was only found in Wuzhou, and the annual production of golden incense wood was not high at all. Just the ones taken out now should be the production of golden incense wood. Of course, golden incense wood's characteristics were not because it was a material for refining tools, but because of its various textures. Strands of golden threads existed within it like silk threads. Thus, golden incense would instantly raise its aesthetic. Most importantly, golden incense would naturally emitted a kind of fragrance. This kind of fragrance could clear one's mind and help cultivators cultivate. It could also prevent the formation of inner demons. Looking at these, Lin Ray nodded and did not think too much about it. He threw out all the tables in the room. Lin Ray was not a person who had high requirements for quality of life, but if he had the conditions, then Lin Ray would not waste it. With a wave of his hand, a gentle wind appeared. The things prepared in compromise allowed them to return to the place where they should be. In just a few breaths' time, the originally ordinary room had changed greatly at this moment. If Xuanfeng, the sect master of the Talisman Sect, walked into Lin Ray's room at this moment, he would probably be so shocked that he would not even be able to speak. After all, the things in the room at this moment were probably something that even he, the sect master of the Talisman Sect, could not bring out. Putting everything else aside, just the golden incense wood alone was probably not available in the Ninth State. Tisk, what's the use of preparing these useless things? You can't use them. At this moment, a sour voice sounded in Lin Ray's mind. Lin Ray could not think of anyone else other than the little dragon who had spoken to him. However, when he heard the displeasure in the voice, Lin Ray was secretly pleased. Sigh, there's no other way. Lin Ray entered the system and looked at the little dragon on the surface of the lake. He smiled. Little Tion, you've prepared so much. I don't want to. The main thing is, aren't they just for show? Moreover, I've always believed in a saying. What saying? Subconsciously, the little dragon asked. It's shameful to waste. I like to believe that it's shameful to waste. With that, Lin Ray got off the stunned little dragon and exited the system. F***ck. A long time after Lin Ray left, the little dragon came back to its senses and looked at Lin Ray in disdain. You're the only one who thinks it's shameful to waste. I wonder who it was in the past. You could have raised your cultivation by more, but you wasted half of the energy. Now you're telling me that it's shameful to waste. Where's your face? The voice was not loud. Lin Ray could have heard it clearly. However, when Lin Ray exited the system space, he cut off the connection between him and the little dragon. Unless Lin Ray reconnected, even if the little dragon screamed until it broke its throat, Lin Ray would not be able to hear a single word. In front of the random door, Crazy Shintai's body trembled, and he came back to his senses. I didn't expect that just a sentence, a coincidence, would allow me to enter the early stage divine emperor realm. He sighed and looked forward with a relaxed and excited expression. The figure he wanted to see disappeared. Crazy Shintai was stunned for a moment before he understood. It seems that I've been meditating here for a long time. Then, a pair of grateful eyes looked at the tightly shut door. After a while, he turned and left. However, at this moment, Crazy Shintai was grateful to Lin Ray. He left. At this moment, in the master bedroom of the random villa, Lin Ray smiled when he found out that Crazy Shintai had left. He can break through with just a sentence. I must get him. Otherwise, it's such a waste to leave him here. As he thought about this, a mysterious smile appeared on Lin Ray's face. He looked into the distance. At this moment, he seemed to have thought of a wicked idea. A good idea. Forget it. I'll think about this later. I better think about how I can get the position of the Sect Master of the Talisman Grandmaster first. As he spoke, Lin Ray sat on the sandalwood stool. He got some hot water from somewhere and made some tea. Now it was done. Lin Ray picked up the teacup and took a sip. A look of enjoyment appeared on his face. Alas, this kind of life is like a fleeting cloud to me. It's an existence that I can only look at but can't reach. Even so, Lin Ray didn't give up on this opportunity. As he tasted this divine tea, he thought about what to do next. However, perhaps because Lin Ray was too engrossed in his thoughts, or perhaps because he was too relaxed after coming here, he didn't notice that someone had quietly appeared beside him. She sat down like the owner of the room, poured the tea, and started to taste it. TSK. I didn't expect this little bastard to be so rich. I'm afraid that even the Sect Master of the Talisman Grandmaster might not have these things. At the side, the person who was tasting the tea glanced at everything in the room and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. She laughed in her heart and didn't say anything. She just stared blankly at Lin Ray, who was engrossed in his thoughts. Unknowingly, he had become engrossed in his thoughts. At this moment, Lin Ray sensed that someone was looking at him. Instantly, he came back to his senses. His figure flashed to the door, and he turned around to look. When he saw the figure sitting in front of the table, Lin Ray was stunned. Damn it! What's going on? Why is this fellow back again? At this moment, the person sitting in front of Lin Ray was none other than Su Ziqing, who had been dumped by Lin Ray previously and had been secretly observing Lin Ray. However, the difference was that when Su Ziqing was secretly observing him previously, he was dressed in female clothes. Now, he was dressed in male clothes again. Looking at this and that, Lin Ray felt a headache coming on. Seriously, the more I don't want to see someone, the more he just has to appear. Of course, Lin Ray wouldn't say this out loud. After all, Lin Ray didn't believe that a small force was behind someone who could nurture such a young emperor god. Looking at Su Ziqing, who was engrossed in his thoughts, Lin Ray was stunned. Then he said, "Brother Su, you're awake." Seeing that Su Ziqing didn't respond, Lin Ray was stunned. Then he said patiently, "Brother Su, you're awake." This time, just like before, Su Ziqing didn't open his mouth and didn't come back to his senses. Regarding this, Lin Ray didn't think like before. He took a step forward and patted Su Ziqing's body gently. "Brother Su, can you wake up now?" Finally, if he still didn't wake Su Ziqing up, Lin Ray planned to use a spell. However, at least Su Ziqing woke up. Otherwise, Lin Ray didn't know what would happen next. He didn't even dare to imagine it. Brother Su, what were you thinking about just now? Why were you so engrossed in your thoughts? I called out to you many times, but I couldn't wake you up. Hearing this, Su Ziqing was stunned. His originally fair face turned red. He couldn't help but lower his head. He didn't dare to look at Lin Ray. I was thinking about some family matters just now, so I didn't notice Brother Lin calling me. I'm really sorry. As he spoke, he quickly stood up and bowed. Su Ziqing's sudden action stunned Lin Ray. He quickly waved his hand. All right. It's nothing. However, as if he thought of something, he said again, however, I don't remember inviting you to my house. Brother Su, I wonder if you... Hearing this, Su Ziqing was speechless. He wanted to explain, but he couldn't think of a reason. What? Is this question very difficult to answer? At this moment, Su Ziqing's embarrassed appearance caused Lin Ray to feel extremely pleased. I came to... Su Ziqing stuttered. He didn't know what to say, and it caused Lin Ray's head to ache. That's enough. Don't say anymore. If you're in the wrong, then you have to find a reason. As he spoke, Lin Ray returned to his seat. Speak. May I know why Brother Su has barged into my residence? At the same time, he was also telling Su Ziqing that if there was nothing else, she should leave as soon as possible. However, Lin Ray had underestimated Su Ziqing's shamelessness. Su Ziqing didn't leave. Instead, he sat down and started to boast. Actually, I came to find Brother Lin this time for no other reason than to ask for a room in Brother Lin's residence. After all, I didn't participate in the Talisman Grandmaster's competition, so I can't stay in the Talisman Grandmaster's residence. What did you say? Lin Ray looked at Su Ziqing with disbelief. At this moment, 10,000 curses were running through his mind. He had never expected such a situation. I want to stay here. After all, you're not a disciple of the Talisman Grandmaster. However, I also want to take a look at the Talisman Grandmaster's scenery. So, no, I don't agree. Before Su Ziqing could finish, Lin Ray rejected him without any hesitation. Why? Su Ziqing was puzzled. There's no reason. It's just that I don't like to live under the same roof as someone I'm not familiar with. So, I'm truly sorry. I can't fulfill Brother Su's request. Su Ziqing gnashed his teeth when he heard Lin Ray's words. He felt wrong. Chapter 867 F*CK This D*MN piece of glass. Why does his grievance make me want to go up and protect him? Seeing the aggrieved look on Su Ziqing's face for a moment, Linley unconsciously took a step forward. But in the instant that he did, Linley was stunned. Stunned, he hurriedly retreated. He couldn't help but complain to Su Ziqing in his heart. At the same time, he began to complain about his own self-control. My cultivation level is like this. Could it be that I'm not at the top level? That's not right either. For a moment, this question entangled Lin Ray. He was vexed and could not figure out why. At this moment, in the system space where the little dragon was, a burst of laughter rang out. Little bastard, I told you to cut off contact with me. I didn't expect you to be so unconfident now. You're even questioning your own sexual orientation. If your wife finds out about this, don't you think she'll strangle you to death? At this moment, if Rual Lin Ray were here and heard the little dragon say this, he would probably fall to the ground and never get up. Lin Ray didn't know, but that didn't mean the little dragon didn't know. When Su Ziqing arrived just now, the little dragon, who had nothing to do, intentionally or unintentionally looked up information about Su Ziqing. After reading it, the little dragon was overjoyed. However, there were also many surprises along with much joy. Apart from knowing that Su Ziqing was a girl, the little dragon also learned from her information that Su Ziqing wasn't from the realm of the gods at all. She came from the holy realm. Regarding this, the little dragon began to feel a little anxious. This was because Su Ziqing had been following Lin Rei from the beginning. He was afraid that Su Ziqing was someone who had been sent to find the supreme bloodline of Hongmeng. According to Lin Rei's current cultivation level, although ordinary Dao fruit saints weren't much of a threat to Lin Rei, but what about those above the Dao fruit realm? However, at this moment, Lin Rei had cut off contact with him, so his original worry had faded by quite a bit. In any case, he had the heart to do so, but Lin Rei didn't. Of course, even though it was unintentional, smiling, the little dragon sat down. Looking at the embarrassed Lin Rei outside, he was indescribably happy. Stinking brat. It's good to let you have a taste of your own medicine. However, if this little girl is really sent by that guy, don't blame me for not following the rules and suppressing you with a wave of my hand. Suddenly, a terrifying and unknown pressure swept through the entire system. If Ruo Lin's thunder or the people of the Holy World saw this, they would probably be shocked to death. Sigh, you're still so hot-tempered. When will you restrain yourself a little? Suddenly, a voice that sounded like it was synthesized by an electronic device resounded in the system space. However, what was a little different was that there was a hint of human emotion in this electronically synthesized voice. Hearing this voice, the little dragon was stunned. He retracted his pressure and returned to his usual playful self. With a silly smile on his face, he scratched his head. What? I still have things to do. As for Lin Rei's matter, help me keep an eye on him. I'll go first. Without waiting for the system to speak, the little dragon opened his mouth and finished speaking. He instantly disappeared from where he was. His speed was as fast as thunder and waves, which was astonishing. Sigh, I really don't know what to do with you. Watching the little dragon's figure disappear into the distance, the system sighed and said no more. The system space returned to its usual arcane realm and tranquility. In the outside world, Lin Rei saw that Su Ziqing didn't speak and instead left the chair like a rascal. He thought that Su Ziqing was going to leave and was overjoyed. However, who would have thought that in the next moment, Lin Rei was stunned. He saw Su Ziqing walk directly to the bedside. She didn't even look at Lin Rei, much less pay attention to him. She took off her shoes and lay on the bed. She even covered herself with a blanket and looked as if she was going to sleep. Lin Rei completely lost his temper when he saw this scene. He didn't expect Su Ziqing to be like this. However, what could he do? Although he had noticed a little earlier, he hadn't completely revealed himself. Moreover, Su Ziqing had the cultivation of a god emperor. If she made a move now, the higher-ups of the Talisman Sect would be even more vigilant. Then, it would be even more difficult to complete the task. As he thought about this, Lin Rei felt helpless. In the end, he shook his head and sighed. Su Ziqing, you can stay here, but please leave my bed in my room. There are many rooms nearby. You can stay in whichever one you want. Hurry up. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll regret this decision. With a swoosh, the blanket was lifted. Su Ziqing quickly put on her shoes with a smile on her face. She winked at Lin Rei and left the room in a flash. Thank you. It seems like we'll have to do our best in the future. She said this before she left. Lin Rei almost fell off his chair when he heard this. He was filled with depression. In the end, Lin Rei shook his head and closed the door with a wave of his hand. Not long after, a cry of surprise sounded from the side. Why is this place so different from your place? Lin Rei understood what Su Ziqing meant. Nonsense, these things belong to me. Lin Rei replied as he thought about it. Of course they're different. If you want to become like me, you should prepare for it yourself. I've already shown you enough kindness by giving you a place to stay. Don't tell me you want to stay in my room? As he spoke, he sneered and waved his hand. An honorable level array appeared outside the room and enveloped the entire room. This was all for the sake of being on guard against Su Ziqing suddenly barging in. Linley was truly afraid of her. At this moment, Linley's world was finally peaceful. A smile appeared on Linley's face as he walked to his bed, sat down cross-legged, and began to meditate. Lin Rei, who was cultivating, did not know that in an elder's hall in the depths of the Talisman Sect, an elder was looking at a few disciples in front of him with a gloomy face and giving them instructions. Remember that the person who bullied your junior brother is none other than the new disciple of the sect this year. That person's cultivation is a little high. Although he was initially at the true God realm, he exploded with the cultivation of the divine Emperor realm. So, you must be careful this time. There is nothing wrong with sparring between disciples of the sect. However, if you want to watch them fight, I'm afraid the sect will stop you. If that's the case, your junior brother's injuries will be in vain. At this moment, if Lin Rei was there, he would definitely recognize the elder. He was none other than Jin Shen's grandfather, Jin Buhuan. As for the person Jin Buhuan called Hong, he was Jin Shen's father, Jin Buhuan's son, Jin Long's disciple. However, Jin Long was in seclusion all year round. Thus, Jin Buhuan had been teaching Hong. His name was Chong Hong. He was one of the few direct disciples of the sect. Due to his great talent, he was already at the early divine ancestor realm. That was why Jin Buhuan had Chong Hong appear. As for Jin Buhuan, he naturally could not appear. Otherwise, not only would Xuanfeng punish him, he would also be branded as a bully. Yes, this grand disciple understands. This grand disciple will definitely make that bastard who injured junior brother pay with his blood. How dare he bully junior brother like that? A murderous aura erupted from Chong Hong. Sensing the murderous aura, Jin Buhuan was overjoyed. Chong Hong had a good relationship with Jin Shun. That was the reason why Jin Buhuan thought of Chong Hong. Suddenly, Jin Buhuan thought of something and asked, "Oh, that's right. You still haven't told me who that bastard who injured junior brother is?" Aha, this old man forgot. Jin Buhuan laughed awkwardly. Then, he said, "That person is this year's newcomer king. His name is Lin Rei. He's very easy to find. He was already a core disciple of the Talisman Sect the moment he entered the sect. Thus, understood, this grand disciple will go and prepare. I guarantee that Lin Rei will not be able to call for help in the Talisman Sect. I guarantee that he'll suffer so much that he'll wish he was dead." Chong Hong smiled cruelly as he looked at Jin Buhuan. After bowing to Jin Buhuan, he left. Humph. Lin Rei, let's see how you'll survive this time. Those who oppose this exalted will not have a good ending. This is only the beginning. I'll slowly play with you until you're in complete despair. With a malevolent expression, Jin Buhuan looked at Chong Hong's departing figure. Sigh. Hong, you must succeed this time. Although he was full of confidence in Chong Hong, for some reason, when Chong Hong left, a trace of panic rose from the bottom of his heart. However, Lin Rei was completely unaware of this. At this moment, Lin Rei was still immersed in the pleasure of cultivating and comprehending. At this moment, on the Luan Peak, Chong Hong, who had left Jin Buhuan's place, had returned to his residence. He brought his trusted subordinates to his room. Looking at the dozen or so people who were around his age, Chong Hong's expression was solemn. His tone was strict. "Everyone, I've asked all of you to come here for no other reason. My junior brother has been bullied during this period of time. So, Senior Chong Hong, just say it. What do you want? Do you want an arm, a leg, or arm?" As he spoke, the young man who stood out to express his opinion reached out and drew a line across his neck. "That's right, senior brother. Who would be so reckless? Doesn't he know that Jin Shun is your most beloved junior brother? He actually dared to attack Jin Shun in the Talisman Sect. I think he must be tired of living." "Yes, I agree. However, which faction did the person who injured your junior brother belong to? Is it the Heavenly Cloud faction or the Red Sleeve faction? If it's one of these two factions, perhaps there will be a lot of problems. After all, the members of these two factions are almost as strong as you. There are even rumors that the member of the Red Sleeve faction has recently made a breakthrough and surpassed you." Hiss. When these words were spoken, the originally noisy scene instantly quieted down. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Their expressions changed and became unsightly. Seeing everyone's reaction, Chong Hong let out a cold laugh. But that cold laugh disappeared as quickly as it came, and no one saw it. Don't worry. That person isn't from the Sky Cloud gang, nor is he from the Red Sleeve gang. He's just the #1 disciple of the new disciples, the rookie king, Linley. What? New disciple? Newcomer king? A doubtful voice came from the side. Not only that, everyone present was stunned. Their faces were filled with astonishment and doubt. They originally thought that it was an old faction of the Sect or an expert who didn't care about his life. However, they didn't expect that the person who injured Jinshan was so different from what they had imagined. It was like the difference between the clouds and the mud. That's right. How about it? Senior brother, leave this matter to me, Zhu Jinggao. Trust me, I will definitely do a good job for you. TSKU? Let me do it. Not to mention other things, my faction in the Sect is at least bigger than yours. Moreover, I'm stronger than you. Therefore, senior brother, leave this matter to me. Without waiting for Chong Hong to finish his sentence, the crowd of cultivators began to scramble to be the first to speak. Chong Hong sneered in his heart. However, he still wore a gentle smile on his face. All right, stop arguing for now. You guys can discuss this amongst yourselves. Oh, right, I forgot to discuss this with you. Linley will be a core disciple as soon as he enters the school. So, you guys have to be careful. He lives in the core disciple area. Oh, core disciple? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. However, they weren't worried anymore. After all, Linley was just one person, while they had a group of people. However, they hadn't expected that the Linley in their eyes wasn't what they had imagined. All right, you guys go. Let him feel despair step by step. I wanted to live a life worse than death. If this matter is done well, then I will give you the Golden Dragon pill this time. It will allow you to break through to the next level. Once these words were spoken, the crowd instantly became silent. There was only the sound of breathing. It could be seen that this Golden Dragon pill was extremely tempting. However, just as they were discussing, a youth with a long sword in his arms came to the entrance of the courtyard. His face was cold, and his body emitted an invisible sword intent, giving people a feeling that they couldn't get close to him. Raising his head, he looked at the courtyard that had already become someone else's. The instant he saw the name of the courtyard, the youth frowned. However, he quickly relaxed, as if he was relieved of something. My name is Liu Bai. After coming out of seclusion today, I heard that junior brother Lin Rei's sword intent is soaring to the heavens. As your brother, I am very infatuated with the way of the sword. I wonder if junior brother Lin could come out and fight with me to comprehend the sword intent. Without any warning, he directly spoke. A roar similar to a sound wave battle technique appeared. It was like a sound transmission from 1,000 miles away. However, it was many times stronger than a sound transmission from 1,000 miles away. Liu Bai's voice resounded throughout the entire courtyard. His purpose was to make Lin Rei appear. However, what Liu Bai didn't know was that outside Lin Rei's room, there was an honorable level formation that isolated all sound. As for what Liu Bai said just now, Lin Rei didn't hear it all. However, Lin Rei didn't know that Su Ziqing, who was staying next to him, heard it very clearly. Furthermore, it was the kind of sound that woke her up from a dream. Phew, bastard. That bastard actually dared to disturb my beauty sleep. As the saying goes, the uncle can endure, but the aunt can't. Regarding sleeping, Su Ziqing couldn't forgive. She stood up, put on her shoes, and took a step forward. A series of afterimages appeared. In the next moment, she arrived at the entrance in a few breaths. When she opened the door, Liu Bai, who was standing at the entrance like a sharp sword, appeared in front of Su Ziqing. Looking at him, Su Ziqing was stunned. Then, the anger in her heart soared. She berated, "Say, do you have nothing better to do? Why don't you just focus on cultivating your way of the sword? Why must you challenge me? It's all because of you that my beautiful dream was ruined by you. Tell me, what should I do?" That you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.